eradicate the Yezidi community, an ethnic religious minority living in the north of Iraq. Over 300,000 Yazidis are displaced. Thousands and thousands of Yazidi women and girls are still missing. Many Yazidis were killed during those days. We say that the Yazidi is still ongoing because until today, our people are still suffering. We are grateful for everyone who is currently watching this live stream. We have great panels today for you to watch. How does the future of the community look like? What is happening regarding justice and accountability? Trauma, we're talking about related to the Yazidi cause and the plight of the Yazidis. For those who have stood with us after 6 years, I'm very grateful. Please share and like our live stream, and let's get started. Hewan, I think
yes.
You can get going.
Thank you everyone joining us and making time today. I hope you are all...
1 second, I'll just check one thing. We have to make sure that everything is going according to plan. Can the people who are on Facebook give a thumbs up if they are able to see all of us? Okay, Hewan, can you start talking?
Okay. Thank you all for joining us to making time for us. I hope you are all safe and well. My name is Hewan Omar, and I am a Yazidi IDP from Sinjar. Like thousands of Yazidi was also displaced since August 3rd, 2014. 6 years ago, ISIS committed a genocide against the Yazidi community in Sinjar that included mass killing, forced conversion, kidnapping men and women, using women as sex slaves and selling them in markets, abducting child soldiers and brainwashing them and forcing them to fight. Due to the horrible crimes that committed by ISIS 6 years ago, statistics shows that still more than 360,000 cities were displaced and homeless. During the first days of the attack, thousands of Yazidis were killed, and more than 6,470 Yazidi men, women, children were killed. Over 80 mass graves have been found. At least 68 Yazidi shrines have been destroyed. I could present to you more statistics and more of the crimes that have committed in that dark day. I'm sure all of you are aware of the horrible crimes committed by ISIS against the Yazidi community. But I can tell to the whole world and to the Yazidi community that we will resist it, and we're gonna remain and have faced 74 times, and we're here, and we're gonna continue, and we're gonna rise up again. It has been 6 years since the genocide took place. The the living situation of Yazidi IDPs still not resolved. 6 years since the attack, and still over 270,000 Yazidi are still homeless and living under nylon tents in their own country. So this is the very difficult part for us, being a citizen of the land, and the people who have the right to live like any other citizens are still living under nylon tents for more than 6 years until it's not resolved. We have also more than 2,800 Yazidi men, women, and children are still in captivity, or maybe they have been killed. Yazidis are still waiting for more than 6 years, wishing something to happen and trying to find what happened to this Yazidi women, men, and children. This happened in our own land and in our own country. And this is, again, as I mentioned, this is very difficult for us because it's happening in our own land. It happened, genocide happened because of who we are, and again, because we are Yazidis. Again, no one is taking any actions in this case. More than 2,000 Yazidi men and women are still in captivity, and there's 6 years we haven't seen any committee or any groups being formed by the government or in coordination with the international communities to find those missing Yazidis, because this has a huge impact on the Yazidi individual. And also we have it has been 6 years, still the mass graves are not examined. Still the bones of our families, our fathers and mothers are still uncovered. Again, because we are Yazidi, the genocide happened, and again, this is something, who cares about it? Because we are Yazidis. It has years and small steps have been taken. We cannot say nothing in general happened, but the steps that have been taken, it's not according to the size of the crime that have committed against the Yazidi community. The Yazidi community most demanding is the justice, because if there's no justice and to take those people who committed their crimes, and then we still have this fear inside us. Any individual of Yazidis, they have this fear inside that another genocide is going to happen because no action has been taken. 6 years. We know that it takes time to get justice, but at least we don't feel there's an action are taking. Specifically, if I'm a citizen of this country, or any actions taken by the government who are responsible for taking or protecting this citizens, this community, this minority, a peaceful religion who just wants to live in peace. This has been 74 times, 74 genocide, and there has not been justice for our people. And therefore, genocide continues in the history. It's not stopped. And this is we are in the 21st century. The whole world knows about the crime they have committed in the community in the first minutes that happened, in the first hours that happened. All the world have seen these crimes, but we have seen no action. So today we are here, our voices to shout out just to the international communities and to the people who are in a position on decision makers to hear our voices as survivors of the genocide, and to do something about the whole case of Yazidi. We see that the case is closed. No one is talking about it. No one is taking any actions. And we have, again, in this dark day, in the commemoration of the day, again, to reach our voices, to be heard, and to action be taken. Because we have seen a lot of conferences, we have seen a lot of meetings, a lot of happens, and all the world knows what happened, but we have seen no actions. So today we are here I'm addressing it to the governments, to the international communities, to hear our voices and to take action, to do something to resolve and to make the Yezidi community feel that another genocide is not gonna happen again. So that's what I want to reach to the whole world. I am honored by presence of some Yazidi men and women from Yazidi community, survivors of the genocide. Those Yazidi men, women, and young men who are living in IDP camps since 6 years. They have decided to share with us and with you and with all the world and send their messages to all of you in this dark day. So we have, due to the COVID-19 restrictions, we will have each speaker approaching to you or sharing this story with you individually, because we not have all of them together, sitting together. So I hope, I appreciate your patience in this. In advance, also, I want to thank the international audiences and all the world who are watching now and standing with us in solidarity on the day of the sad for the Yazidi people. Thank you all.
Thank you, Hewan. Very well said. As the survivors are getting ready to start their side of the story, Hewan, that is going to happen right now?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So let them get ready. So, okay.
So now I'm gonna call Yazidi father from IDP camp. His name is Bakr Khalaf. He's from Khanke IDP camp, and he will be sharing his story with you today. Thank you.
For the people who just now started watching our live video, we are now going to hear from Yazidi community who have been displaced since 6 years. I want to welcome Khalaf. Aluka Kudangti. بله دباشا وقتتو حاضري تذكاري أختنا أخوة الدنيا حميرة بيجي
دستور خديم مزن لا تكيب أم يزيدي معاناة بسري مبهاتن بسري بشرانا هاتين في تاريخ الحديث أموي.
Let's start with the God names. As the Yazidi community, a very poor community, and in this century.
تاريخ أموي بسري ملتكي دينها ونما ذنبك ما تهابونا تشتكر.
And in this 21st century, and as a community, we didn't do anything to anyone, and that happened to us.
ومعاناة ما لا زالت مستمرة على أثناءنا.
And our suffering still continue. It didn't end.
بدليل 6 سنة من بنبان البان كادينا.
As evidence.
دقيقة دنجي ترجمة نايتما أزي ترجمة كما بارا إيش دسبيك دي سدسبيك أزي ترجمة كم.
شنو؟
بلي.
ملتكي بلنغازن ملتي إيزيديا ملتكي بلنغازن معاناة مزنن معاناة بسريع.
Community and we are happy to see a lot of suffering to this community.
البيت تاريخ حديث أمي بشكل دينها ملتكي دينها.
And this century, nothing's happening.
بهزارش ما كشتن جين وزارو.
So no one gets benefited by this. A lot of people, a lot of us, men and women.
بالامير وبيرجين.
Old men, old women.
ودنيا همو بيزاني.
And all the world know that.
وما زال أمانات مستمرة.
If this suffering are still continue.
بدليل على.
As evidence of that.
أمل بشادة كادينا. أن بنايلون كنبا ما نبا ما وروجي حرارة بينجا.
So between us and the sun and the degree is 50 degrees.
متر ونيبك.
1 meter.
وزرتان الجمد يجوزه.
And the same things after winter.
فأفهموا أن بيزان بس البيع عالمي إنه أم تكنها هواي.
So all of us know that, and we are shouting in this world.
بس أم النوالك كور دينا يكتامناك.
But we are in a deep hole. No one is hearing us.
ولد عالمي وكالولايات المتحدة الأمريكية وكروسيا وكألمانيا حساوان تشاه.
So international countries like US, Russia, and other countries. So we are not hearing anything from them. They find a solution for us as a poor people. So we as a poor community, 58% of people are jobless. So we are living in a tent and we cannot provide very basic things like electricity to pay for the electricity to have. So they have been burned in the land. So yesterday, like tomorrow, if a miracle happened and to go back to our land, there is no home to stay in, to live in. So some people has built a home for themselves, but ISIS destroyed that. So 85% of our home were made from the clay. So in 6 years, without a person to take over, just destroyed by itself. So tomorrow our home. So that's when we have to take our tent with us to build their tent there and live in the tent in our own. And it shows humanity, it's just a nice word that people doing it. So there is nothing show that there's a humanity. So we are just living in a poor situation. It's just a word. We didn't see anything from international, not from US. We didn't see anything. So we want as a Yazidi community to find something that's to make a sense for us between Yazidi and their neighbors. In a way to keep their dignity. And also to make Shingal as a I think we have some maybe electricity issues or internet issues. You all have to understand that our community is living in internally displaced people camps. Sometimes they're in Iraq. It sometimes happens that there's no electricity. These are the
لأن ذهب معاملات مع سلة المعاملات مسيرة سلة المعاملات.
So most of our documents that you will see, they are in a trash bin because they are going to other places. They are not making it in Shingle because we are going to other places to do our document, and mostly those documents.
نحزا عينان بقولنا مزنا عينان بقى عامة الشعب عينان بقى شخصية نزيهة شديد.
So we want a person from Yazidi community, not related to anything, just represented by the community.
قبول كربانا اتصالوي برئاسة الدولة الرباط ذاك عناتي الإجديا بقى هنا ويدي.
And accept that person in a Iraqi government, so that person in Yazidi community to send their voices to
فمدي مثلا ساعديك ما بقرانا معامل بايانا شنغالي ايادي 95% شباب شنغالي البطل.
So we want them to bring back us to Shingal. And 95% of Shingal's men, young men, are jobless.
ده أو بلنجات العفو ده أو بلنجات فرش شغل يبانا.
So those poor people can work.
ده أو فرش شغل يبانا وخلاص نقدر بلنجات يبدرات نكريانا.
So that people and people, the other people who has power doesn't use them for their own benefit, because sometimes they might take them in a way they don't want to go that way, that because of the poverty they have to pay.
وشنقال نبوبا شنقال سافيكر باونا نبوبا جي صراعات احزابي سياسي.
And to make sure as a safe place, not that other parties are fighting in it.
لأن عملتك بلنجات هم ما خراب يبجاكم بنا جي صراعات يكسر معنا.
Because we are a very poor community. Right now we are already destroyed. If we back there and there's a party are fighting, then we are done.
شكرا.
Thank you very much.
ممنون قال ممنون قضيت بالسلم.
It is now 8 o'clock. I want to welcome the viewers who just joined us. Today we are commemorating the 6th year of the Yezidi genocide perpetrated by Islamic State, known as ISIS or Daesh. We have some voices from the field. This time we have Yazidis speak who are living now years in PKM. من نافذة چیه؟
نافذ من خمسة قاسم أسخل قادمة.
My name is Qasim from Chingo.
أس إيرو هاتي ما فيدري أس ذي إبادة استنكاركم.
So today I'm here for the commemoration of 6th genocide of the anniversary of the Yezidi genocide.
وأزد بينم أفشش سالة أم هرسال وكأيرو بيان ذكرى أمنودكن وهر منون هتعدي مش بيراناكن.
So I see it's been 6 years, like each day in 3 August we are remembering everything happening again. We will not forget this.
أمنها أمل قرن 21 يعني نا معقولة أفتش بين السريمة أفتك لوجا وتشتغل همو هاي معنا هفتي وشهارية.
So now we are in the 21st century. That social media and everything has been in a high level, but still that genocide is happening to us. So the one of it is like 74 genocide.
حتى أنها بآلافا كتكوزنين ما ولد دينا مسيري واني مجهودة حتى أنها يشتكي جينزاني بحكرنا هذه كده.
Still that thousands of women and men are still in the captivity. We didn't see anything or didn't hear anything about them.
وهني في على أساس هاتنا حرراندن أو جهمو أبدراف أبتعب التهريب زحمة أو جهاتنا حرراندن يعني يكي دعمك وانك.
So most of the people who had came from the captivity, either their family has paid money by smuggling them, so they are bringing them from the dangerous. So they were paying from their own money to bring back their families members.
نقطة همو زاني مجتمع الدولي همو زاني أمم المتحدة زاني هكا آلاف أنها أميرة داعش السجون هذا هينا.
A lot of people, like the international people, they know, US know that a lot of ISIS who were leading, like leaders, they are in prisons.
شل العراق وشل سوريا وشل تركيا.
Either in Iraq, in Syria, in Turkey.
وتركيا طبعا دعموانك
So we see that, and all the world know that Turkey is supporting those people.
إجبر بين جنة داعش وعائلة داعش المخيم تركيا شمال تركيا
Because every day we are seeing it in the social media. ISIS wives in the tent, they are saying that Turkey is the best country because they are supporting us.
إنها إشراق دائرة الزور حولينا تشوينا عزاز وتشوينا مناطق دي.
Right now we have Turkey and there is to other area in Syria.
وعوائل يزيديان وهكا تشوجنة يزيديان زارو نهاد فيرينا فرد حولينا.
So now Yazidi families, their women and their children, with them. So anytime, any place they go, they take those women and children with them.
وهذه تري عملا نازحين كانوا أفتش سال الوطني خدا نازحين.
So the other files to comment is the IDP files. It's been 6 years that living in your own country as IDP.
بيشنا هناك فقري عنا هناك معنا بجمعنا أفيد تريناينا فقران زين.
So some of them they are saying that some back and why not coming back to Shingal.
زين إجبرتيا خدمات مهم نين.
So why the rest is not back into Shingal? Because the main things that they are needed or the services they are needed is not provided.
وكا مدارس.
Like for example, schools, health center.
إنه عم تشناوي درينا ساقة كما حالة كما طارق شيء ببيني ففيدري وشنغالي هاتاتي فيدري احتمال بمدري.
So if we're back there and we have an emergency case, the person is very sick. So bringing the person from Shingal to Duhok, it might just the person die on the way because.
هذه تري إنه مثلا عم تشوي دري خانينا بكم خانينا هم تفجر عندنا.
The other things that if we're back to Shingal and we need a place to live in, but the house has been destroyed, there is no place to live in.
وكانها خاني هبنجي أم نجبر خردين هاندري أم نجبر درابك تشتكي هاتينا كاتينا نما خش أم بين بكنا هذا.
So even if there is a home there, and it doesn't mean that we were back there for money or houses and just to come to here to live in those tents.
إجبرها كأما قليل كأنه بيشتهوا يا ما نبي سيانة يزيد أم تلاقي
because we are just a small minority and the behind of our ID has written down as a Yazidi. That's why we are being killed and a genocide.
وهاتان هج داعش خلاص نبينا بيجن داعش خلاص بينها خلاي نايم هينا.
Until now, ISIS didn't finish. There is some point of ISIS everywhere, but they are silent.
75% إجبرها كماننا أم فناقرين نجبر.
So 75% the reason that we are not back in Shingal because there is no safety there.
وهذه تريهم هم زاننها كمقابر الجماعي بنفس هداها تان هالشنغالي.
So and the other point, everyone know that right now massive graves in there is 100 massive graves in Shingal.
وقال لك لجنة أود أمريكي وأود أوروبي وهاتين سروا لناس هاتين نيرنا مثلا هتا كنجة genocide.
So a lot of NGO came from internationally and also help. So until when this will be continue and unsolved.
أو جنار الدوران ما هكلمة خيانة كرين خيانة المكرين هم معزز مكرر هاتين الشنغالي دا رونشتينا بريمة.
And the other neighbors, our neighbor, Arab neighbor, right now they are living in their own place, and those people who are living there betray us, but they came back to their own land as nothing happened.
ونهاتر سما هرم يستريش هكا دجمني ماكشن قال دايا از بهوركم هكا مروا مجال قبرن برين جماعة لعبي بيبكم.
So my biggest fear is because our biggest enemy is in Shingal, and those enemy might place with our massive graves.
هون همو مثلا تشتك بيتك كرش هناك هكا حقوق الإنسان دولتك هاي ومثلا الأمم المتحدة وان هاي يعني تشتكي واضحة دليلك إثبات إيروتك بكرنش يزيدي بس.
And everyone know as a human rights in US and everything, if there is an evidence to do something for Yezidi because it shows we have evidence something for us, that's enough.
أمان بيت وفراندن.
So to provide safety.
حماية الدولي بيت تشكر حكومتك موحد ما ببنتلي. And
also to make an international security, so to just live safely.
تقطع ما يدينا تقطع ما حتى بجنار المنع تقطع ما حتى مسامنا يبقر.
So because we don't trust anyone else, we don't trust our neighbors, and even sometimes we don't trust ourselves to come back to Shinga.
أو جنار المن هدو هم مسؤولين أو هم مديرين أو هم يعني شنقالة مكلين.
So our neighbors who did that is right now they are representing every area in Shinga. So they are running Shinga.
مدري إدارة كاتي شنقالة بيتا أشيكن.
So we want an administration to make an administration by Shinga people.
شنقال خبري بابا.
So Shinga can run in their own self.
لأنه ما دكتور هنا ما مدرس هنا ما حتى وزير ما هي ما every رئاسة تيجي هنا.
So we have every type of education level. So we have doctor, teachers, everything. So we can help ourselves and run Shingal as a Yezidi people.
أزل بهورية ده ما حكنوها مثلا حكومتك تشتكي قوي بالشنغالي ده باش إسرائيل قوي تبالي إنه خبرانها قال خبري.
I believe on that if there was a support from the government supporting Shingal, that Shingal will be much more stronger than Israel because they confront themselves.
ونها مدفع بس أفعال بالمدفع أفعالها بلينو أمزانها كأمريكا وأمم المتحدة وأف جهد أف دولة إدعد ما فانتش تاك كارن بتشتي هبوا فريني.
So we just don't that like just talking. We need action because US and everything. We just don't not want people to come and talk. We need action from those people.
وأم بتشتي بشكلك إنساني أم بتشتي مثلا الطالبين اللي إنه حقها يا أمجي مواطنة عراقنا أمجي إنسان أمجي نوع فرقة من فرقات فرقة مسيحية يزيدية بسلمانة أز إنسانة كمود إنساني.
We are asking this in a human way. What's the difference between a Yazidi, Christian, Muslim? We are just as a Iraqi citizen.
ما أسكت شنقالة إن اختصاب كرن وزارة شنقالة إن قرتن ودينا سرجي كرن مشكلة.
Why girl Shinga is being raped and also the children is being slaughtered.
هذا كان مثلا ولد أوروبي اللي كتروني حقوق الإنسان مثلا هذا كان جوي جينوسايد طبقين.
Until when all the international country when they are meeting when they will decide this as a genocide for Yezidi people.
وتشتكي ديجي مد أزبيجم لجناك بيتا تشكيل كرن.
And also another thing is that I want to happen is from a community to make like a community, not community, committee.
لأنه هاتانها أفسدا زارلكين ما الداخل محافظان ينواد الحاور دور المحافظان ينواد يسيرين.
So because we know more than 100 of our children in Nainawa or around Nainawa, they are still there.
وأمزان أخبارش مرتين جهة كما تعرف كده يزيدي هاينا حتى ناهل الفحص DNA جي بتشيك.
We know those are Yazidi children and they are not letting us to do the DNA test.
أو بشكلك وكمثلا معزز مكرمة قرين الموسل أو الكامبال ما ماذا ما هاوي دورا موسل يعني همود قرين وكما تشتغنب ويجوا يصيرين مال السيوان دينا.
So the people who done this to Yazidi community, they are just walking and living safely, moving safely in the area, normally like nothing happened, or they didn't do anything to Yazidi community. But like Yazidi still living in the camps.
وأز بين مثلا نادية مراد هون هم زانن هكا تشتغل نبيد نادية مراد دليل إزدياد يعني دليل كي إثبات دينينا هكا شو نادية مراد بحورنا.
I know that everyone knows if there is other evidence, Nadia Murad is the big evidence for Yazidi and to show what happened to Yazidi community.
بس هذا إذا كان نادية مراد نها هاي نوع عائلة دوان هكا كتك مثلا نما يلي أو ندي.
There are hundreds like Nadia Murad that no one from the family left in Yazidi community.
حتى في حد بالهم بس هكا تشتك بيتك كرنه هن الدلائل بقرين دلائل هوا مثلا واضحين.
I think so far that's enough. That if you are looking for evidence, that all the evidence are very clear.
السران سريع عالمي هموكي وباحثين هانا باما وتشتيد دولة أمريكي وأوروبي هموها باما وتشتيد.
So around the world, people came from US and everywhere, and they have witnessed everything that happened.
وما تشتكي ديجي هكا مثلا سفاغاريان وكأمان أو تشيبو أو منظمات الإنساني بين تشتكي مثلا دعمك شنالي ربكن يعني 75% نسبة أنا طالجي تشغلني بكن.
If Shingal go back to Shingal, so we would like those NGO to something for Shingal people, like 75% of them are unemployed.
أنا مشاريع أو جيرة بين تشيكرن بين تخصيص كرن خاصة الشنغال اللي قبلته شمال.
To provide project for Shingal, like the north and the south in Shingal.
وحماية بان قابل جماعي يجي بيتكرنش آلية كيبا دعم هنا بيتكرن كارن وكحراسة تكيل.
And also to protect those massive, like some people came as a guardian those massive graves to protect those massive graves from. Yeah. Thank you very much and thanks.
أزا ممنونم إيش مؤسسة يزيدي الحرة هكايرو أف درفت داينما أفرصة داينما مقارب نضيفنا رسالة قبوسلين.
Thank you very much to Free Yezidi Foundation give us a chance to send our message to the world.
وأتمنى دنجم بولي بشكل جدي.
I hope they can hear me in a serious way.
لأنه ما قلق جارة دنجي خامك بلا كريم وزعان دل عالمي حتى ما تشتغنهاتك بلا خص ملفي ناجياتا.
We had did that many times, talked many times to all the world about this, especially about the survivor case.
خوان از گلک سپاسیاتت که ساعت تا خوش اجماع حمية گلک مهم يعني ملت ما بكارت يعني دنگ خو بجهينتا درو دنياي. For us all, it is very important that our people on the ground have a chance to get their voice heard. And so for us, it's very important that today this young woman is able to get her voice out to the world, and for all of you to understand that 6 years of being an internally displaced person in Iraq, living in tents, some people don't have food or water. A lot of things have been discussed today, and it is very important that we all listen to people like her. ممنونة تما هذا تشي تالية بفيد بقيني داي نهو بيجا.
ممنون أزبنا بخونا بهر إنسان يكيش مخيماته وتشي خارج مخيماته از ممنونة وي مكو أفرصة دائما بالي بتشتهي هكا مقوتي هكا بيتا مثلا تدبيق كرين أف بس
my name and every person in the IDP camp. We are thankful to you to give us a chance to talk and also to send our message. So I think the things that I have told, if they put it on action, that's enough.
For the viewers who just recently joined, today is the 6-year commemoration of the Yezidi Genocide. I want to welcome everyone who is watching right now. We have a session we're doing Voices from the Field. Obviously, we at the Free Yezidi Foundation always try to raise the plight. It is very, very important for the viewers today and everyone around the world to hear from our community themselves, to hear the voices from the field, to hear those who are raised. So today you'll have an opportunity to hear live from Yazidis who are living in internally displaced camps, who are living in tents, and the needs and the future they see. Brian, سپاس تو هاکیا باما تذكري أختنا أخوة داي بلا بكينه.
نابم هذه السعودية زيش جندي ورديب شنقال بلا أزكي جدك سير رجاز وجندي فهموا بلا كنا السلاح عشته.
My name is Hadi Sado from Wardia village. I was one of those Yezidi family who stayed 3 days with the family. So we were in the captivity for 3 days.
أنا بعمو بلا ما عندك ميردان عليك يجتانا عليك خاتتان بون الوردية بكن وكا جندي.
So they came to us and they divided us, they put a man aside, and they decided a planet as like that they will make Wardia as Kojo.
بس إنه خلالها خطة خبطة بقين وكجودي شرط يقول داخل الشتغال ده معناته ندي واتت هكا إنه داعش هكا البرمة توقع عندي بيبتشون.
So at the time they were on the way to run their plan, there was other fighting happening inside Shenga, so they need support from their soldiers. So they do. So the ISIS there, they back there to fight that place where they're playing there.
هذه مرة عندي ما تشتغل كني جابوا بالآخر لا شاشلهم يجابوا بجتا كدي بكارية من.
So we were lucky that Dia was near to the mountain, so like it was just far away, about 7 kilometers. So when they came able to run to the mountain.
تشتي شيء وكقول واضح بود خلال زمان إنه التكنولوجيا وتشتغلنا فاكرين بجد تشتي واضح بود خلك همو جاني تشبويا مديا بعدها أسباب إنه حلول ممكن.
So it was very clear because there was social media and everything was very clear. People saw all that.
تشتي إنه كان نظرا إنه تشتي شيء نبت ني نست فبود تشتكي مخطط وكذي خطوة شغلي وأنا كذا.
From my point of what happened, it not just something happened in sudden. It was already planned.
وكقولتي أما اختيار كرين وتشتي بسري ما بيتكرين إنه ضجك على 100 شيء كرين برين جينوان ربط كده خلالها مقاطع خدنا شاد.
Why they choose us? So they making videos and to put horror in people's heart.
هدفها تنظيم عشان كقولتي برين جينو ربك يبغى العالم إنه بري أسهل هجوم بقني بساقتي نوسا قال هاد يعني قال ساقتي خلالها سعدنا وبرين جيموس.
The goals of ISIS was like this, just to put horror in people's heart. So to show so that happened to Shingal people because they already did that also.
صراحة كوكبتي الصراحة طيب منه ما أزدي من شيء مخطط ودولي كوكبتي نما صدفة جينار المهجومة تشتكي مخطط بجوية كم أمر قدام هناك.
So honestly, that because the things happened, it was planned, and everyone know that was planned. So it is.
إنه تشتكي مقولتي إنه ما دام يديني بتشتكي وقولتي مخطط بو ما أمر فقدان لأنه حتى المساعدة ما بقي اليوم تشتكي بوي تخطيتك دولي.
So because the things that happened, it was planned internationally, and I had lost that hope that they will do something.
أزين كده نجي نرد ما هكجوم دائما ونحتى بسوريا هاتين وبيت أفغانستان هاتين قوتها بنا خطط العسكرية والسياسية
And I'm sure the people who Afghanistan and Syria, they didn't have that support and they didn't have that time to do that alone.
إذن لازم نجانب أبونا ضحية مخططة كدولي.
So first, the things that we have to know that we became as a victim of a plan that had been planned by international.
تشتي إنه شيء بلاو ما ديتي إنه مادامي إنه هو المهات وبو دي طريقة زكاري مادامي إنه كهبالجي بري تقريبا إنسانية تشتري لازم إنه تقريبا خبا حمينيات قواتك أو هبي يعني السياسة هبي معربية كي بقى عندنا.
So the things that happened to us, and we can say it in a two ways, as the previous person said that humanity is just a fake word. So you have to do something to show humanity, not just to say humanity.
مادامي إنه ما كمثلا ما يزيد أو يأتي المجتمع ده قوة جنينة المدافعة خبك حتى كان هو يعني تأقل توقع جنينة البامة إنه.
If you as a Yazidi and as a minority community, you don't have a support to defend yourself, and you don't have that power to defend yourself.
إذن لازم إنه بحال ما تقوى أجنبي إنك سياسة بتستعمليني حتى إنه كذا إنكش أرضي خدها تشتقدر داير كاربي بمساعدة تبقى بحماية بكم مقابل تشتكي قبلنا مساعدة.
So if you don't have that power to defend yourself, so you have to go to it in a political way. So you have to say something as a land or something to be able to defend.
تشتي إنه حلول هكا بينك تشتي إنه بري بسالك إنه خلكنا خلالها في فترة بدقر يشنقالي تشتي مدبين إنه بري بسالك كتقول بقى خلكش قال إنه عودك غير مشروع بلا تبري أفتشنا بلا إنه ما يشنتش حمودة عليكي أمي بدقرينا مال.
The other things that the other solution is that for people that are right now coming to Shingle but not coming here again, just go to Shingle.
تمام. تشتيها كأنه إزاي بشتي يسأل ديتي وتشتكي جيرة شيء نبوي يعني عودك غير مشروع عالمي بدقري ماله على الأقل إنه مدارس تشفين أبسط خدمات حياتي بس.
So after 6 years living in IDP camps and nothing happened to them, so they have to back their home. But the basic things are not provided as a school.
وكنتي حسب وجهة نظرها من واقعي في بمازنة البا إنه بيجم لازمتهم بين عدم كمون نزاع شيء أز بين ما كنتي تشتكي على الأقل خدم مراكب الناس كاربن بعيش.
So I'm just talking from my view, not saying that to kill the ISIS who are in prisons, but just to provide as wins.
يعني أم فقري بشتي يفهموا في ماذا هاتي وش على البداية أم فقرين وكبري بيت تشتغل وأزبين مكانين مثلا إيه كيفيان عدالتك السماوي بيت الطبقان أزبين بتشتغل.
So coming back, being here 6 years for me, it's just saying nothing changed. If it's just a miracle happened and change that.
يعني وكما قلت إنه تشتي شبه يعني كقضاء شنقالوا وكأي قضايا دي العراق ده إدارة بقى قواتنا للحماية ويبقى أدي إنه احتمال شبه نبيتر.
So the other Shingle asked other government to have their own administration and to have their own defense.
حاجة يزيدها حبونا بهزارة بلا هتانو كده حقوقها كنا شهداء حسابونا وكنا تشتك.
So we see that Yazidi victims become without any justice. There are thousands of victims, but there is no justice.
إذن وكم قلت إنه أنا بقابل أمكارب سياستي كمثلا بستعمل حتى كس جايش قال بدنا جهة كي مقابل حماية عم بيتر مثلا.
So we said like if we use a bit of politics as if I give Shingle mountain just to be able to help the people, or to defend the people who are living there. So we cannot do more, and nothing is doing for us.
يعني لازم بواقع بنا اشخاص ندعينا وجهتك ضعيفه لازم تكاري بالقبع عايشيني
to be real that we as a weak point able to help yourself to live.
وكايروكا بري بشس على ذكرتي بوي غيرك شينوي احتمال ان نبهت كجينوسايد طبعا هذا الموضوع كيدريجه
وقانين like today that 6 years ago, and it's the anniversary of this year, that to go to have genocide, those are a very long discussions.
تشتي مطلوب امكار بانه على الاقل خبيك بيقولوا مستقبلا مالنك قلتي لوبينا وان شكلها شقق حقوقي بحث.
So the other thing is that to be together, to have to do our own future together.
يعني موضوع احتمال ادري يجي بس برجماعات يجي بس عرفتي وجهه نظر منها اهداف المازن دائما.
So it might talk long because I want to give a chance to other colleagues to talk. So because those sessions are very long, or two subjects are very long to talk about it. Thank you very much.
Awesome. For those who have come online to watch this, thank you all for watching today. We are commemorating the 6th year of the Yezidi Genocide. It's been 6 years since many of you had been
the first row.
That possibly a genocide going on Sinjar. Those were our people. Those were the Yazidis towards the mountain, because the Islamic State, also known as ISIS or as Daesh, they were coming to commit horrendous crimes, unbelievable crimes you never imagined can occur, can happen. Those people were walking towards the mountain, no food, no water, girls were enslaved, men were murdered, young children brainwashed, and today we are hearing the voices of the field. Yazidis who are living in IDP camps, in tents, in Iraq. تبخيراتي دي تذكري دست أحسن خبركي.
خيراتنا وصاتنا بدري سيدي شروح حديمة خلقاشن غاليما العزيز.
So my name is Seve Sharo Haji from Shingal from Tel Azir. So today we are here to make the world to hear us. So we want them to do something for us. It's been 6 years living under those tent. We've just been burned by the sun heat. More than 2,000 of our mothers, sisters, children, brothers still in the captivity, and we are not seeing anything or nothing. They didn't do anything for them yet. So they are telling us to go back to Shingal. So if we back to Shingal, there is no safety, there is no genocide. So we are not backing there until those things happen. Genocide and international security. What's the benefit to go back there if there is nothing like this there? So we would like from them some things for us, not just those that are ears and not hearing us. So we want them to do something for us. So the things that happen to this community, it's not a small things, a very big things that happen.
السي هشت 2004 أفرماري مراكرين وإبادة شكرين سلبي ملتي يزيدي
3 August 2014, they did that to Yezidi community and they genocided them.
تسرب بالبان شادرا دا أفسدا دا كد وكم حالة نفسية البات شيبون وزارو كدوان حالة نفسية البات شيبون ونبون رجبون هوا كدين ونخشا
So
كدين.
living in those under those for 6 years, a lot of mothers like me and their children had had mental health problems. So they had trauma because they had witnessed what happened to them.
متخوازن دنگه ما بهذه النهاية بريد قوتن قوت نزولة جوان نزانن نو كمبيوتر هاينا وإشكال تشتغلنا دنگه ما بهذه النهاية هم بس الدنيا كارا وهي قربشتا خما بقينا.
So we want the world to hear us. Before they said they can't hear you because there was no social media and nothing like that. Right now we have everything, laptop, everything, so people can hear that and see us. So we would like them to help us, to do something for us.
دولة أجنما كدنجة ما نجهايته كقطع ما جنهاته قوتن أبان يخسيها أبان مفقودة وأبان شهيدة تنهم تشتكي جبان مفقودة وبان يصير نزان.
There isn't missing things that missing country or in the world that they didn't hear about our story, about what happened to Yezidi community, everything, and they had already heard about the missing one, the one who are still in the captivity.
أزنتك معنا مجمرة شبكن أزوت البيتكم هكا جونيساي ذاكن وجمرة حماية دوليات شبكن هكا أم بغاريان أم كاربن أم مالي خدا المركز زاروكان شوارا شغلك يبتن ذا كده تشد.
I'm not asking for them to come and build a home. What I'm asking is that to do an international security and also to do the genocide. So when I'm back to my home, to feel safe and my children can work safely and to be able to work safely.
أفشر سالة دين بتاريخ خاصي هشت هزار ديل منود بي ديم أو روجا شما سببك منينة وتشتكش مرة ناكر دلي ما خوش ببي متخوازن دولة تشتكش مرة بكن حماية دولية كجنساي.
That anniversary is repeating for us. It's like the same day. Why it's like that? Because nothing had happened or done for us. No genocide, nothing. So that's why we are feeling the same day as it is the day that happened.
سالة أقلب هتانا كيف حي بدن بانيالون كذا نعرف سالات إنسانة بدن بانيالون كذا شاوتين رزيلون بهدلين حالة نفسية الباشيون.
I think that even the animals cannot live under those nylon tents for 6 years, but people are living under it and imagining a lot of problems like trauma problem, mental health problem, a lot of problems.
أم هاجنا بيدري هكا نخب دينا دولة أو دنياي هكا تشتكيش مرة بكن أم هي فيتكن تشتكيش مرة بكن هكا مقاربين الوطن هكا بعيشن.
So we are here to make the world to hear us, to be able to live in our own country safely.
هلا ما أقولها أم الدولة تأخذها أم هاجر بن.
Is it possible that we are living in our country as a refugee?
زي ده هزاي الدولة تأخذها المنطقة خذها يخسيرها إبادة تشتكي بجين زاني.
More than 2,000 people are still missing and in their own country and as a missing one, still in the captivity. We don't know anything about them.
وأس سباسيا وتم هكا بدري هذا يقول هكا بدنجي خبجينا دنيا بدنجي خبجينا دولتا وأم كاربن ببين ومدي بيجاما أبحق بمدي بيجاما بجاه دنيا.
So thank you very much for letting us or giving us a chance to, and also to send our message to the world so they can hear us and they can hear our message. And we would like them to do something about that.
आवाज डाके दंगे तगेली कलग ममनून
कल अजी स्पासिया वतुम कलग ममनून.
For all the viewers who are watching right now, I want to thank you for spreading the voice of the Yezidi people, because you're watching, you're sharing, you're liking. We are currently doing a panel called Voices from the Field. You will hear lots from the Yezidi community that suffered a genocide, from the people who are still living after 6 years in internally displaced people camps. Brahman? Yes,
دست خوشی کاری وترم نبیم سالم عاش خلقی کندی وردیم جنوبی شنگال.
So first of all, thank you very much for giving us a chance. My name is Salem from Wardiya, from Shingal.
از دین قدیا ازدیا شپیوا مو آواک بریم هاتی گوتنو آواک باش سالا لب ساروجه تی تگوتنو وقت تگوتن
I see that Yezidi case of people, previous people talk about it and see that it's just the same thing that we are talking about again and again.
وهذا متأكد بيبان كويت تگوتن مستقبلا شيش ويش مسترا.
So and I'm sure that what we are talking about now in the future it will be bigger than this.
لأن ازدي إرادة ازدياجي إيش قد يبخشي مسترا بين لو ما حقاستش تينا سري.
Because we see that Yezidi resistance is more than what is happening to them. So what they said in the previous that all the world, it's just they put their ears as a close, they are not hearing. I remember in the first anniversary of genocide, we were asked for a big thing. For example, international security and genocide. So right now we are between the way between Shingal and Sahela. So from where we are now, we're so that is an evidence that no one is doing something the Yezidi community.
يعني وكبشي مصلحة وانا اللي يزديان العالية شنقال اللي حبابري هر الدنيا كي دولة تعود ما برسيارة شنقال.
I believe if they find the Shingal useful, first international country they will come to Shingal.
أم شاندي بيشم حركة براستي قد يزديا.
However we say it's not enough.
قد يزديا مزنترين قد يسر.
So Yezidi case is the biggest case in the world.
العصر الحديث ده تشتكي وسنوية ونعيش.
So in the 21st century, nothing like this happened and will not happen.
هكا شيء وشيء تشجع كده احتمال السريع إزديا بيش برهكم يزدي.
If these things happen again, will happen to Yezidi. Why? Because we are Yezidi.
ما هناك وكبيجي متشني بسيط محلي ندي أو شيء توفير كل.
So right now we are just asking for a very some basic things. First, to make Shingal's village and community safe. Health sector. And also to provide mental and psychosocial support. And also provide education services. When they are doing these things to Yezidi people or to Shingal people will be able to live their life in Shingal by providing those things. The things that we are talking about it now is a duty on everyone, on the government, in Iraq, in everywhere. So it's on everyone as a duty to do it. So if you are, it's a place for a human to live in, so they have to do that for the human to be able to live in. So if they are not providing those things in Shingal, so Shingal is a place for someone to live, like not a human to live in.
كاربي تشتكي بقدمينه إيش إنسانيتي را نبس كلمة بتنير.
So our hope of the people who know about Yazidi case to do something for Yazidi action, not just talk about it.
أبسط شخص من إزديادة كاربي أبغوتني تكبرين هو هادينا قلت كتينا قلت نش كاربي شيء.
A very simple person in Yazidi community can do those things that we talked about it and had been talked about it before.
أمين برسالة كمراحة كي كنا بيجن تشجع نقارن بين نفس أبان ترباتا.
So if just came and asking a teenager a question, what do you want for Shingal? He will tell you the same things that I said.
شنقال بشنقال يا أبايا.
So Shingal is alive with their people.
وشنقال يجي بشنقال أبايا.
And the same things after their people live if Shingal is alive. So our two parts, they will never separate it. And our hope is not to separate it there and also to provide those services. So here we will talk about a very important point. So our mass graves to say that it's a black point or spot on the face of every governor or our survivors. I think that the government, those 2 points, just put it aside. They are just kind of not care about those 2 points. And I don't see that they will be encouraged by my words. They will do something for those 2 points. We will say, and I will say that we will repeat these things and each anniversary.
شنقالي كان إدارة خبكن بس دورك وكبيجي مهم بدي شنقالي كارم شنقال عباد كم فجي عباد.
Shingal people can run their own self if they have power in their hand. We are not in that position. We are not in that position to fight others or make others compromise.
بس كبيجي متقافو اعتماد خوا بيجنس أمي زانب شلو بكن.
But we will put our trust and belief on ourselves to how to do it, how to run it.
دوباره دستخوشی کاری بود.
So again, thank you for your work.
سپاس برایم دەگەیشت. We are currently doing voices from the field, hearing from Yazidis who are currently displaced in IDP camps. Hewan, did everyone had a chance to tell what's on their mind? Did everyone have a chance to tell what's on their mind?
Yeah. So now I would like to thank all our great speakers. Thank you all for your time and sharing your story. I hope after listening to you, there will be something happening after this. And also, I would like to thank all those people who were listening to stories. Thank you all. And Perry, you can maybe if you're close the session. Thank you.
So, thank you, Hewan. You will stay on because we are now waiting for the next panelists to arrive. In 9 minutes, we will start the next panel. Hewan, you will host this panel. The panel is genocide and recovery, if I'm correct. Yes.
Yeah.
So we are still waiting for a couple of speakers to join us. So while we are waiting, maybe Hewan, you and I can have a back and forth about what exactly happened on August 3rd and why we are doing this Facebook Live, especially for those people who have just now joined us. One thing before we start, that anyone who wants to see the live as a panel view. On Facebook, you can see all the panels, but it is in Arabic translation, simultaneous translation. If you are watching the English version on YouTube or on Twitter, but you want to see more speakers at the same time, instead of just seeing one speaker when they're speaking, you could go to our Facebook page, mute the Arabic, but have the volume on your YouTube or on Twitter live stream, so you can watch on Facebook all the panelists and you can hear from your Twitter or YouTube stream. So that's just for people who like to see all the panelists, because as we go on during the day, we will have 4, 5, 6, 7 panelists, and we have 7 panels. So you might be interested in seeing more. That aside, welcome to those people who have just joined us. We are doing the 6th-year commemoration of the Yezidi Genocide. As many of you remember, especially our supporters who have been supporting us for the last 6 years. On the 3rd of August in 2014, the Islamic State, also known as ISIS, came to destroy the Yazidi community, an ethnic religious minority living in the north of Iraq. Mass murders were committed, of Yazidi women and girls, kidnapping of young boys and brainwashing them to become suicide bombers. Today, we are marking exactly 6 years. Many questions arise when we talk about this. Right, Ewan, I mean, you are working every day in the camp. What questions do you hear from the Yazidi community? What are they asking for? I know security. Maybe you can talk a little bit about the questions that they're asking you. You are on mute.
So yeah, so what every individual Yazidis, when they want and see a person who they feel this person is in a position, what they require from them is that what everyone in the Yazidi community is requiring, and every day, not only in the commemoration of the 6 years of the genocide, because as we see, nothing happened and the file is completely closed. So what we hear from people is that safety and security for Yazidis in general, because we have the problem of many problems are coming, but there's a root that needs to be fixed. So we are in this country, Yazidis will ask, we need a safety and security, and we need a vision of the genocide, and those ISIS members or those people who participated, our neighbors who appointed us for ISIS to be held accountable for the crimes that they have committed against the Yazidi community. So all of this we see, this question are arising among the Yazidi community, but there's no, it's a question, a big question, but there's no answer, and there's no, when you say it, but there's no one can they are hearing you, but there is no action are taking, as previously all of the speakers have mentioned, those who were in IDP camps. So this is these questions are raised by everyone, and if we talk about genocide to be recognized, to held accountable, because as we said again, because this happened to us because we are Yazidis, and again our Yazidi women and men and children who are in captivity, again we are asking for this, and to form groups or committees, we are requiring them from the government. They can do something like this, but again, because we are Yazidis, we're gonna be just as if yeah. So these are all the questions being asked from all the Yazidi individuals. So there's no answers, and the root which needs to be fixed, that we have to be accepted in our country as Yazidis. If my prayer is different, or if I don't have a religious book, I have to be killed, or based on that, then I think this needs a solution, a solution from root. If I'm talking about Yazidi job opportunities, if we are talking about different various issues that all goes back to the root, because you have not accepted, because I'm telling you Yazidis are requiring and demanding why there's no justice, why are these genocides not recognizing, because again we are in our own country, that because this happened to us and all we're seeing all these crimes that committed, and because of who we are, all they close their eyes and telling us, okay, this happened, it was something unfortunate, just close the page and move on. But we don't know how long we have to move on and just say, okay, this happened unfortunately, let's move on just. But it is continuous, and it's 74 times, and the fear is still inside the Yazidi. This is one of the biggest things, this big fear that because nothing happened, it's gonna continue.
Yeah, I think it's very good to know for the people who are watching and also those who just joined us. Obviously, genocide just doesn't just happen like that. There are root causes that create an easy way for genocide to happen. We will hear today from different panelists about justice and accountability. A few for the Yazidi community in Iraq and outside of Iraq. We will hear just in a few minutes. We will hear the panel genocide and recovery. How can you prevent the genocide? How can you ensure that after genocide happens, we're unable to protect civilians, to prevent a genocide from happening? What do you do afterwards as governments, as citizens around the world in Iraq? What needs to happen for genocide survivors to be able to live their life again, pick up the shattered pieces that are laying everywhere? My community has been impacted by this genocide very, very much. And I know that a lot of our supporters do that very well. And as he's pointed out a couple of things today, one of the main reasons why Yazidis are not returning to Sinjar, and we're talking about over around 300,000 Yazidis that are still, they are not going back because they have concerns regarding the safety and security. And I think that is priority number one that needs to be fixed. How are we going to ensure that Yazidis are able to go back and live in Iraq again? Ladies and gentlemen, in 1 minute, we are going to start next panel, genocide and recovery. Let me just see. I have two panelists waiting in the waiting room. I'm just going to wait a little bit longer to get the rest. Or no, maybe I can just let them join the conversation and a little bit of a back and forth while the others join us. And please, if at any moment there are technical issues, you're unable to view anything or you can't hear, please let us know, because our tech team is trying to work on everything. So give me 1 second. Okay, I think we have everyone in the waiting room. I was unable to see that. Okay, so I'm admitting people for the next panel, genocide and recovery. Okay. I am currently admitting everyone to the panel. Thank you for everyone for joining us. A couple of people are on mute. If you're going to start and speak, please make sure to unmute yourself. Naomi and Hirwan, I will give the floor to both of you. Good luck on everything. And the people, Naomi, thank you very much for being here.
Thank you, everyone. And Hirwan, I think it'd be best if you started. Thank you. Forward to a good conversation. Happy morning or day to wherever you are.
So now we are on our genocide and recovery panel. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you to the international community and the Yazidi community for joining us today on this virtual event. As you all know, years ago, ISIS member entered Sinjar and began a campaign of destruction and terror against the Yazidi community in Sinjar in Iraq. The crimes they have committed against the Yazidi community damaged our people in many ways. Means Yazidis now have to work very hard to recover individually, as families, as a community. We require a great support from the international community in this time of need. That included what we lack in safety and security, homes, trauma treatment for genocide survivors, and job opportunities for the Yazidis to rebuild their life again. We have hundreds of Yazidis are still living in IDP camps 6 years after the attack. Although we know that, although Daesh is military defeated, but the threat of extremism and terrorism is not gone. Today, we hear the right of international speakers to talk about what happened to Yazidis 6 years ago. Also, what must be done to help our people recover, and some ideas about preventing this from ever happening again. The first opening statement is the video statement from Ms. Karen Smith. Karen Smith, advisor to the United Nations Secretary General on the responsibility to protect. We will now play that video statement.
Hey, why don't you turn to perhaps SRSG Patton as we try to sort out the technical difficulty?
Do you want me to try to start that again and my sound on?
If you're able to so that we could hear it, then let's try that.
1 second. Yes, now you will hear it.
Wonderful, thank you. Yes. Yes, perfect.
And solidarity with all the victims, their relatives and friends who endured the terrible crimes committed by Daesh with its brutal and exclusionary ideology. In August of 2014, the call from those who feared what was imminent was loud and clear, but the response was muted. This was a resonant failure of our collective responsibility to protect populations from the most terrible crimes. At the time, Ali Gadadi Yang, the Special Advisor to the United Nations Secretary General on the Prevention of Genocide, and my predecessor, Jennifer Welsh, stated publicly that attacks by Daesh constituted grave violations of human rights and international humanitarian law that may amount to war crimes and crimes against humanity. They alluded to reports of acts committed by Daesh that may point to the risk of genocide. Other colleagues in the UN system joined in the call to prevent the violations and to deliver justice for those that had likely been committed. At the time, through these and other calls, indications that genocide and crimes against humanity were committed by Daesh were heard throughout the world. We learned that women and girls were being abducted, that sexual violence was used as a tool and intimidation, that religious sites and cultural symbols were destroyed, that innocent and vulnerable people, entire families, boys and girls, were fleeing their villages to find safety on top of Mount Sinjar, waiting for a rescue that did not arrive. Cruelty and death descended upon an entire people because of their beliefs. 6 years later, justice remains elusive. The crime of genocide does not exist in Iraq's penal code, and Iraq has not ratified the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court. Iraq's legal framework, therefore, cannot fully investigate and prosecute allegations of the crime of genocide or crimes against humanity. The call of the voiceless today is a call for justice for what happened. While court adjudication is not possible in Iraq, steps are being taken to find, document, and preserve evidence. Without achieving justice, there is little hope that the Yazidis can feel secure from new threats, if and when they. Our collective responsibility to protect populations requires us not only to address the crimes of the past, but also to build a future in which there's no space for them. Justice is essential in building such a future. Moving forward together, however, requires more accountability. The most important components of recovery, peace, and safety require reknitting the social fabric of the country, from the highest levels in the government buildings in Baghdad or Erbil, to the smallest villages in Sinjar and Nineveh, where communities reside, neighbors go on day after day with their lives. This is in the hands of each and every one of Iraq's citizens. It has to come from the bottom up. It requires the involvement of everyone. This will not be done in one day, in the same way that risks for the most vulnerable populations did not emerge overnight. We know that many of the challenges for the Yazidi and other communities in Iraq did not start with the emergence of Daesh, nor ended once this group was militarily defeated. The Yazidis still feel vulnerable. Not enough is being done to protect not just their religious and cultural heritage, but their very physical integrity. Preventing further human rights, including atrocity crimes, requires addressing grievances. Iraq must work to build and strengthen an inclusive society where diversity is not perceived as a flaw, but as an asset, and where all communities feel safe, and where all calls of concern are heard and acted upon. This is the basis for the prevention of future atrocity crimes. As is the case for all states in the world, this is a responsibility that Iraq adopted in 2005. All states also endorsed their responsibility to support each other in protecting their populations. Dear participants, the failure to protect is simply too unbearable, too high. It speaks directly to each nation and to each individual through the terrorized eyes of those who we honor today and those who are no longer with us. Let memory redouble our commitment for a world in which there's justice for the crimes they suffered, and where the terrible legacy of such crimes prompts each and every one of us, and all of us together, to take action to prevent any further occurrence. Thank you very much.
Naomi and Hirwan, back to you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ms. Paramela Atin, the Special Representative of the United Nations Secretary General on Sexual Violence in Conflict. Ms. Atin and her office have been vocal in support, including visits to Yazidi survivors of sexual violence in Iraq and Germany. Ms. Patton, the floor is yours.
Thank you. 6 years ago, Sinjar was the scene of tragedy. A genocidal campaign of killings, rape, enslavement, and abductions, which triggered a massive displacement of civilians. We all recall how, within days of the attack, reports emerged of Daesh committing unimaginable atrocities against the Yezidi community, of men being killed or forced to convert, of women and young girls sold at markets and held in sexual slavery by Daesh fighters, and of boys ripped from their families, forced into Daesh training camps. For the women and girls, a different horror awaited. Captured Yazidi women and girls were deemed to be the property of Daesh, openly termed sabaya or slaves, and sold, traded fighters, or forcibly married. Daesh fighters held slave auctions both in markets and out, circulating photos of captured Yazidi women and girls with details of their age, marital status, location, and price. Yazidi women and girls were subjected to the most brutal sexual violence. I'm grateful to Free Yazidi Foundation for the invitation to this panel to commemorate this dark moment in Iraq's history. The extreme brutality waged by Daesh against the Yazidi community, especially its women and girls, must never be forgotten. Today, we remember those thousands of Yazidi women, men, and children who lost their lives, those who are still missing, and those whose lives have been devastated by Daesh. It is also the occasion to salute the courage and resilience of all those who face these atrocities with bravery. As we look at our discussion on the story, the voices of Yazidi people, especially its women, cannot be muted. The primary way to ensure the recovery of the Yazidi people is through their full participation in Iraqi society at all levels. I would like to recall in 2016, the government of Iraq signed a joint with the United Nations in which it pledged full accountability for sexual violence crimes, as well as the provision of services, livelihood support, and reparations for all survivors, including children born of rape. All the pledge was made between the United Nations and the government of Iraq. That communique can and must also be used by Iraqi victims and civil society to advocate for its full implementation, including budgetary and reconstruction resources to be devoted to their recovery. In addition, since the signing of the joint communique, the Security Council has enacted two important resolutions that directly bear on the issue of recovery. Resolution 2331, in which the Security Council acknowledged that sexual and trafficking in persons was used by Daesh as a serious national crime. The Council noted that all survivors of sexual violence and trafficking in our conflict are legally entitled to assistance and services for physical, psychological, and social rehabilitation and reintegration. The Security Council affirmed that the full recovery of sexual violence survivors, including sexual violence committed by Daesh, is necessary for the restoration of peace and must be backed by the forces of member states and the international community. Last year in April, the Security Council adopted Resolution 2467, in which it first spelled out the importance for all member states and the United Nations to adopt a survivor-centered approach to addressing sexual violence in conflict. It stated that survivors of sexual violence must have an active role in decision-making in transitional justice, economic and political life. These resolutions of the Security Council are binding legal obligations, including in settings like Iraq. These resolutions cannot and are not intended mere words on paper. I therefore strongly urge you to use these resolutions to promote the recovery of your community. Recovery will also not be possible or sustainable without justice. Under Iraqi criminal code, Yazidi people have the legal right to file a complaint for sexual violence committed against them and seek restitutions from their perpetrators. Similarly, under Iraq's law on combating trafficking incidents, those who were trafficked and sexually exploited by Daesh have the legal right to access specialized doctors, legal services, privacy and dignity, financial assistance, and shelter, rehabilitation, work opportunity, training, and education. If these legal provisions are not being implemented, there is an urgent need for robust joint advocacy with both the government and the international community. And today, as we discuss justice processes, you need to examine whether all the laws that require Yazidi victims to assist in their recovery are actually being used to its fullest extent. For example, there is a specific reparation for victims of terrorism that Yazidi survivors must have access to. In addition, the President of Iraq has also proposed a law on reparations. The draft law still requires extensive work. It is therefore critical that the Yazidi community be fully engaged in the process of elaboration of important legislation. That is why, through the UN Action Against Sexual Violence in Conflict Network, I have funded through our partner agencies programs to aid in recovery and reparation. Reconciliation will also not be possible without robust efforts to look for the thousands of missing Yazidis and members of other Iraqi communities and reunite them with their families. The independent investigative mechanism participated in Syria announced in February to the General Assembly that the evidence it collects on international crimes will also be used where possible to help support the search for the missing in the Syria conflict. We should expect no less in Iraq. Your community too has the right to know what's happened to their family members, and the world must leave what happened to your community. Lastly, we must guarantee that these crimes never happen again. And one of the ways to do so is to amend Iraq's legislation on sex violence. It is unacceptable that under Iraqi law, it is still a defense to a charge of rape when the perpetrator marries the victim. This provision must be repealed on behalf of not only the Yazidi women and girls who suffered sexual violence, but for all Iraqi women. The reality is that much remains to be done. Yazidi women have been at the forefront of efforts to galvanize international support for the fight against Daesh. Now that Daesh has defeated, they cannot go back to the margins of society. Their courage and sacrifice must be honored for their full and equal participation in the public and political life of Iraq. This is the only way a reconciled democratic Iraq based on the rule of law can be rebuilt for the future. I would like to conclude by reaffirming my determination to work with the Yazidi community and all components of Iraqi society to support them in their path of recovery and their fight for justice and progress. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. I now invite Ambassador Stephen Rapp to make his statement. He was Ambassador at Large for War Crimes Issues at the United States Department of State. Ambassador Rapp, the floor is yours. You're mute.
Okay. It's an honor to be with all of you today for this sad commemoration of a date 6 years ago when the leadership of Daesh announced and unleashed the genocide of the Yazidi people. Daesh is defeated, but as other speakers have said, much remains undone. The initial regional and international response to Daesh was to fight it as a terrorist group, albeit a powerful one that had taken control of a large part of 2 countries, to launch military offensives to push it from its territories, target and destroy its leadership, detain those serving members who could be captured on the field, and then try them as members of a terrorist organization. I certainly thank the sacrifice of those who fought and defeated Daesh. But this is not enough for the Yazidi community that experienced 73 earlier genocidal attacks in their history and will likely face such attacks again. It's not enough for the survivors to require justice, which renders public decisions about specific crimes, the cruel and brutal killings, the depraved acts of sexual violence and enslavement, the intentional infliction of serious injury on a whole community, the individual crimes, but also the crime of crimes, genocide, the intention of which was announced to all the world. It's also not enough for the perpetrators. Counterterrorism trials allow them to present themselves as persons punished for carrying out a religious edict. Their conduct, individual conduct, needs to be shown as cruel, selfish, perverted, of a kind not ordered or condoned by any religious tradition, particularly one that emphasizes tolerance and mercy. What needs to be done? One, we need a universal recognition that this was a genocide, not the hallmarks of genocide, not an attempted genocide, not several other crimes and maybe a genocide, but a genocide, crimes like we established through judicial notice at the International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda. I know that in my own country and in my own government, it took a year and a half of debate and then finally a congressional mandate for it to be called genocide by the American government. And that recognition that's been made by parliaments and other bodies around the world is not yet universal. It needs to be such. But we also have to know that recognition under the Genocide Convention requires certain things. And as you can see it in the title to the convention, is a convention to punish and prevent the crime of genocide. Punishment is fair and complete trials. The next panel today will talk about what's being done to accomplish it. And certainly people are working very hard to that end. But far too little has been done to actually bring it about. I want to salute our colleagues in Germany, the head of their prosecution unit, Christian Richer, for bringing a genocide case in Frankfurt, for bringing other cases against the Daesh members for the specific conduct against the Yazidi people and others. But why only there? Why only there? 2,000 miles away, we have trials for genocide. The Genocide Convention was ratified by Syria, Iraq, Turkey. Indeed, the International Court of Justice has told us that it is universal law. There's strong evidence against hundreds of individuals in custody in Iraq and detention in Syria, and of many leaders or serious offenders known to be in Turkey that could convict them of genocide, that could convict them as well of crimes against humanity and war crimes. This is documentation that's been gathered by Yazidi groups, by other civil society and non-governmental organizations operating in a very professional manner. And also then finally, collated and cases built by UNITAD under the leadership of our good friend Karim Khan. That evidence is there. But what we need is trials for genocide and for the specific war crimes, crimes to humanity, and the other crimes of violence. Then, of course, we need to repair the injury and restore this community. Because if it is not, it shows that they can get away with it, that they can accomplish their goal of destroying a people, a whole community. Today, we have 200,000 Yazidis still displaced, maybe 150,000 back in the homeland, without the services, without the rebuilding, without the assistance they need to truly rebuild this community and rebuild it stronger. And particularly to provide it protection so that when this is attempted again, it can be prevented. Nothing else can be considered to be meeting the responsibility that all of us bear in the international community. And we can't say that one, with those of us, and I'm supported by Naomi and as a fellow at the Holocaust Museum, and our cause is the cause of never again. Sadly, a cause that hasn't, and a promise that's not often been kept. Let's do it this time. Let's have justice. Let's repair and restore this community and prevent genocide against the Yazidi in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. I now invite Nicolette Waldman to make her statement. Nicolette is a researcher for Amnesty International, and we had hosted her not long ago here in Khanke. Written some important reports about Yazidis, and including Yazidi children. Nicolette, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Juan. I first wanted to thank the Yezidi Foundation and my co-panel. It is a true honor to be here. My remarks today will be focused on an Amnesty International report that was released last Thursday, which is called Legacy of Terror, the Plight of Yazidi Child Survivors of ISIS. I first want to discuss how we carried out the research, and then I'll go into some of our findings. So the research for this report was carried out between January and July of this year. And in that time, we interviewed 29 Yazidi survivors taken captive by ISIS as children, 25 family members who care for those child survivors, and 69 other individuals, including staff members of NGOs, government officials, UN officials, doctors, psychologists, and psychotherapists, journalists, a representative of the Yazidi religious leader, Sheikh, and other experts. So today I will cover two groups of findings. The first focuses on challenges faced by Yazidi child survivors, and then the second covers the situation of children born as a result of sexual violence by ISIS members. So in terms of child survivors, when ISIS attacked the Yazidi community in 2014, they abducted or killed thousands of children. Since then, hundreds of these children have returned to their families in Iraq, but these homecomings haven't marked the end of their suffering. What we found is they are facing massive challenges. First, in terms of their physical health, as a result of starvation, torture, violence, and being forced to endure or participate in armed conflict, many child survivors now have long-term injuries, illnesses, or conditions. Girl survivors of sexual violence suffer unique health issues, including traumatic fistulas, scarring, and difficulty conceiving or carrying a child to term, where boys who were forced to fight for ISIS are especially likely to suffer from serious health conditions or physical disabilities, such as lost arms or legs during fighting. In terms of mental health, we found that these children are facing a mental health crisis. Almost every caregiver interviewed for this report said that the mental health of the child survivor they looked after had been affected by their time in captivity, in almost all cases severely. Of course, each child's situation is unique. The mental health experts interviewed have found some patterns. They find that the most common conditions experienced by Yazidi child survivors are post-traumatic stress, anxiety, and depression, and some of their most common symptoms are aggression, hyperactivity, flashbacks, withdrawal from social situations, recurrent nightmares, and severe mood swings. In terms of language barriers, many child survivors and families unable to speak or even understand the Kurmanji Kurdish dialect when they return, which is spoken by the majority of their families. In most cases, these children speak Arabic as their primary language because that language spoken by their ISIS captors. This loss of a common language with their family members can pose a serious obstacle in their reintegration. And finally, in terms of access to education, these child survivors face particular challenges into school. They've almost always missed one, or in most cases, several years of schooling during their captivity. Some programs have been established to integrate them into the education system by providing accelerated learning programs, but many child survivors are not registered in these programs, either because they are unaware they exist, or in most cases because these programs can only be accessed by dealing with very burdensome levels of bureaucracy. So second, in terms of children born as a result of sexual violence by ISIS members, I first wanted to go into a bit of background. As a result of ISIS's policies of systematic rape and sexual enslavement, Yazidi women gave birth to hundreds of children during their captivity. And due to religious, societal, and legal pressures, these children have so far largely been denied a place within the Yazidi community. The Yazidi community's response to this issue is mixed. While many in the community oppose accepting these children, others would be willing to accept them, especially if they were given a positive signal by the religious authorities. Still others feel a great deal of compassion and sympathy for these women and children, believe they should be supported, but given the edicts of Judaism, they cannot see a place for them within the community. Women have responded to the situation in different ways. Some have willingly separated from their children. Others have remained in IDP or refugee camps or with their ISIS captors to avoid being separated from their children. Still others have separated from their children against their will. I just wanted to say a few things about 30 women, because in the course of our research, we found that many Yazidi women have been pressured, coerced, or even deceived into leaving their children born of sexual behind. And they have also been falsely assured they could visit or reunite with them at a later stage. All of the women we interviewed who were forcibly separated from their children said they did not have access to these children or any way to receive news about them. They also said they were unable to speak with their families or their community, or just to speak publicly about their desire to unite with their children due to fears of their own safety. Every woman we interviewed who had been forcibly separated from child or children born of sexual violence pleaded for the national authorities and international community to act with urgency as they found their situations unbearable. And many of the women who we interviewed who were forcibly separated from their children had attempted to commit suicide once or multiple times. So in light of these findings, I just had 3 recommendations that I wanted to highlight. We are calling on the national authorities in Iraq and the international community first to provide substantial funding for programs and reparation schemes that address the health, psychosocial, educational, and other needs of Yazidi child survivors. We're calling on the national and international community to assist Yazidi women, children born of sexual violence, reunite with these children if that is their preference, and to prevent future separations of these children. And finally, we're calling it for the international community to prioritize and fast track for those Yazidi women with children born of sexual violence who wish to reunite or remain together for resettlement or humanitarian location in countries. Thank
Mute, Haywan. You're on mute.
Thank you everyone for your statements and your solidarity with us today. I will now turn over the floor to Naomi Kikular, Director of the Center for Genocide Prevention at the U.S. Holocaust Museum. She will be moderating some questions and answers for the panelists. Ms. Naomi, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Haywan. Very much appreciated. I'd like to say hello to everyone who is participating today and to the Yazidi community. Thank you for allowing us to join you today on what is an incredibly somber moment for you and your community. It's an honor for all of us to be able to talk to you, for those in Hanke and Sharia, turn to Sinjar, and for the hundreds of thousands who are around the world in the US, Canada, Australia, Germany, and elsewhere. We know that today is a day where hearts are pain, where you are thinking about your loved ones. There's not a single Yezidi family that has not been touched by what happened on August 3rd. And each of you know that what happened on August 3rd is part of a long history of your community being targeted over and over and over again simply because of your religious and ethnic identity. So for today's discussion, we thought that what we would do is we would talk about recovery, but talk about recovery in the context of prevention. As we've heard so much from your community, you seek the desire to be able to return home, and for help, for medical assistance, mental assistance, given incredible trauma that you've experienced, the ability of jobs, livelihood, but also very much a desire to live free from fear of future attacks. So if we think of recovery and of prevention as being core to recovery, what does that actually mean at the international level, regional, local level? With that, I wanted to start by turning to Mario, representing the Prevention of Genocide, and speaking on behalf of Karen Smith, who did the opening statement. Mario, your office in June of 2014 was the first to issue a warning of the risk of genocide. ISIS attacked Mosul and then moved very swiftly in a 3-month period across Nineveh, finally attacking Sinjar August 3rd. During that time, they drove 800,000 people from their home and essentially eliminated millennia-old communities of ethnic and religious minorities in Nineveh. The vast majority of Yazidi, Christian, Shia, Shabak, Kakai, and others who still remain displaced from. I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about what Karen mentioned around the importance of warning signs and what some of those warning signs were in the context of the unique vulnerabilities that these minority communities faced, and what the international community and local authorities do when they see warnings today, and if there are those that you are concerned of. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Naomi, and me, my word of solidarity, and the honor that it is to be part of the panel in representation of Smith. Yeah, I mean, Ms. Smith was referring basically warning signs from the perspective of her mandate on responsibility to protect. It's essential states to do something. We see the early warning signs. And in the case of the terrible event 6 years ago, warning signs were there. They were evolving quite rapidly. That's also true. There was a fair amount of confusion amongst the international community on the extent the information was evolving. But at the time, the two specialists on the prevention of genocide at Ahmadiyya and on the responsibility to protect, Ms. Jennifer Wells, decided that it was important to essentially connect the events on the ground to the crimes that we're talking about, no? Genocide, war crimes, ethnic cleansing, and crimes against humanity. In terms of the reaction, our manual answer to that, if you allow me the expression, is obviously that all states need to do whatever they can within the realm of their possibilities to do something about it. And as Keith was saying, this starts with the state of Iraq. Of course, the state itself was challenged, was under attack. So one could claim that at that moment, responsibility lay more strongly within the international community. But I think it's important now, as we're commemorating this, perhaps also referring to some of the points that the rest of the panelists have mentioned, look forward to all we can to prevent the next genocide. No? And there are a number of things that the Special Advisor on Prevention of Genocide has alluded to when he has visited the country. He's done it twice. He went in November 2015 and on March 2020. So that was on the first week of March. On both occasions, he had the opportunity of hearing directly from a number of families, relatives, victims. And it was very clear to him that there's a dimension to all of this, and panelists have alluded to the existing ongoing concerns in terms of addressing consequences of what happened 6 years ago to this day. But then there's obviously a long-term dimension of this. this. And on that, the international community and the state of Iraq have a lot to do. Ambassador Raab made a very eloquent point in favor of justice, not just for the sake of justice itself, but justice for prevention. One can claim, I think, that the Security Council of the United Nations stepped to the plate, stepped the mandate of UNITAD, which in our view is doing a very good work. Also liaising on doing outreach with the communities, which is quite central for us because we prioritize neutrality of victims. So to this day, the crime of genocide does not exist in the Penal Code of Law. Iraq has not ratified the Rome Statute of the International Court. As Ambassador was saying, there are fantastic going on in Germany. But how about Iraq? It's quite essential that the state takes that. We know that the Prime Minister presented draft legislation investigating national crimes, but that was in November last year, but that was not adopted. That's where we are at the moment. There's other pieces of legislation that could indicate that the state needs to take the protection of seriously. There's a draft legislation on Yezidi survivors. That there was at some point late last year draft legislation to Parliament on protection of the adopted. Perhaps most importantly, there's a constitutional Article 105 of the Constitution that calls for legislation to be established on the administration the administration of political, cultural, and educational rights of all minorities in the country. That has not happened. For us, taking those would be important, not just because of the outcome that could result of those states, but just for the very fact that it would demonstrate, as other communities in the country, that the state cares about them, that the state cares about their protection, that the state is committed to all it can to be a diverse state and to ensure that what happened 6 years ago does not happen again. And the state can do that by liaising, working with victims, making victims a central element of this effort. As the pattern was mentioned before. All that is quite essential. And for us, responsibility to protect means this. It also means that the international community supports the state of Iraq in these things. Again, I want to refer to the work of countries receiving a lot of international support, and including by the government of Iraq, by the way. And that demonstrates how it's committed. But we need a little more leadership, we believe, from the side of our office, all possible engagement with Iraqi authorities, leading towards those sort of outcomes would be prior.
Thank you so much, Mario, and thank you just for your very frank honesty about where the international community has stood in solidarity, but also where they have failed. I think for many who are watching this from within northern Iraq, you are now in your 6th year of living in tents, wondering whether or not you have been forgotten. And I think that what the panelists here are in their combined and our Q&A showing is that there are many people seeking to try to elevate the attention, but what we really need is continued international and the support of the government of Iraq and the Kurdish regional government to truly affect change in a way that's required. And sadly, that is not always easy to muster that coalition of sincere leadership. With that, I wanted to ask you about how you view and your office works on the prevention of sexual violence and conflict for vulnerable communities. Yezidi women, there's been considerable work that has been done to show they were at heightened risk prior to the attack, how one could see through the rhetoric of the proclaimed Islamic State that they might face unique vulnerabilities. In such situations, what can be taken to protect, and going forward, what needs to be done to prevent attacks against women and girls?
Or mute.
On the bottom left.
Yes, thank you so much for for this question, because currently, when I took office, I set three strategic priorities, and the first one being prevention through justice and accountability. Because for me, we keep saying that, and I strongly believe that sexual violence is not an inevitable byproduct of war, it's not collateral damage, it is never an accident, so it is preventable. And there are many ways to prevent it, including addressing its root causes, which is gender inequality, marginalization, poverty, structural discrimination, amongst others. And just to mention that currently I'm working on a prevention framework that will be adapted to different countries and different concepts. Because I think we need a very holistic strategy when we talk about prevention and have a framework. And I really think that we've been addressing sexual violence, the symptoms, and not the root problem itself. And we have focused a lot of attention on risk reduction, but I think there's a distinction between risk reduction and primary prevention. And for that, we really need to have this holistic approach, working with committees, working with survivors, and working with a range of stakeholders, from Minister of Equality to the Minister of Justice, but also national human rights institutions, community leaders, youth leaders, religious leaders, for example, in Iran. We have been doing this. I mean, at the United Nations, we have been focusing on prevention, but I think what we really require at this point is a proper framework, and I cannot emphasize more justice and accountability. I think we have to make it. It cannot be costly to rape, to sexually enslave women and girls, but also men and boys without any consequence. And I think what made sexual violence such a powerful tool is because of the impunity around it. And I think perpetrators know that victims do not report such crimes on account of stigma and a series of other reasons: fear of reprisal, lack of confidence in the justice system, amongst others. So it is the calculated risk that they take, and it becomes a very. We really create an environment also, and that's why my office has been dedicating a lot of attention in addressing stigma, in working with survivors, in having this survivor-centered approach, in bettering the needs, experiences, and wishes of survivors, putting survivors at the forefront, and creating this enabling environment for survivors to report. But also, as I mentioned earlier, the legal framework, and many of the panelists have actually mentioned the framework. I'm just referring to the statement made by Stephen Rapp. The legal framework is so critical, and I'm very pleased that Nicole shared with us the research, because, for example, it has been my advocacy since I took office, advocating for children born of sexual violence, that last year with resolution 2467, the first time this policy gap was recognized, and resolution 2467 recognized children born of sexual violence and their mothers have rights under the CEDAW Convention and the Convention on the Rights of the Child. And as you know, I also have to submit a report at the end of 2021 on the plight and rights of those children born of sexual violence. And Iraq will be an important country for me to address all the different facets of survivors, children survivors, and their mothers. So I really look forward to working with all of you, and I think when we commemorate this dark page of Iraqi's history, what we have in mind is that it never happens again. And for that, we really have to work together on a prevention framework. Thank you.
Thank you so much, SRSG Patton, and just want to thank you and your remarkable team for all of the work that you've been doing, really tireless in especially trying to engage the local governments in changing their approaches and changing the legal structures, as you said, help protect women and children. It's not work, and I think it's really commendable, especially the emphasis that has been put on giving voice to survivors themselves and allowing for their voices to be heard in international fora. That's something that tragically is not done as common course all the time. So we very much appreciate the approach that your office has been taking and also elevating concerns around the extensive abduction, the behavior of journalists at times in how they interact with survivors of sexual violence, and at times the lack of ethical approaches that are used by those actors. So thank you very much. Ambassador Rapp, as always, you made a very eloquent argument around the centrality of advancing justice to impunity and preventing future scenarios whereby these atrocity crimes might happen. And underpinning that is the notion that we can really change the behavior of potential perpetrators by showing them that there are consequences. For many people, they will have lived with experiences where their loved ones were attacked prior to August 3rd, where either individuals were physically attacked, belongings were stolen, and no one was there to arrest, prosecute, investigate. So they have lived in a world in which there is an absence of the rule of law. One of the challenges that you raised and SRSG Patton raised and was the approach that has been taken to charge individuals with acts of terrorism versus for the more specific crimes, be it sexual violence, murder, torture, and of course the ultimate genocide or even crimes against humanity. Can you speak a little bit to just how critical that is to creating a prevention framework?
Well, I think it's, as I said, it's important to recognize these crimes for what they are and the conduct for what it is. And I think of the history of even the Holocaust. We had the trials in Nuremberg, but frankly, the crime of crimes there that was pushed to the fore was aggression, a horrible Nazi aggression in Europe, and to some extent, the crimes against humanity against the Jews, 6 million killed. We didn't have genocide yet. We're kind of a second thought there. We look back at some of that testimony as so profound and powerful. But it was really only in Germany in the 1960s, 15 years later, when a state prosecutor, Fritz Bauer, started the cases for the crimes committed in Auschwitz against the German commanders, Germans prosecuting. I think the lesson and the prevention really took over in German country that is leading injustice and where no one envisages these crimes happening again. The whole situation obviously is different in Iraq, but the thing that I see here is, the international community came together on this resolution. It took a year to negotiate for UNITAD, and it was very careful to try to keep the consensus, and that is a challenging thing these days. Look at other situations like the Syrian regime or the Myanmar regime. You've got the regime responsible for so many crimes, so obviously, and they have protectors at high levels in the entity, so there's no justice. Well, Daesh doesn't control any government, doesn't control Baghdad or Erbil or anywhere, so why can't we move forward? And I think it calls for people to engage and to develop ways, even on a smaller scale, that we can begin challenging this and building that message that this wasn't just often gets characterized as conflict, suffering on all sides, and it's kind of forgotten until next one. We need specific justice. For instance, even if it were revealed in the Kurdish region government of Iraq, Kurdistan regional government, or the Syrian Kurds, working to develop a court with international partners, that we could begin to see to find safe locations, but we could begin to see justice for these crimes, and people could see the horrible individual crimes, the depravity, the selfishness, the cruelty against men, women, children, and they could see that those that had suffered, and as we heard in Nicole's presentation, that suffering needs to be brought to the fore, and while these survivors can still testify. So we need to begin that process. And just defeating the group, just having trials. You're a member of ISIS, yes. Well, you're either going to get a life or a death sentence in Baghdad. You're going to get so many years in Western countries without any participation for the victims. I don't think sends us the kind of message that we had after the Holocaust eventually about the horror of these crimes and the kind of thing that's then internalized and understood, so we don't have a 75th genocidal attack against the people.
Thank you, Ambassador, for that incredibly powerful reminder. Nicolette, your statement and nation touched on an incredibly difficult set of subjects about the most vulnerable of the vulnerable, crime perpetrated against children, the trauma experienced by children. And I was wondering if you could just reflect on how you understand that concept of prevention as it pertains to providing assistance to children and also to their inclusion in society that you touched on. How does that help us to create resilience and potentially help to prevent future cycles of violence as well?
So these child survivors of ISIS captivity, something that I heard several times from them, even at the age of 9, 10, 11 years old, up to 17, was they were demanding justice and accountability. That was their priority. And not just justice and accountability for the highest levels of ISIS, but for the people who did whatever carried out whatever abuses were carried out, again, the direct people who made them suffer. And I thought that was incredibly inspirational. And I also really could sense how this group of children, probably some of the most resilient children in the world, had such potential to not just be included back into the community and be welcomed back, but actually could be leaders in their community and in their country and in the world. So I think part of why I really wanted to bring a focus to these children, to not make the mistake of losing this generation of children. And I think it's also why the lack of international support and national, but particularly international support for this community has been so disappointing, because it really, one of the former child soldiers told me all he wanted was just a shoulder to lean on, someone to listen to his story and know that what had happened was wrong. And it's just that kind of long-term, I mean, first of all, the acknowledgement, but then also the long-term support that is doable. We're talking about hundreds of children. So it is very possible. And I think without without addressing what these children have gone, acknowledging it, bringing them back into fold, will be very hard for recovery to happen in a full way, and for these children's calls of justice and accountability to really be realized.
Thank you so much, Nicolette. And as you said, these are children who were either born into the environment they find themselves in, or who were kidnapped and taken against their will, and thus have so little agency. But it's quite poignant to just be heard, as someone to lean against, and hopefully we as an international community can help to support others who are doing the hard work on the ground to provide that type of assistance. Maybe just in conclusion, I liked your reference to building the next generation of leadership within the Yezidi community. Haywan and so many affiliated with FYF are part of that process. And it's a real honor for all of us to be able to be here and share the platform with you, Haywan, and with Pari and the entire FYF organization. Thank you for all of your work, and thank you to the panelists and to everyone watching. We stand in solidarity with you on this incredibly difficult day and endeavor to continue to try to put an international spotlight on the challenges your community faces. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, everyone. I think the audience and especially the Yezidi community appreciated everything you said today. And of course, we're all in this fight together as we try to support a community that is recovering from it. So thank you very much. As everyone is logging off, we are going to go to the next panel. The next panel is about justice and accountability. Does everyone understand how to log out again? Yes, thank you all. Bye. Thank you, Nicolette.
Thank you.
Okay, and now our next panel, justice and accountability. As you heard from the Yezidi community, everyone wants justice and accountability. I am just looking. I have now 1, 2, 3, 4, and another one. 5. Okay, I am missing one person. Yes, we're all on. Mr. Richard, I'm going to change your. Can you change your name, or should I do that? I can't hear you. You're on mute. I'll change it so that everyone also knows. 1 second. Okay. Thank you all very much for joining us today on the 6th commemoration of Yezidi Genocide. I want to thank the international and Yezidi audience for staying with us, viewing this important commemoration with us. As many of you know, in 2014 and onward, Daesh, ISIS members committed the most sickening crimes against the Yezidi people, rape of young children, mass murders, slave trade. In this century, our Yezidi women and girls and children. And then later, they went home. Those who were not killed by airstrikes or in combat just ran to their previous lives, like nothing happened. I'm talking about the Omaimas, the Tahas, who are in Germany, or the Samantha al-Hassanis here in America, and the thousands and thousands of ISIS members in Turkey, Syria, Iraq, and Europe. They believed, and probably still believe, that crimes against the Yezidi community have no consequences. It was like a holiday for them, while it was unspeakable hell and misery for our people. This is the 74th genocide, but this time Yezidis say it is enough, and I'm speaking about myself, my organization, and every single Yezidi organization and activist out there. And I swear to God that we will never stop until we have justice. And if you are a Daesh member, an ISIS member who raped our Yezidi women, our Yezidi girls, or killed one of our people, and you thought that you can just go back home to Ba'aj, to Musa, Hawija, or you can hide in Turkey, or you go back to Germany or France or the UK and continue your lives, you are wrong. We will never stop, never ever, until we do and bring you to justice. I am having this event, this commemoration, live broadcasted simultaneously simultaneously into Arabic on Facebook. And I hope that Daesh people hear all of this. We are coming for you, every one of you. And now you will be the hunted ones. Because 73 times our people have been targeted and attacked, and we could never fight back or bring perpetrators to justice. Not this time. This time, the 74th genocide. We will find you and you will face justice for what you have done. Let the word spread in the communities ISIS members came from, in the Middle East and in Europe. If it takes 2, 5, 10, 20, 50 years, find you, and we will hold you to account for your disgusting actions against our people, the Yazidi people. I want to thank all of the distinguished guests for being with us today. It is a very, very emotional day for all the Yazidis. Your work is incredibly valuable to the community. And I thank you for your solidarity on this day. You are the force of humanity and justice, and the Yazidis have hope in your professional ability to fight for justice, accountability, and fairness in the aftermath of this genocide. Khan is one of our panelists. He is the UN Assistant Secretary General and the head of UNITAD, which is in charge of investigations of the ISIS crimes. He is a distinguished international lawyer and Queen's Counsel in the United Kingdom. SG Karim Khan, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you so much. It is really an honor to be invited to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Yezidi people and indeed humanity today. 6th anniversary of the commencement of hell for so many innocent Yezidi men, women and children. It is a hell, unfortunately, that has not stopped. But even though Daesh has been defeated territorially, we have seen so many families that I've met that are still wondering where on earth are their children, where are their daughters, where are their mothers, where are their fathers or brothers buried. So I'm proud on behalf of UNITAD to stand shoulder to shoulder with you. And I also take the opportunity, Harry, to applaud your own work, your own advocacy, your insistent determination. This is really a hallmark, I think, of the Yezidi people. That whatever the struggle, whatever the matter, however high it seemed, that you have not lost hope, that a day of reckoning will come in which the whole world recognized in a court of law that each and every one of your lives mattered. It mattered then and it matters today, and justice and the rule of law is one way in which we can help collectively ensure that we expose the ideology of Daesh and we can prevent it occurring again. In the 22 months that UNITAD has been on the ground in Iraq, the team has been very active, helping the Iraqi authorities with exhumations, 18 exhumations so far. We've been collecting digital evidence in terms of cell phone, call data records of Daesh members, particularly into August 2014, 3D laser scanning of crime scenes, drone pictures, and of course open source evidence and also battlefield evidence, with the ardent desire and the intention not just to collect and observe it, but to ensure that it feeds into courts where fair trials are possible in accordance with national standards, so that a record can be created that will stand the test of time. The law is important. It's really the area that UNITAD is focusing on. President Barham Salih last November, before the protests and all the other problems that everyone's familiar with, created a bit of an impasse. But it's important for UNITAD, for the victims, that the crimes are properly acknowledged as genocide, crimes against humanity crimes. If we don't call it what it is, if independent judges don't determine what is the proper label, we're not going to really properly prevent the same thing happening again. So really, I'm delighted, Parry, to be with you today. to stand in solidarity and to really tell not just you, but all Yazidis, that your perseverance has been listened to by the international community, and that they will come, God willing, that the collective capacity of the national community, we have a distinguished prosecutor here from Germany, we have Michelle Jarvis from the IIIM, UNITAD is there. States, we have massive support from the United States of America, the United Kingdom, Germany, Sweden, Denmark, United Arab Emirates, the list goes on. This collective, stubborn insistence that the crimes must be catalogued, must be exposed, and the ideology debate is what allows us to achieve the promise that has been made to you, the members of the Yazidi community, that justice will be taken off the page of a promise of a resolution or the agreement, and will result in something that you all will realize that your lives mattered then and they matter today. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, ASG Karim Khan. We go to the next panel. Ms. Michelle Jarvis is the Deputy Head of the International Impartial and Independent Mechanism for Syria. As we know, many crimes against the Yazidi community, especially Yazidi women and children, happen in Syrian territory. Ms. Jarvis, the floor is.
Thank you very much, Parry, and let me add my thanks to you and the organisers for the event today, for this opportunity to be part of the discussion. Today, 6 years after the attack on Sinjar, we know that the harms against the Yazidi community are very far from over. We've heard that reflected in your remarks and in remarks now. We know that there are many Yazidis still missing, still living in camps, and still very much traumatised by the horrors that they've suffered. We know many children have been orphaned. We know that the rebuilding of Sinjar is still something that very much lies ahead. So the priorities for action for the Yazidi community are, of course, vast and pressing. And I think this was very eloquently set out in the statement that the Free Yezidi Foundation made for the commemoration of the 6th anniversary of the genocide. But of course, among these pressing priorities is justice. And the Yazidi community has identified justice as an essential tool for healing through recognition of harms done, through punishment of the perpetrators, and by, of course, establishing that incontrovertible historical record of what has happened. Nobody is under any illusions that justice will be quick or easy. But again, very much reflecting the comments already made, we know that we can on the idea of justice. It's understandable for those most affected that the slow progress can cause disillusionment. We know that. But we also know from past experience that with persistence, more may be possible than we dare to believe when we start out on the very rocky quest for justice. I've seen that firsthand in my own experience as a war crimes prosecutor working on justice for victims of crimes committed in the Balkans conflicts. So my message today, again, very much resonating with everything that has already been said, is a message of collective persistence. We have to keep focused on determined strategies for addressing the obstacles we face. The International Impartial and Independent Mechanism, the IIIM as we call it, has a role to play in this process. The IIIM is essentially a justice facilitator, and we work hard to create solid foundations for justice, both in the short and the long term. We'll have the chance to speak a little bit more later on about the IIIM's specific mandate and the opportunities that it presents to contribute to addressing crimes against Yazidis. But for now, I just want to highlight 3 things. First of all, we should not lose sight of the fact that the IIIM's very creation represents a strong and determined statement of commitment to accountability for crimes committed in Syria, including those against the Yazidis. With seemingly all roads to justice blocked politically, the vast majority of UN General Assembly member states stepped in to support the mechanism's creation. Signalled that despite the obstacles, just could not and would not be taken off the international agenda. Second, we can start to see more clearly the opportunities that come from the very accountability blockages that we face. The fact that we don't yet have an international court or tribunal dedicated to accountability for crimes in Syria, including against the Yazidis, means we've had to be a lot more strategic in our approach. We've had to approach justice from the beginning with the idea that it must be a coordinated collective effort across many different actors and different justice pathways. 2 years after becoming operational, the scope that we see for the IIIM to contribute and support to give support to coordinated meaningful accountability has far exceeded our initial expectations. And third, if justice is to be inclusive, we have to keep working to make sure that the stigma of crimes committed against the Yazidis is placed firmly on perpetrators where it belongs. Here too, we see positive signs of progress in the growing support and empathy expressed towards victims and survivors of rape, enslavement, and other forms of sexual violence. Justice for Yazidi women and girls will be a central component of justice for the Yazidis. But we cannot succeed in this unless we create the right conditions for them to speak out about the harms that they have suffered. We know we have a long way to go to achieve meaningful justice, but we also know exactly what we have to do to get ready. Time is certainly marching, but the foundations of justice are being put in place, and we have the opportunity to keep doing more, and that's an opportunity that we have to make of. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jarvis. Go to the next panelist, Mr. Christian Richter. He's a federal prosecutor and head of Germany's War Crimes Unit. This is where the prosecutions against ISIS perpetrators have been made, and we Yazidis are very grateful for Mr. Richter's proactive role in Germany so far. Mr. Richter, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Pari. Thank you, distinguished guests. I'm very honored as well to be part of this commemoration today, of this event today, and of the 6th anniversary of the genocide against the Yazidi population in Iraq and Syria. Today, of course, is a day of remembrance and of mourning, but it's as well a day that reminds us of the justice that has to be done, and the day of the accountability of the most of the purpose who attacks against the Yazidi population in the countries, in the respective countries. Well, the Office of the Federal Public Prosecutor General in Germany has, on the legal basis of principle of universality, the opportunity and the obligation, of course, to investigate and to prosecute those who are responsible for attacks against the population, the ISIS fighters, especially those who are here in the country, and all the ones who we can get hands on. This is what we did right from the beginning, and we felt responsible for this even in the year 2014. On 4th of August started our structural case against ISIS members for war crimes and crimes against humanity and for international war crimes. And very soon, the main focus was directed on the attacks on the Yazidi population. What took place soon after. From now up to now, we received 4 arrest warrants against known perpetrators. 3 of them are still at large. 1 person is in custody at the moment, and 4 more persons are currently in trial for attacks against Yazidi, for slaveholding, and even for genocide. I'll come to that later on. we started our structural investigation by taking the chance to interview those Yazidi people, mostly women and children, who came to Germany in the months after the attacks from 2015. About 1,000 people came to Germany on basis of a special program to have medical help for the harmed people, and we came in contact with the responsible ministry in order to interview these people, all these women and children, or at least as much as many of them as we can interview. Up to now, we interviewed about 100 women and children, some men. The first of all of them was the mayor of Kocho, Naif Mato, on 10th of June in 2015, and from that on we continuously interviewed people in order to get the whole picture of what happened to the genocide to the Yazidi population during this genocide. Later on, we received the first arrest warrant against one namely known suspect of ISIS for not only for war crimes and crimes against humanity, even for genocide. What is, at least as far as I know, the first arrest warrant against a perpetrator for genocide against the Yazidi population of Iraq and Syria. As I told you, up to now, about 100 people were interviewed, and we will not rest. We will go on and continue with this over time. As you probably know, there's no such thing as a statute of limitation for genocide, so we will not hesitate to go on with our investigation and prosecution as long as there might be fighters who are still alive, and to hold them responsible, even if it takes years and years. We'll be, as the War Crimes Unit of the Federal Public Prosecutor General in Germany, with our partners internationally, our international partners like IIIM, Michel Jarvis, of course, like UNITAD, with Karim Khan, and others, national prosecutorial agencies and NGOs like Free Yezidi Foundation. We will continue with this to bring justice to the responsible persons and bring them to justice, and to show the Yazidi population worldwide that they are not alone, and we will go on to punish these perpetrators. Yes.
Thank you very much, Sir Richard. Now to the last panelist, Ms. Susan Notar. She is a lawyer and senior advisor in the United States Department of State Office for Global Criminal Justice. She has been in the crisis since the beginning, and her office provides significant funds to help investigate some of these crimes. Ms. Notar, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Pari, and thank you to you and the Free Yezidi Foundation, not only for this event today, commemorating the tragedy of what happened to the Yazidi people, but also your leadership way to move forward for helping the Yazidi people survive and thrive past it. This event is very personally meaningful to me because in 2014, I served as the lead for gender issues, religious and ethnic minorities, and the rule of law while on the Iraq desk at the State Department. I was actually in Baghdad in June 2014 when Mosul fell, and then shortly returned, and Mosul fell. And I thought it's important to talk about the fact that the Yazidi terror did not begin in August, but actually in June of 2014. And we began to receive messages from Yazidis and other people about torture and abuses that were occurring to them and their families. This, of course, culminated in the terrible events of August 3rd. After that, we began nearly daily meeting with members of the Yazidi community in the United States, and they were describing what had happened to them and their families. We began to report this to the whites and to members of Congress and other members of the American public who were deeply distraught by what was happening to the Yazidi people. For the past several years, I have served in the Office of Global Criminal Justice. We are a small but mighty team working to hold perpetrators of atrocities accountable throughout the world. In 2017, the Secretary of State declared that ISIS was responsible for genocide against the Yazidis, Christians, in areas that ISIS controlled or had controlled, and humanity and ethnic cleansing against them as well. This was a very historic announcement because the Secretary of State has only made a genocide announcement 5 times in the history of the United States. My colleagues and I at the State Department have been working to hold ISIS accountable in a variety of ways, including for its enslavement of women and girls. My office has provided UNITAD $1 million to work on its continuing collection and preservation and storing of evidence, particularly in the Nineveh Plains. My colleagues in the Office of Near Eastern Affairs provided $2 million UNITAD to begin the first exhumations of mass graves in the Sinjar region. Our office has also provided funding to grantees to help them collect evidence, review victims, and to help digitize the vast reams of evidence that are available. Our grantees has actually provided information that was helpful to our colleague from Germany. In addition to the collection of forensic evidence and engaging the Yazidi communities and families of the missing process, my colleague Bureau of Democracy, Human Rights of Labor have provided emergency assistance to hundreds of former Yazidi captives and survivors of sexual violence to assist with the readmission and support meet their immediate legal and psychological needs. My colleagues in the Bureau of Population, Refuge, and Migration have helped provide psychological and livelihoods assistance to victims of ISIS captivity, many of whom are now widows. And then the Defeat ISIS Coalition has regularly supported the work of UNITAD, including last year when it hosted high-level coalition events on ISIS accountability, featuring Mr. Khan and the Nobel Peace Prize recipient Nadia Murad. The coalition continues to urge other nations to provide either monetary or staff support to UNITAD. It is clear, and you've heard this from the other speaker today, that accountability, the quest for accountability, is not a quick, simple one. For folks who are watching at home today, the Free Yezidi Foundation has developed an excellent brochure on accountability, including explaining the rights to victims on accountability, and the fact that providing statements does not necessarily mean a lawsuit will be brought on their behalf, but it is necessarily a crucial step. Pursuing accountability and naming the perpetrators is vitally important to hold those responsible accountable, possibly deter future atrocities, and create an important record of what happened to the victims and families. Through this record, we can honor all those who are no longer here or who remain missing. And I'll stop there.
Thank you very much, Ms. Notar. I want to thank all the panelists for their statements and for the hard work that they're doing. The Yazidi community very much appreciates effort and your dedication. I will now turn the conversation over to Ms. Rita Asraf. She will moderate the questions and answers with our guests. Ms. Rita is an international lawyer and a barrister in the United Kingdom. She has worked on the UN Commission of Inquiry of Syria for UNITAD, and also runs Atlas, which is a network for women working in international law. She is currently the head of the FYF legal team, and I'm very happy with that. Sarita, the floor is yours. Sarita, you're
Sorry, I'm still getting a hang of Zoom. I think thank you, Parry, and good morning and good afternoon to our distinguished panelists and to those who are joining us virtually today. I'm very glad to be moderating level and expert panel. I want to move swiftly and start with the first question to Mr. Karim Khan, who is the head of UNITAD, to ask the question, which is the dominant question on most of the Yazidis' minds that I have spoken to in the past 6 years. And that is, how long will justice take? And is the pandemic going to lengthen the path to justice for the Yazidis?
Thanks so much, Sarita. COVID-19 doesn't help anybody. It hardly facilitates the work of UNITAD, but what we're trying to do and what we've done is to try to look at new modalities of working, using technology, leveraging that so that we can actually even increase the work rate. We've rolled out an app, and we're going to ask also the Free Yazidi organization, Yazda, and other actors to help us spread it so that diverse communities, whether they're in Germany or Australia or in Iraq, they can use that. So it's not helping, but it's not. It's an opportunity to look at new ways of doing things so that we can keep moving the dial and fulfill the objective and mandate from the Security Council. In terms of the first part of the question, we make time. You know, the crimes that we're commemorating today, the Yezidi people 6 years ago, we've been on the ground for 22 months. So we are trying to make up for time, and I've highlighted already some of the work that UNITAD has been conducting. We've already fed into Finland. We're working with Iraqi judges to create dossiers ready for genocide, crimes against humanity, and war crimes, so that when the law is passed, hopefully in Iraq, where the vast majority of suspects are held, there can be proper accountability. But I would mention there's no statute of limitations for war crimes. There should not be impunity, and the crimes are so egregious that the international community must have the stamina to do what is necessary to ensure that the rights of every victim group is vindicated. My hope is that this year, in direct terms, this year, maybe October, November, the government of Iraq, the new government of Iraq, can pass a key piece of legislation that will allow Iraq to prosecute the acts of Daesh as international crimes. And I think that would start a really new dawn in terms of an evidence-based fair trial record that would expose the Daesh.
Thank you. And as you know from your outreach events, the Yazidi and other survivor communities in Iraq are very talented in its work. What can they do, both Yazidi and others in Iraq and those abroad, do to better support UNITAD's building of case dossiers against the perpetrators of these crimes?
The victim communities, the Yazidis all over, are vital partners. So it's to keep engaging with UNITAD, both I mentioned that we're rolling out, but also through whether it's the Free Yazidi organization or Yazda or the Yazidi Documentation Center, or to keep insisting on your rights. So keep being strong, keep being patient, keep being insistent, demand justice, not as a favor of the international community to you, but as a right that you have by virtue of your humanity. And I think that vindication of your rights will keep all of us honest, that the collective promise that the Security Council has made to you as survivor communities, to those that are no longer here, can be fulfilled. It requires stern, consistent unity of purpose. So really more of the same, I'm afraid. And I think if we do that, hopefully there can be that day which this record, whichever court, whether it's in courts in Germany or courts in, but where about into fair trials, a record can be made to show the courageous humanity, the bravery of the Yazidi people, and the full perversion and depravity of Daesh and the un-Islamic ideology that they postulated.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I was wondering, just I know you may have to step out a few minutes early because of other commitments. I was wondering, in a year's time from now, you hope to be able to say about justice and accountability for crimes against the Yazidis?
You know, what I would want is to show progress. And for us, the survivor community today, it's the most important for the Yazidi, marking the 6th anniversary, that we are doing what it says on the tin. We are here to promote accountability for the acts of Daesh, and so that best assessment is that do the Yazidi community think that we're working with sincerity, with diligence, with you know, as much professionalism as possible, so that we are moving forward for accountability. I would go back, I hope this year we could have a law in Iraq. Of course, it's not down to the United Nations, it's down to a sovereign government. And if we get that law, I very much hope that cases can be, this time next year, cases can be before that court, in which crimes can be properly labelled, and by way of a juridical decision, the evidence gathered by the Iraqi authorities, independently gathered by UNITAD, can be subject to critique and analysis, and we can hear definitively whether or not it is approved for genocide, crimes against humanity, or war crimes, and prove unreasonable doubt. I think that's the real hope that we have into the accountability aspect of UNITAD.
Thank you so much. Thank you to Mr. Karim Khan. I want to turn now to Ms. Michelle Jarvis, who is the Deputy Head of the IIIM, which relates to the crimes committed in Syria. When people think of ISIS's attack on the Yazidis, they tend to Iraq, obviously of Sinjar, and of the Yazidi Syrians who are currently living mainly in and Duhok. Would you give us an insight into the unique role of the IIIM in developing a fuller understanding of the crimes against the Yazidis who were transferred into Syria?
Thank you, Sarita. Yeah, this is a really important question because it is just so important for so many reasons that we don't compartmentalize the crimes that have been committed. And of course, where you're dealing with a transfer of the across a border, a state border, it can, excuse me, it can be very easy to fall into the trap of focusing on what's happened in Iraq or focus separately on what's happened in Syria. But we know that in terms of the classification of the crimes, and especially in putting together a case on a crime like genocide, it's important that we keep a holistic picture of what happened, understand the connections between the crimes that have been committed in Iraq and in Syria. So this is very much what we are mindful of in our work at the IIIM. And I want to just pause to say a little about the mandate of the IIIM and the opportunities that we have to address the crimes that have been committed against the Yazidis. So I think many people will know that the IIIM's mandate is quite a broad and general one, where we've been directed to address crimes committed in Syria from March 2011 onwards. So of course this covers a vast amount of conduct, a vast amount of crimes that have been committed involving many, many different parties. But the committed against the Yazidis are part of this because we know that there have been aspects of those crimes committed on Syrian territory. The Commission of Inquiry for Syria, in their report on the genocide, documents very helpfully those aspects of the crimes that have taken part on Syrian territory. And based on that information, we understand that thousands of Yazidis have been captured and held in Syria, and I'll talk a little bit more about the details of that later on. So that opens up the question of what can the IIIM do, given its broad mandate with the opportunity to focus also on Yazidi crimes. Well, there are really a few key aspects of our work that I wanted to highlight to give an understanding of how it is that we're moving forward to incorporate crimes against the Yazidis and addressing those crimes in the work that we do. One of our key objectives, of course, is to create a comprehensive central repository of information and evidence of crimes committed in Syria. And the idea is really that the IIIM can put together this resource that can be used to facilitate, as I said, justice in many different ways and across many different jurisdictions. Some of those opportunities exist now, and some of them we hope will exist in the future as well if additional jurisdictional pathways open up, and we have to keep working on that. So we enter into collaboration frameworks with providers of information and evidence. These are groups, civil society actors who've been working often for many years in documenting these crimes. We currently have 3 cooperation agreements with groups, organisations who are working on documenting crimes committed against the Yazidis. And we have negotiations with 3 other organisations underway or anticipated in the future. So you can see that with this network of information providers, we're able to increasingly seek to make targeted requests for information and evidence to increase the value and the integrity of our evidence collection. And then, of course, based on these cooperation agreements, we forward with actually collecting information and evidence to hold and preserve as part of our central repository. And it's really broad, the category of information and evidence that we're able to take in and that we're interested in. We're interested in videos, communication records, witness statements, photographs, and even analytical work that might have been done by these other actors. This all helps to allow us to create a picture of the events that have happened and to prioritise our own analytical work for accountability purposes. We're very much seeking to avoid traumatisation of witnesses, so we don't move to immediately re-interview witnesses who've been interviewed by others. But we are able to use our own investigative mandate as well to fill gaps that we do see in the evidence that's been collected by others. We'll certainly continue to pursue cooperation frameworks with actors who are working on Yazidi crimes, and we really welcome contact from actors who are not already in touch with the IIIM. It's very easy to get in touch with us. There's no special requirements, and we're really open to expanding our ability to access the broad range of documentation that exists. We also are working on analysis. So this is the part of our mandate that focuses on building criminal law case files that can support accountability efforts now and in the future. We're working on criminal law standards. We're working especially on linking specific crimes to particular perpetrators. Thirdly, of course, what is important for us and where we see the opportunities to really add value today is the support that we're providing to national war crimes units. So national jurisdictions can make requests for assistance to the mechanism, and we can assist them in a broad range of ways by providing information and evidence, by providing expertise, by providing our own analytical product they can fit into their cases and investigations that they have ongoing. So we currently have 2 requests for assistance that relate either directly or indirectly to crimes committed against the Yazidi, and we anticipate 2 additional requests coming in by September this year. So you can see it's building and growing at a fairly rapid pace. So really, I just wanted to emphasise the number of ways in which the IIIM has an ability to support, to facilitate and to promote coordination in the accountability efforts currently underway, while we at the same time prepare for future justice opportunities as well. Thanks.
Thank you so much. That was incredibly useful, and I'm sure for particularly the Yazidi audience hearing this, they will find that to be very useful information to them. I wanted to turn to ask you about the issue of gendered segregation analysis of the crimes against Yazidis. As you will know, most of the entities on justice for the Yazidis, and I think broadly justice in relation to crimes committed against other communities as well as crimes committed in Syria, have emphasized the importance of a gendered approach to investigations analysis. This is an issue that you championed for many years, including during your time as the deputy prosecutor at the International Tribunal, the former Yugoslavia. For justice actors who are listening today, how can they meaningfully put in practice a gendered approach beyond a focus on the investigation of crimes of sexual?
Yeah, thanks for raising this, Sarita. It's such an important point, and as I mentioned in my introductory remarks as well, it really is so crucial that we keep justice for all victims who've been affected as part of the justice equation, and that includes, of course, the women and girls as well as the men and the boys. Certainly it's difficult to answer this question in a short amount of time. I mean, we could, of course, spend many hours trying to talk about the strategies that we've tested, the things that have worked, the things that haven't. It is a challenge, but it is, I think, something where we know we can make progress if we're really putting in place dedicated, proactive strategies. We've seen that from past experience as well. I think we can help if we're clear about what we mean by a gendered approach, and to be really able to articulate how does that help us strengthen justice outcomes. So as you say, Sarita, it's about much more than prosecuting sexual violence crimes. Nowadays, I think we have a much better, at least theoretical, understanding of the fact that conflict and conflict-related atrocities have a very different impact on the victims depending on gender factors. For example, we see that very clearly in the crimes that have been committed against the Yazidi people following the attack on Sinjar. And again, I'm referring to the findings in the Commission of Inquiry's report, which set it out so clearly. So we saw the older Yazidi males being separated from the females and the young boys and killed, subjected to forced conversion and forced labour. We saw Yazidi boys aged 7 and above who were transferred into Syria, being training camps and then used to fight in the hostilities in Syria. And we saw ISIL transporting multiple groups of women and girls up to 300 times into Syria to ISIL fight. They were, of course, sold to individual fighters. They were sold in slave markets, including online slave markets, and subjected to brutal rape and other sexual violence, as well as forced domestic labour and a whole host of other abuses. So these crimes have been devastating for everybody caught up in it. There are very much gendered aspects to it, and that's so important that we bring that out in the documentation that we do and the case files that we build. I do just want to sound a note of caution here about the importance of not being misled, that because the terrible things that happen to the women and the girls in the Yazidi community have assumed a fairly high profile in media discussions of the crimes against the Yazidis, we assume that they will automatically be reflected in the justice efforts that are ongoing. We've seen a very strange paradox historically where often the suffering of women and girls has been used to underscore the outrageous on the part of a party to a conflict. But strangely, those voices drop out almost entirely when it comes to accountability efforts. So we have to have strategies to correct the tendency for that to happen. I think there are a whole range of questions we need to be asking as we go through our work. One is, how is gender driving the violence that's being inflicted? Are the perpetrators' objectives linked to the gender of the victims? And if so, how do we bring that out in the cases that we prosecute? We want to know the ways that gender has influenced the harms that have been inflicted. So even for a crime like sexual violence, which can of course affect both men and women, males and females, the form that it takes and the impact on the victim is often very very different depending on gender factors. So these are not gender neutral. There's always that gender element to be understood and reflected in the work that we do. And most importantly as well, it's taken us as a profession a long time to understand that our own gender biases very much influence the priorities that we have when we go about our work. So we have to ask that question about whether we're looking at certain experiences due to gender bias or gender factors. Are we over prioritizing certain degrees of crimes because of those gendered biases? And finally, really understanding how does gender play into the barriers that we experience when we're trying to collect evidence and document. Are the victims being inhibited or prevented from coming forward to give evidence because of gender factors? So it's complex, but it's absolutely crucial if we're going to have any kind of inclusive justice. So at the AAAM, we're working from the commencement of the mechanism to really try and take strategies and put in place a comprehensive gender strategy to help us navigate these very many factors.
Thank you for that. That was incredibly illuminating, and as you said, something that we probably discuss for hours, if not days. But thank you for that. That was incredibly clear and helpful. I want to just turn now to the German friend, Mr. Christian Richter. Germany has been one of the centers for the prosecutions of ISIL crimes against the Yazidis, and I know there's several actually active ongoing cases in the courts in Germany right now. Would you give us some insights into how the investigations are being built by German Federal Prosecutor's Office, and what are some of the challenges that you face?
Thank you, Sarita. A very interesting question. I try to explain a little bit what's going on in Germany concerning our investigation and prosecution. Currently, as I told you, there are, I think, 4 ongoing trials in Germany. 2 are under the main aspect of international core crimes, and 2 are on the main aspect of membership in a terrorist organization, but with a very strong aspect on international core crimes against Yazidi people. Our investigation starts with some indications which we receive from different directions. Of course, a very important pool of information is the structural case concerning the attacks against the Yazidi, where we, as I told you, interviewed by now about 100 persons, and lots of them give very concrete indications on certain suspects, on certain perpetrators, members of ISIS. Other sources are indications of returning foreign fighters. Some of them were telling us that others were, for example, holding slaves, Yazidi slaves, for sexual slaves or just slaves for householding, and this is a source for us as well. These are the moments where we start formal investigations, where we are starting formal cases against known suspects, namely known suspects. Of course, indications of NGOs are important as well. We collect a lot of evidence from NGOs like Free Yezidi Foundation and other Yazidi organizations, but from other organizations of civil society like CJA, for example, as well. And we receive additional information, of course, from IIIM, Michelle Jarvis knows this, and then from UNITA, of course, as well. When we were starting or had started a case, a formal case, then of course we put all the indications together and all the pieces of evidence. And important parts are normally expert witnesses who tell us about the general situation, and documents we receive from other institutions, other national prosecutorial agencies. We, as you probably know, we are closely working together on the level of Eurojust in the Genocide Network meeting, what is a very useful institution for the collecting of evidence and for the exchange of information. And whenever we have strong suspicion, then we apply for an arrest warrant, and we are mostly successful. And then when we get hands on the suspect under German law, this is necessary, then we make an indictment, and then it goes to court. As I told you, we have 4 ongoing trials at the moment, where Yazidi women are very important witnesses. One is still going on in Düsseldorf, one Yazidi woman who testified several days, and one is going on in Frankfurt. Another Yazidi woman is going to testify again on the upcoming Thursday. Some of the problems we face, the challenges, I want to tell you, one challenge is the identification of a suspect. A lot of witnesses tell us about for example, under the refugee community, they say, we met one of our perpetrators, and we saw him again, and we identified him, and then it's up to us, of course, to see if we can identify this person. This is very difficult, and in fact, we had some cases where we finally saw that the person who was recognized as one of the perpetrators, in fact, was unable to be the real perpetrator, because the person was of a completely different nationality. Yeah? But this is something, nevertheless, it's important we go out every trace we get, and every time we try to identify the potential suspect. Another challenge we face, of course, are witnesses who are still in Iraq or in Syria. It is always important for us to get as close as we can to the witnesses, to the piece of evidence, what is as close as possible to the incident, to the crime itself, and most of them are witnesses. And we try to establish, and we are very hopeful, and we are sure that this will happen, and then we will work to establish continuous cooperation with UNITAD and with the IIIM as well, but especially with UNITAD, based in Baghdad, in order to interview witnesses in Iraq, and to good access to the population, the Yazidi population in Iraq. As I told you, we have already a very established cooperation with the competent authorities in Germany to interview the witnesses we are interested in, and the ones who can tell what happened. And the challenge is to have this abroad as well.
Thank you so much. Could you just mention very briefly what the Yazidi community, especially in Germany, can help to do to support the work of your office?
Yeah, the Yazidi community, well, the most important thing is that they should have no fear to cooperate with us. It is our duty to investigate and our obligation to prosecute the responsible people for what happened against the Yazidi. So it's crucial for us to interview the victims. It is crucial for us to interview every witness who can tell us what happened. We have a good experience now. We have built up a team of female experts, like police officers, like prosecutors, even interpreters, who are very experienced in doing this. So I think it is mostly known in the Yazidi community in Germany that there is no harm in testifying and telling what happened. We are most interested in the whole picture, and we do not force anybody to tell things what the person does not want to tell us, especially about sexual violence, experiences of sexual violence. We don't need every detail. But anyway, we try to interview the people because we need the knowledge. And in the trial, then we try to work as much as we can with expert witnesses or with police investigators who tell us what the witnesses told them. And only the most important witnesses have to testify in court. But even in court, it is not a problem. I think the witnesses who have made the experience to testify in a German court in such a case have no bad experience in doing this. Of course, defense lawyers sometimes try to challenge them, but in the end, the judges, us as well, the prosecutors always protect them, and there's a witness protection program as well in Germany. So motivation to testify, to explain what happened there, and to give the justice and to cooperate with us.
Thank you so much. Very useful, and I hope that the Yezidi community that is listening have taken note of what you've said. I want to turn now quickly to Mrs. Notar, who is from the U.S. government Global Criminal Justice Senior Advisor there. The United States has, since 2014, been a tremendous insistent supporter of those working, of the Yezidi community and those working on accountability for the crimes committed by ISIL against the Yazidis and other communities. Can you tell us a bit more about the U.S. government's support, including its efforts around accountability, and why has this been such a priority for the United States?
Yeah, thank you, Sarita. And again, thank you for inviting me to be on today, Pari. I think we can see the U.S. support and really that of the international community even going back to August 7th of 2014, when the U.S., at the request of the Iraqi government, began bombing ISIS and delivering humanitarian assistance to the people who were trapped on Sinjar Mountain. Really, the effort of the U.S. and the entire community has really lasted that entire time. And I think we see it in some of the work that I described earlier, with really multi-millions of dollars of assistance that have come from the U.S. government, from various entities, as well as the Defeat ISIS coalition, which helped to draw back the territorial occupation of ISIS in Iraq and Syria. In terms of accountability, I think many of us, and certainly many of us who work on accountability on a daily basis, we view it as it's the right thing to do. And so I think that's the bottom line. And part of our work, I think, is, as we've all described today, it's not easy and it takes a long time. So you really have to be committed to Yazidi people and people who suffered. But I think it's also the larger goal is really to help. It's truth telling. It's some of the work that we describe related to transitional justice as well. So it's truth telling. It's hopefully bringing some peace to people and their families who have suffered terribly. It's putting an end to violence. It's some of the lawsuits that we've described, an incredibly important component. Our work and my work at the State Department is to make sure these issues are still in our leadership's attention, because there's many crises all around the world, and so it's very important that just because the new crisis, we don't lose sight of, the ongoing work that still needs to be done, whether it's humanitarian assistance for people remain in IP camps, or help helping the victims of sexual enslavement who still need psychological assistance and livelihoods training, or those of us who are international lawyers working on the accountability sphere. So I think it's a kind of a multi-pronged effort that we are committed to.
Thank you so much. We're at the final minutes of the panel now, but I did want to give all the panelists the chance to give a very brief answer to our one last question, which is that this is an anniversary, a very tragic anniversary we'll be commemorating for many years to come, and for many of us, I think, for the rest of our lives. This time next year, what do you hope to be able to say about justice and accountability for ISIL crimes against the Yazidis? If you have, I'm going to give you the panelists here about 30 seconds to answer that incredibly challenging question. I don't know if Susan, if we want to start you and then move backwards to the posts.
Sounds good. Well, thank you very much. I'll be very brief. So I think some that I just mentioned, I think is incredibly important. I'd love to see more lawsuits as a lawyer. I'd love to, because I think it is incredibly important. I'd love to see more lawsuits in some of the nations that do not currently have war crime statutes, to have those statutes on the books, because it would be incredibly meaningful, I think, for some of our Yazidi victims to have not just the anti-terrorism lawsuit, but actually the core international crimes. And I'll end there.
Thank you. Mr. Richer.
Yeah, what I'd like to see is the conviction for genocide against Yazidi, and then during next year, one trial in Frankfurt is on this topic, and I really hope that we'll receive a conviction for genocide, and this would be, I think, this would be a strong sign for the Yazidi community as well, that it is acknowledged as a genocide to the Yazidi in 2014.
Thank you. And then finally, you, Michelle.
Thanks, Sarita. And I can only said then about the importance of those judicial precedents and confirmation of the harms being done. I'll pick up also on something Karim said before he left. I think you asked him a similar question. He said, we want to see progress. And I think that's true for all of us, especially with some of these newer, more creative mandates that have been set up. We're very much experimenting with methods and procedures and trying to find those avenues to really have immediate impact while we prepare for the longer term. So we're wanting to see that those initial steps that we're taking really come to impact. But it's not just progress we're looking for, it's progress towards justice that's meaningful for the Yazidi community itself. And that's where a victim and survivor centred approach is just so important in everything that we're doing. It's not about justice that's meaningful in the UN's view or the international community's view. It's about what is meaningful for those most affected. So we really hope at the IIIM that the Yazidi community, the civil society actors will continue to engage with us, increase their engagement with us, and really help us understand what it is that is most important. You want us to move forward on this justice and accountability challenge that we are all on together. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And so ends the FYF panel on justice and accountability. I want to thank all of our panelists and also for the audience for joining us. And of course, Parry, of course, is Executive Director of the Free Yazidi Foundation. Thank you, everyone. And for those of you who are watching and listening online, please stay on because we have another excellent panel just after this one.
Thank you so much.
Thank you,
everybody.
Okay, very interesting panel. Obviously, many of us think like I could hear more about what's happening around the world, justice and accountability. I think it is very important for my community to hear from UNITAD, IIIM, the US government, the German federal prosecutor on our ongoing, what more do we need to get a conviction genocide, of rape, mass murder, etc. I hope we all have become a bit wiser on that aspect. Now we're going to the next panel, future of Yazidis. I will now add everyone. Okay. I think we are missing 2 people. While we are waiting for the people who just started watching this commemoration, today's live stream is to commemorate 6th year Yezidi genocide. The Yezidi community are an ethnic religious minority living in Iraq. On the 3rd of August in 2014, the Islamic State came to eradicate the Yezidi community. Today we have Yezidi activists. They are scattered around the world, some in the US, some also in Iraq, giving them today an opportunity to see their point of view, see what they think is necessary for the Yazidi community to be able to live in Iraq, to be able to have a better future. Now that one more is added, so now we have panelists, and I would say let's begin today's panel. So as I said, this panel is with a number of Yazidi men and women sharing ideas about the future generations, the trauma, loss of opportunity, what does the younger generation need to recover the trauma and to rebuild a brighter future. And our first speaker in this panel is Ms. Dawood Salah. He's a survivor of 2014 ISIS genocide and author of a book of poetry, Walking Alone. He is a graduate student at the University of Utah. Dawood, the floor is yours. You are on mute.
Okay. And thank you for everybody who is participating in this panel. And I have been watching also a few other panels, and they're truly incredible, and they are showing a few sides of the Yazidi case, and that we are unaware about, which is like really important. First of all, I wanna remember 12,000 Yazidis, or probably more than 1,000 Yazidis who were killed and kidnapped in 2014, going through a total genocide that happened against my people in Sinjar. And it's been 6 years since then. In these 6 years, we have faced displacement, distance, and also hunger, sufferings, and a lot of trauma that living through the genocide that is still ongoing. And during these last 6 years, many Yazidi young people, women and children, take their lives. Many others they flee the war zone area and try to find safety in any other countries while leaving their families behind. And many other Yazidis, they are living, they are suffering from PTSD and from trauma of living in genocide. On this day, like every year, we like celebrate celebrate the anniversary of the Yezidi genocide, and at the same time we feel ashamed that the world is totally neglecting the Yazidis people, while majority of them, 60% of they are still living in the IDP camps, and they need help, like the necessity help for surviving. And at the same time, I want to say also that our homeland Sinjar is still 80% of the homeland is destroyed. And people are unable to return back to their homeland. So there are a lot that needs to be done to the Yazidi community, and to this point is like very little has been done, and we would like, as a Yezidi genocide survivor, to call and ask the international community to do more work to start recognizing what happened to the Yazidis as genocide. And thank you.
Thank you, Dawood. The next speaker is Ms. Nibras Khudaida, a Yazidi activist who is currently a graduate student at the University of Creighton. She has spoken at the United Nations and focuses her efforts on education. Nibras, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much for this invitation. I don't have to tell you, all of you who's watching the views that will happen on this day, because you already know the tragedy that thousands of Yazidis kidnapped, many women, and who stole 3,000 of them are still missing. I don't have to tell you that because I'm sure you already heard it from many panels. But here I'm gonna focus on education and the importance of it for our education, for our youth. I'm Nebraska. I'm a Yazidi refugee living in Nebraska, and among the largest community, Yazidi community diaspora here. I'm also a student and advocate for education. Since I landed in the U.S., I've understood the importance of education for our community. For Yazidis lived in isolated villages and towns due to continuous persecution from the Ottoman Empire to ISIS in 2014. Yazidis didn't have access to basic education in Nineveh for decades and still have little to no access to basic educations. We have been at a disadvantage and discriminated against in both the Iraqi and the Kurdish education system for so long, yet none by either of the government to ensure the basic needs for us. Like many of you know, in 2014, the Islamic State invaded villages and towns of Yazidis, leaving thousands of Yazidis with no homes or access to basic education. Over 360,000 became refugees in Kurdistan. Many were students, desperate to continue their education, but were unable for both economic and discrimination reasons. When I became a refugee and I was discriminated, and I wanted to continue my education, but I was discriminated. I was asked to create a transcript from my school where ISIS was literally about a mile and two away. And this is what a thing and a struggle many Yazidis have faced for 6 years. We've lost a generation of young Yazidis, 6 years living in IDP camps with no to little basic access to basic education. Both the Kurdish and the Iraqi government failed to adjust the curriculums that will allow Yazidis to continue their education. And despite that, many Yazidis, even before the genocide, have little to basic access to jobs. And we've been discriminated in the labor market for so long. And this will continue, and this has been going on even way before ISIS and going on. And I'm here to tell you that we've lost a generation, 6 years of Yazidis, youngs living in IDP camps. And now when I return to Sinjar, basic education there, it's not gonna give them access to where they need to be. We need Yazidis, we need the young Yazidis, a young generation that will help us and that will become a change agents for this community and end the discrimination against Yazidis. The education is the most important for all of us right now as a Yazidi, as we rebuild homes and towns and also our life. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nicholas. Now I will go for some remarks to Nawaf. Nawaf, let me just. Now, statement. Nawaf is a graduate student at the University of Nebraska, also focusing on education. Nawaf, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Pierre, for the opportunity. It's truly a sad day for all of us and for those people who specifically and especially for those people who have lost their loved one on these days, on this exact day and time 6 years ago. I remember I was taking a class at the American University in Suleimania, and in the break between a session and the other session in the class, I checked my phone and I found more than 40 missed calls from my wife and friends, and is also a student in Sinjar. And when I called them back, and she was a friend, she's a friend of mine from the south side of the mountain, from the village of Tel Azer, and she said everything on, and they took my 5 sisters. So her 5 sisters were also students at school, and I will just echo what Ra said. I don't want to remind any of you of when, because we've been discussing for the last 6 years about what's happening on to Yazidi, what happened to Yazidi, and what have been happening to Yazidi, and there is little or maybe not that much have been done so far. Yeah, I chose the education back in 2008. I finished my diploma with the high school, but because of the same reasons that we're facing right now, I couldn't go to Mosul University. So it was only 3 years later when I had the opportunity to go to the American University. But I was not alone. I was one of the 5,000 other Yazidi students who were deprived from their education in Mosul University, and they ended up in some of the university in Kurdistan, studying some of the degrees they were not interested or were very low compared to what they achieved in high school. So of today, if we're talking about preparation of education, I think after security, education is the second most important thing for Yazidi in all over the world. And some of our students in Kurdistan have shown that. I remember in 2007, there were 10 top students in Kurdistan, 7 of them were Yazidis. And that shows a sign of how much Yazidi inspire education, love education, and how hard worker they are as an educator or as students. Of today, we are talking about 45 schools have been destroyed with attacked jar. So at least each of these schools at least had 300 to 500 students. So we as Nebraska said, we're talking about a whole generation for 6 years have been losing their future. And this generation could have contributed a lot to the Yazidi future and to also today's what is happening today. So as said, yeah, education is so important. Other stuff are also important, but with my experience, I do discrimination, religious discrimination, and instability, security, and attacks on Yazidi students in Mosul and other areas. I was late for 3 years to find a university to study, and I'm sure there are thousands of Yazidis who couldn't do that, and they don't have the access to that very basic right of them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nawaf. Now, Ms. Hewan Omar, she is the FYF country director. You've seen her before today. Hirwan is from Sinjar and has been working in the humanitarian field for several years, and now as the country director with FYF. Hirwan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Pari. I will start with, it's a good to see a young group of Yazidi leaders and thinkers here. I hope you are all safe and well. I'm glad that today we have an opportunity to discuss education and the future of Yazidi youth after surviving genocides throughout the history. We believe that investing in education is the most important investment any government or national organization can do to help the Yazidi next generation. When we invest in younger generation or youth, we invest in the future. We must make sure that minorities like Yazidis in Iraq and marginalized groups, and particularly children with disabilities and women who were in captivity and young girls are not left behind. Everyone in the Yezidi community has suffered so much since 2014, and I'm glad that this panel is focusing on the young people and the future for the next generation, because we are concerned that the building blocks and that the opportunities that are needed for us are not there. So, and this will prevent the next generation from being successful, and this will be put Yazidi in a very difficult or bad situation. So it's very important, and I think education and job opportunities for Yazidis is and for the young women and men, the only key forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Hirwan. Now we move to Ms. Zozan Kolani. Zozan is a GBV project practitioner in Sheikhan. Zozan, the floor is yours.
Welcome, everyone. I'm Zozan Hasib from Sheikhan district.
Can you speak a little bit louder?
Yeah, sure. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Zib from Sheikhan district. It is an honor to be able to speak about this topic of the all. First and foremost, thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak on the behalf of the Yazidi community, and particularly on the behalf of women in my community. Today is a day that holds two meanings to me. It's a day where we mourn and remember those who have been lost, but also a day marks the strength of my community. Start years ago, today many Yazidi lose their families, their house become displaced, and as a result, lose themselves. One thing, however, that shone through the darkness was perseverance and resistance for life. The Yazidi community never give up. In camps, in the heat of the summer or the cold of the winter, they are continuing their education and their work. We are also reclaiming and demanding that the justice and respect for human rights and that was lost to the Yazidi community returns. I believe this day will be remembered by all Yazidi forever. I, like many other women in my community, have been very committed to recovery and development of the Yazidi community. We are doing our part in advocating for the rights of women and ensuring their continued resilience. I started my journey working as a supervisor that was opened in Sheikhan. It was for Yazidi orphans and survivors. Now I work as a GP practitioner. I believe now our efforts should start looking into reconstruction. reconstruction of life, physically, socially, and mentally. Many Yazidi women now, like those who left their school, now they wanted to continue their education. Especially now, there has been very much awareness over women's rights. I believe that continued advocacy with state authorities and also in some international like this one, international events like this one, so like where people can get more about Yazidi community, also Yazidi people, are good steps forward changing the current situation and also allow the Yazidi community to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So now everyone has been introduced to the viewers. I think let's to the questions. Nawaf and Nibraz both focus a lot on education, as the viewers just now heard. Can you tell the audience why you do this and what aspect of the education do you think is most important for young Yazidis? And what do you think the international community should do on this for the Yazidi youth?
Who should I start first? Thank you so much, Ferry, again, and I want to thank Free Yezidi Foundation for the opportunity one more time. Yes, I mentioned some of the struggle that I had when I tried to enroll into college. I'm aware of a lot of struggles. I want to talk about certain challenges and struggles that Yazidi students have in Sinjar, like in Iraq in general. So I'm pretty sure right now there are a lot of, I would say, thousands of students are kind of hanging between the two administrations, Iraqi administration, the central administration in terms of education, and the Kurdistan administration. So in terms of transferring from one university to another, in terms of getting their certificate, their transcript to apply for jobs, to apply order for further education degrees like master or doctoral. So those are some challenges, and I think in Iraq, whoever focuses on education, this problem has to be before everything. And for me, that one of the reasons that kind of pushed me toward education, because I wanted desperately to just go to college, and as I said, because of the security situation, and I was one of the victims of the two administration education between Mosul and Erbil, and I had, after 3 years, I just then I had the opportunity to do that, and so that gave me an inspiration, encouraging young people not to give up. During my time when I was unable to go to the university, I volunteered teaching some English and math at my hometown of Khanasor. And a lot of students, where they would ask me, what's the benefit of education? I would always, advise them being based on what they like and being based on what they inspired by. Because to me, a successful teacher is more valuable and important to a community like Yazidis than a non-successful doctor. So that's my advice to them. And I remember one of my students in 2014, when we had to run away from our home to Duhok and other areas, so telling me always focus on the importance of education, but now we have to go back and carry our weapons, and what's the benefit of our education? I told him also, an educated fighter is always much better than a non-educated fighter, even if your weapon is not a pen, is just a rifle or something else. So all during my struggle kind of put me in a position where I was, inspired and driven to this. And then at that time, I was kind of promised myself, I said, one day I went to a university, I will do my best, and I will encourage my friends and my students to do their best. I think for a minority like, and as I see on these panels, you are all a result of education. Without education, I don't think any of us would be on this panel today. I don't, kind of forget about what other people could bring value in terms of social life and other aspects of life. But as I said, education is a key for all of us. And today about Sinjar and the struggle of students, I don't understand till today why there is not a university in Sinjar. So we have back then, in 2008 I was one of around 5,000 students, but now I think you can imagine that 5,000 being doubled or tripled today. So we have around, I would say, 20,000 students who need education, a good access to education. So that's kind of where I came from in terms of education. And in 2015, that I promised to I would do my best at education. I was the only student from Sinjar at the American University, and I got the speech for being the top student in my school. And I thought that that's something you bring your case on your to attention through education. And today I'm doing the same with a lot of former students of mine, a lot of friends, and yeah, and as I told you, the resolution I can see all on this panel today. Thank you.
Libras?
Yes. So like Nawaf said, I think it's just a personal experience that makes focus mostly on education. A lot of both of my parents, I'm the first generation for my family to graduate high school, the first ever to go to college. I think that could tell a lot. I just grew up hearing stories from both of my parents of not having access to education. My dad talks about the struggle between, like Nawaf mentioned, the Dou administration during Kurdish. We had a Kurdish school. Sometimes the Kurdish school moved, and the Iraqi school moved in the Arabic one. So for that reason, both my parents were not able to continue their education, and that continued for me as well. In my own village, we had two separate schools. One was in Arabic, and the one that was completely in Kurdish. So being a male, beginning of it wasn't easy to go to school in those villages. But then it added to it when I became a refugee, and when I came and I became a refugee in Iraq, I didn't want ISIS to stop me. I wanted to go to school, but again, because I'm female, and everybody would tell me that, okay, so you graduate, then what? You're a minority. You're over that. You are a female. Getting a job won't be possible for you. It's imagine going to Mosul, where I remember at that time people where I speak Kurdish language going to Mosul. So these were all the struggles that kind of I experienced, and I didn't let it stop me. So in 2014, when ISIS came, I moved to Erbil. I told my dad I want to go to school. I don't want ISIS to me. I know there's a brighter future. I know it's not going to be easy, but there's a brighter future waiting, and I don't want being a Yazidi stopping me. I don't want being a female stopping me. So I went to Erbil, and the first thing I tried to enroll, and the first thing they asked me is to get my transcript. There was no way possible I could get my transcript at that time, when basically my village was a front line between ISIS and Peshmerga fighters. So this is the struggle that I saw when I first came to the U.S. First time, I felt like I could go to my education without being discriminated. I could tell people I'm a Yazidi without being discriminated, because I heard a lot of derogatory comments for attending a school a year in Arabic and lazy, and that's the reason a lot of Yazidis leave, because it's not easy. Like Nawab said, we receive death threats. There are students who are discriminated in the classroom. And this is the environment that a lot of students handle. So it's just that experience, and coming to the US, I decided to begin because I know Yazidis have potential. I know Yazidis students, especially the young, like Nawab said, there's a lot of potential. And it's just that they're constantly being stopped. There are barriers put in front of them for basically having access to basic education. And to answer your question about what international community, I think it's just, we know the community. We know how to rebuild it. We are the young people. We know everything about this community. So a best investment would be just educate those young students, and so we can build our lives again in Iraq. I don't expect somebody from other communities or anybody from a foreign country to go to Sinjar and other Yazidi communities and start changing and rebuilding lives there. We know the community, we know our community. So we need the young generation, we need the young educated Yazidis so we can go home and build our lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Nubra. So education is definitely one of the important things for the next generation. Daud, let's go to you. I know you are a Yazidi survivor yourself. Can you tell the audience a little bit about Turd and your situation? And obviously, the book you wrote of poems, Walking Alone. Go ahead.
Thank you, Perry. About my book and also about my experience going through genocide. As a genocide survivor, going through a lot of struggling, fleeing like Sinjar, being with my family in ID camps, working with a lot of survivors. I have documented over like 100 stories of survivors who survived ISIS captivity, and coming to US, getting the opportunity to come to US gave me the inspiration that I need to do something, and writing has been always like the thing that I love to do, and I want to do something for the Yazidi community and also to make it like a documentation for what happened to us as Yazidis. After I arrived in US, I was like for 9 months I couldn't go to school or anymore. So at that time I decided to start working on my book, Walking Alone, and getting a collections of poetry and also description of in each chapter about what happened to the Yazidis. At the same time, it was like a lot of yearning, a lot of emotional poetry that was taking me back to Sinjar, to my family who I left behind. And also I collected like a number of drawing, painting from like the Yazidis artists who described the Yazidis genocide in different sites. I think it's really important that as my show that we work on different sites, whether education, whether writing, and as a Yazidi young generation, we need to bring like some concrete ideas or ideas and making a collective of information, documentation that we will need in future. Maybe not today, maybe not now. Is like the international community and everybody is like bringing this case, but I'm sure that one day we will need all these. We will need like the generation who are fighting for education. We will need authors. We will need politicians, and I'm like a position that I always encourage the Yazidis not to take different sides and invest in different areas, so that we have like a young generation who is like complete from all sides, and we could all share ideas and work on our case. Yazidis community in Iraq needs us, and one of the main reason why I so hard to get here is that because I have found so many people are hopeless. So people were in a position that they couldn't continue. So many people who lost most of their members of the family. I have friends from college who were murdered. So today our responsibility is so big, and I feel that my responsibility here, like as a Yezidi survivor, not just to act as a victim, but to get like the strength of being a survivor of a genocide and use that as a tool to fight for my community. Is it if it's like through the education or writing or through a lot of other stuff. Walking along was my first step, and also I participated in a book through my community college here, Sala Community College, in 2019, and also I'm currently working on a novel that will highlight more about what exactly happened to Yezidi, about the Yezidi culture, Yezidi religion, and it will be another documentation. And it's like the listing that we could do for our community back there in Iraq who are suffering the worst consequences right now.
Thank you, Dawood. I mean, as you said, like, the future of Yazidis lies in having lawyers, doctors, graduates of the Yazidi community. And with that, I want to go to Juan and Zozan, because the Yazidi community does not only exist out of men. Let's talk about the Yazidi women, their education. So give me your point of view of how you see women's education, Yazidi women's education. Do they get enough education in Iraq in general? What can we do to make sure that these women and girls, all of them throughout Iraq, get chances to learn and succeed, just like the Yazidi men in the community?
Okay, so I think this is a great question, as we are in the field, and we're gonna share with you the real situation and how we are seeing it. So here, if you are talking about I all agree that education is the most important instrument for developing communities. But in case we are talking about Yazidi, and especially the Yazidi women, we have to start from the basics, like with the roots, because the base here is to provide a safe and secure environment for the young Yazidi women. In general, Yazidi men and women, but if we are focusing here on women, we have to start with the secure and safety. So here, because we cannot build a future that's based on fear. Also, Yazidi women in Iraq, they have the right, and they have also to participate in the education like any other citizen in Iraq, according to the principles of non-discrimination and equal rights. So, prior to genocide, prior to 2014, like I'm gonna share with you some like experiences that we faced. Not myself, because I have different family members and friends and relatives. So prior to genocide, Yazidi students who were attending University of Mosul, they were receiving threats, those Yazidi students. So after a number of death threats to those young Yazidi men and women, we have seen the resilience in this young Yazidi men and women. It's sometimes at some point you can say it's easy for maybe men can still continue, but this dropping the women, still always women are vulnerable. So they still continue their education, and here I have a text from a real text that's been a threat text that's been given to the students who were attending University of Mosul. So I'm gonna, it was in Arabic, but I've translated, I'm gonna read it to you, what's exactly been written and the threats that's been given to the Yazidi students. Because as you see, you cannot, if you are imagine you are in a hall, you are trying to study and get an education, and you have to hide your identity because how you're gonna get this education to the point that you are at any point expecting a message gonna come to you, or you when you are out of the class, or when you are walking. So these are very difficult. So now I'm gonna read the text. So the text is, in the name of God, leave this land, which is the land of God, because you are non-believers. In case you don't leave, we will slaughter you. So this was one of the messages that's been given to the Yazidi students, and thus resulted in murder of their bus drivers, because still the Yazidi students wants to continue because they think if they didn't do any harm to anyone, we can continue education, have the right like any other human being who are here. They continued while they didn't see the Yazidi students are still continuing. They try go to the other part, which is our murdering the bus driver who's transporting them, as the bus driver also is Yazidi. So this caused a strong Yazidi students, and for this my brother was among students, and before this was in 2013, and he dropped off and he lost the whole future of education and he was one of them. There's many students who dropped that occasion. So this is something she like addressed and talked about. Should be a solution for that. I'm sure that if the Iraqi government, or this was something they heard about it, or if so it didn't reach to the level of government, I'm sure the head of the university of this messages. So there's hundreds of Yazidi students lost opportunity for good education, which would have helped with the future of the Yazidi, of the of the next generation, and helping them with job opportunities. As I said, education is key for development for everyone. But in case of Yazidi, especially women, we should build a safe and secure environment so that they have equal rights in receiving education and think about their future. So also we have, if we talk about the young Yazidi boys and girls who were returning from captivity. I have few examples of this also. We went to the non-official camp. There were Yazidi, were like 12 or 10 years old. Only the mothers, their family, all the father, brother are being killed or in captivity. So I've seen those children, and then they will just be being someone, just I want to get into the education. The mother will tell me, just try to find how we can put them back into the education. But here, if you are, because you lost 2 or 3 years of your life in captivity, and this comes back, whether it's a girl or a boy, and then when he comes back or she comes back, there's a system, the education system in Iraq. Then you have, when you enter the education system in the primary school, you have at the age of 6 or 7 you enter. But now because you lost 2 or 3 years in captivity, and then you will not be accepted in the system of education. So this is also something should be addressed, because those children are deficient. So how, if they're not getting into this system, or if the system is not gonna change, or there's not something for them, those generation gonna lose it, because there's nothing for them, and completely it's ignored. And even that's a part that's never been talked about, other than talking about justice, genocide recognition, safety and security for Yazidis in Sinjar, stopping the genocides from happening again, accepting the Yazidis of who they are, not how they should be. All of this. So those children are also left behind. And let me read a part, so how we can compare between this. Let me read a part of an article of UNESCO declarations for you. So we commit to strategic context and culturally sensitive legislation and policies to make education and training system more equitable and inclusive, means leaving no one behind. This requires that all children and youth have access to quality early childhood development, care and education, encouraging at least 1 year free and in compulsory pre-primary education, and complete 12 years of free publicly funded primary and secondary education, of which at least 9 years as compulsory. So we see that now that I shared with you about those children who are going to be a next generation and while they are left behind.
Thank you, Hewan. It's true. It's very sad. And just for the viewers to understand, there are many Yazidi camps where the internally displaced Yazidis live. But because so many displaced Yazidis because of the ISIS genocide, there are many Yazidis living outside of camps, and they do not get the same rights that the Yazidis have in the camps. So they are even worse off, as Hewan says, education, even like food delivery, etc., is very, very difficult. Zozan, let's go to you.
Yeah. Well, in general, some Yazidi women and girls are
A little bit louder.
Yeah.
Zozan, a little bit louder.
Yeah. So, well, in general, some Yazidi women and girls are getting chances, but there are many obstacles that they are facing. For example, some of them live schools of marriage. So this is like a traditional, like not only Yazidi community, while all over Iraq. So if I talk about Sheikhan specifically, like some families think that if the girl get married, so she should leave everything behind. And yeah, and now it's become a big problem here in Sheikhan. Women are now regret because they left their education and just now knew that marriage is only a part of life, not the whole life. So that like happened after that there has been many community awareness over women's rights. And now they really want opportunities to continue their education. And some other Yazidi girls, like they lose chance for education because of the bad financial of their families. So, for example, if their family and their financial condition is bad, so they will give the priority for boys for continuing their education rather than the girls. And for the second part of the question, like we do to make sure that the girls are getting enough chance for education, I believe if there were like some governmental institutes or maybe opening some projects for the Yazidi mothers, not only for Yazidi mothers, while for all women who have no chance for education before. So they start to learn and to depend on themselves and also to help their children to be raised as a new educated Yazidi generation. Thank you.
Thank you, Zozan. I mean, it's one part, right? It starts with education, but the eventual goal is to have a job. So let's talk about job opportunities, and let's make this a sort of a discussion, because I've heard many of you complain about like there are no job opportunities for Yazidis, especially during COVID-19. It's worse. And now let's start with you.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I mean, in general, like I would say Iraqi economy is going down, but we don't have to blame that. But when it comes to jobs, for example, in Sinjar, there is even a very lower chance to get out there. There's two types of job in Iraq. Either you will work with an organization, like an organization with like a Free Yazidi Foundation, or you will be enrolled in the military, which also that's very difficult for Yazidis, or you will be hired on a governmental salary, a teacher, or as a lawyer, or some of these professionals. But I would say, like, you also asked me earlier about what international community can do to build education and to provide jobs. As already 45 schools that have been destroyed, and some of them still occupied. Some of the militia they are using as their base. So if you rebuild these schools, and for sure we will need another at least 45 more schools, because each of these schools has been overloaded with students. For example, I have a friend right now in Khanasor. He's the principal of one of these schools. He has a schools of 8 classrooms with 6,000 students and only 12 teachers. And all these 12 teachers are only him and his assistant are hired on governmental salary, but the other teachers are volunteers. So if you want to contribute to build education and at the same time offering the jobs, that's an area I think any international organization or even the government of Iraq or any other government, they can invest in. This way they will provide buildings, they will provide space for students to learn, and they will also provide thousands of jobs for teachers. We have more than 800 Yazidi graduates who are ready to become teachers today, but there is nobody who can hire them and nobody them. So they do odd jobs here and there to just feed their families, or they will their final option if they will join one of the militias group in order to bring food to the table. The other thing, I think there is, as I said, I don't understand why there is not a university in Sinjar. If you have a university in Sinjar, at least one university or maybe 2 institutes, that will also bring hundreds of Yazidi community, Yazidi people in Sinjar. So this was just one of the area I think international community, international organization, and even government can focus on, and they bring a lot of jobs, prosperity, and we will be having educated generation for the future.
Very, very well said. So basically, if you're to the government, international governments, and also the local governments, if you're building new schools, make sure that they are sustainable, that able to hire and keep on Yazidi teachers, etc. And the other thing, obviously, a university in Sinjar. Why should our people travel all the way to Mosul for only getting threats and deaths and miserable while they're trying to get an education? Very well said. I mean, obviously, for the viewers, you only get a chance to hear this when you speak to Yazidis, so they can explain from their heart, their own experience, what is happening in the region. Nibra, let's go to you.
Thank you, Perry. I think well, he said it all. As an Yazidi who experienced all of things, he mentions the importance of having a sustainable education in Sinjar mostly. But I think I just want to focus on the job discrimination is that, like I mentioned before, it's just Yazidis thinking that, okay, if I graduated, I think this is something I hear a lot back in my home. If I graduated, what's next? There's not a possibility that you're going to get a job. So this is the main reason that Yazidis have been lacking on getting education. It's just that, okay, you're not going to get a job after that. If there's one job available in Kurdistan, they would prefer to give it to a Kurd. If there's one job available in Iraq, they would prefer to give it to somebody else. So we don't have in Iraq, we don't have that kind of law that can give Yazidis a chance. There's like labor, when it comes to labor, there's no discrimination, but discrimination exists everywhere, from getting an education to getting a job. I think that's something we mentioned. A few days ago, I saw an online applications for companies, and it had it asked for your religion, and only like 3 options. Yazidis was not one of them. So even if you're Yazidis, you cannot even get to apply to those jobs. So this situation has been real and has been going on for so long. It's not just after ISIS. This has been going on for decades in Iraq, and nothing has been done about it from either side of the government. And this is something that basically put Yazidis at disadvantage. Like Nawaf said, we go to school, we graduate, but get a job, so we have to go get those lower paying jobs. We don't get hired. The governments like that, government salaries, you don't get that. The Iraqi economy is bad, get it, and we understand it's been going on for so long. But we've been discriminated as Yazidis simply for being Yazidis, not because of our resumes, not because of anything else on it, not because of experience, just simply because we're Yazidis. And this has to stop. But Yazidis, we cannot just for lower paying jobs. We cannot continue doing that. We need government, we need support from the government, either of them, either the Kurdish or the Iraqi, to end this discrimination against Yazidis in the education system as well as in the search for a job. I think this is something it's the most important at this point, because if we know as a Yazidi, if I'm gonna get a job, I'm not gonna be discriminated. I'm gonna I'm gonna keep investing in my school, and this is something that both of the government need to look at. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Nibras. We have 3 minutes left. Maybe last remarks, like what does the international community need to do? What does the Iraqi government need to do? The Kurdish government, Dawood.
Thank you, Ferry. I want to just focus on the last point also about the job discrimination, and I think the discrimination is real against the Yazidis, and it's happening like forever, even at Saddam's times, and Yazidi would not be accepted as like in the higher position, police officer, judges, and that was like a part of like even the Iraqi rules, and this has been happening and it still exists against Yazidis, but we as have to focus on how we can get out of that. I think the basic, the solution for that will be the international community have to work with the Iraqi and the Kurdish government in different sectors like education and also like private sectors, trying to bring, like as Nawaf and Brad said, the educational opportunities for like building schools, universities, and also in the private sector, in agriculture and building factories. I think that will bring more opportunities to Yazidis in their areas, and in that way there will be no discrimination against Yazidis in their own land. Thank you for everybody, and thank you, Perry and Free Yezidi Foundation for giving us a chance to participate.
Thank you, Dawood. Zoltan? Zoltan, can you hear me? Sorry. Go ahead. No, I can't hear you.
Okay. Yeah. So if I talk discrimination, yeah, 100% Yazidi community, like they are discriminated. There is a lot of discrimination, like for getting job in many governmental. It's not because the Yazidi youth, like they don't have good skills to be hired in some governmental institute. It is because of the discrimination. Like there are many people that are getting hired in some governmental institutes maybe because of their relatives or maybe because of the religion. So now I wanna just like say that we all should work together, like not only Yazidi youth. I don't know whether there is someone who is not Yazidi now listening. It will be really good if we all work together for a better future for all of us, far away from discrimination, to build. Thank you.
Very well said, Zoltan. Here, one last thing, and then we can turn it off because we need to go to the next panel.
Yeah. Okay. So I don't want to go into the discrimination because that's something all our colleagues mentioned. So here, what the solution to find here is that I believe that the international communities and the governments, both governments, and should support and the Yazidi organization, the Yazidi community, to conduct a labor assessment with youth, as well as business owners, government officials, to better understand how compatible Yazidi youth skills are with the needs of the business community in our government, especially for job opportunities, should be presented to everyone, not based on religious beliefs, because we all together can help and build a country together. If you are discriminating me, then we can see there is no peace in the world. So I can focus on something that that FYF is already doing this on a small scale by providing education and IT for the young Yazidis and some job technicals, but we are still a very small organization. We need to work jointly with much larger international efforts and create better future and more opportunities for our Yazidi youth. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thoughtful comments that the world needs to hear, and the real situation of the Yazidis. And thank you all. You are the next generation. Bye. So now the next panel is ready. Nawaf, you are on because you are hosting the next panel. I'll admit everyone, and then you can start and go ahead. Thank you, everyone, for joining the 6th year edition of the Yezidi Genocide. Murad, good to see you again. Nawaf, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Perry. I want to thank Free Yezidi Foundation for putting together this conference in this significant but very, very sad day for us. Thank you to our international audience and our Yazidi audience for joining us here today, and thank you for our panelists today. 6 years on this day, 3rd of August 2014, and at this exact time, I remember I took a break from one of my class that I was in at the American University of Iraq, Suleimania, to check the 40 missed calls and hundreds of text messages that I had from my family, friends, and relatives in Sinjar on this day at this hour. The first text message I remember very well, I read, was from a friend of mine who said, "Everything is gone." And I took my 5 sisters. I immediately called her back, asking what was happening and where were the security forces. She said everyone left us behind 2 choices, either death or run for their life. That friend of mine was one of more than 350,000 Yazidis who were left with these 2 choices. Sinjar, what we falsely believed was protected, safe, secure, fell into the hands of 200 fighters, Daesh fighters, in a matter of hours. Sinjar, its were left alone facing an ultimate suicide. Their army collapsed and had run away days before that. The so-called police border protection followed them a few days later. And then on the day of genocide, so did the Kurdish forces. As a result of that, more than 2,000 people were killed. About 7,000 women, children were abducted by ISIS, and the rest had to run for their lives towards Sinjar Mountain, Syria or Kurdistan. And more than 80% of Sinjar was destroyed, including dozens of Yazidi shrines, schools, and hospitals. After 6 years, and as we speak of today, most of what has been or was destroyed has not yet been rebuilt, despite of all the attention and the effort. Still, about 3,000 Yazidi women, children, girls are missing as we speak of today. More than 70 mass graves discovered. These homelands are still full. Villages, houses are still full of ISIS planted landmines. In Sinjar, there is no water, no electricity, no education, no even basic services. From my experience as a Yazidi from Sinjar, I'm talking. The important point of all this, there is no security and there is no sense of security to any Yazidi citizen in Sinjar. After all, it is the security, it is the safety that would allow our people to go back to their home, but unfortunately, it is lacking today. In terms of security, as we're going to be talking about the security of Sinjar, the threats, future threats, Sinjar today is divided among and controlled by different forces and militias. We will get into details more about this. Those who are from Sinjar, like me and Murad, who's on this panel, those who are concerned with the future of Yazidi, like the rest of my panelists, understand how essential security and prevention is for any realistic prospects for the future of the Yazidi and the region. Today, I'm delighted to have with me on this panel a group of great, knowledgeable experts to discuss these issues of security. I have today with me Nadine Maneza, a commissioner of the United States Commission on International Religious Freedom in Washington, D.C. So pleased to have you on this panel, Nadine. I also have Dr. Amy Austin Holmes at Wilson Center in Washington, D.C. Thank you, Dr. Amy, for being here with us today. I also have Evelina Ochad, a co-founder of the Coalition for Genocide and the author of a great book, Never Again. Thank you so much for being able to joining us, Evelina. Last but not the least, Murad Ismail, a dear friend, a Yazidi activist, one of my favorite Yazidi activists, and somebody who I personally look into, the co-founder and the former director of Yazidi, Yazda, Murad Ismail, who's now based in Texas. I will ask you all to welcome this great group of panelists and to talk about this very important issue of security of in general and Sinjar in specific. I will ask all my panelists these first questions, and if you can add some other remarks that you may have prepared, and then we will get into more questions for each one of them. For our audience also, I would say, if you have a question, please drop into the Q&A box so our panelists can answer them. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here. So for all my panelists, I will ask this question: what do you believe are the greatest threats facing the Yazidi people right now? Who do you think are contributing to these threats? Should we be paying attention to all threats to prevent future attacks on Yazidi? How can we do that? Why don't we start with you, Ms. Nadine Mendeza?
Thank you. And I would like to thank PARI and the Free Yezidi Foundation for their important work and for giving me the participating in the panel today. some of my favorite voices on these issues. I'm pleased to be talking about this issue of security, which we need to acknowledge is at the heart of the Yazidi community's past tragedies, and as well as its most urgent and pressing need. This lack of security is clearly evident in the real and ongoing threats that the Yazidis and the other religious ethnic minorities continue to face in Iraq and Syria. In Iraq, Iran-backed fighters and Ashabi, or Popular Mobilization Forces, continue to represent a corrosive presence and cruel barrier to free movement and safe return of Yazidis to Sinjar, and other minorities to the Nineveh Plains as well. The U.S. should pressure the Iraqi government to implement its own stated policy in these militias. It was only 2 months ago that the Turkish strikes hit so uncomfortably close to returning families in Sinjar and IDP camps in northern Iraq. In neighboring Syria, some Turkish invasions have displaced tens of thousands of Yazidis and other religious and ethnic minorities from the area of Afrin in 2018, and a wider strip of territory in northeast Syria in late 2019. In May, Amnat spoke out against this violence, and she tweeted, "Turkish-backed militias are silently carrying out a campaign of ethnic cleansing against Yazidis in Afrin, Syria, kidnapping women, killing civilians, and destroying houses and homes. To date, the international community has failed to bring attention to these crimes." In addition, Genocide Watch has called these atrocities war crimes and crimes against humanity. In other words, Turkey's operations in northern Syria have again threatened to facilitate the religious and ethnic cleansing of Yazidis and other vulnerable minorities, communities who already suffered so much under ISIS only a few short years ago. In both Iraq and Syrian context, the U.S. government cannot rest with just providing humanitarian aid to Yazidis and other religious and ethnic minorities, as essential as these assistance must be. It must also act decisively to push back against the regional forces that threaten the safety and security of those very communities. From Turkey's invasion into North Syria and alliance with radical Islamist militias there, to Iran's stranglehold on Iraq's security through its PMF allies. The only greater threat than security is indifference. After all the attention, all the speeches, the money spent on by governments, the genocide resolutions, how can so little have changed on the ground in Sinjar for the Yazidi community? How can the international community look away right now at the violence happening against Yazidis in Turkey, in the area that has been occupied by Syria? I hope that the remembrance of this anniversary will help jumpstart some resolve to change the security situation for the Yazidis in both Iraq and Syria. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nadine. And I will go ask Murad Smail, a Yazidi activist who's been advocating for a better security, a better future for Yazidi for the last 6 years. The same question, Murad.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I'm really proud of the work that Free Yazidi Foundation is doing and for holding this conference. Really great job, and I co-work here. The security to me is really the #1 issue for the Yazidi community, and I think it will be the determinant of the recovery of the Yazidi community from the genocide and its continuity as a culture, as a community in Iraq, in Syria, and beyond. The security is the #1 thing we should worry about after the genocide, that the Yazidi community should be safe today, tomorrow, for the next 100 years. And that's something that does not come easy when you are a minority, that you don't make your own rules, you don't make your own military, you don't hold control on your own police. You are a subject to a regional complexity and a national complexity in the region that also resulted the genocide of 2014. So going back to 2014, why Yazidis suffered a genocide in the first place? Yazidis did not suffer a genocide since 1920, since the Iraqi state was established. This is the first genocide was committed against the Yazidi community since the modern states as we see them are established. So it happened when the state failed, when a militia took over, or a terrorist group in this case, took over large parts of Iraq and Syria. And for that security, when that security fell, the way I think about it, I think about the same security that we need to prevent something that could happen as in 2014. It's very possible that ISIS will emerge, given that the situation in Iraq, if it doesn't improve significantly on the reconciliation between all Iraqi components, into an inclusive government and also into economic prosperity. It's very possible that another group, ISIS or similar group, will find roots again if we don't deal with the issues that resulted in ISIS coming into existence. Also, security of the called disputed areas in 2014. That really was also a reason that the genocide took place, and then there was no defense. There was no defense in 2014, and that's why people were defenseless in face of ISIS. So when we talk about security, we need to create a situation in Sinjar and Ninawa Plain for minorities and for the greater region where religious minorities are there, but also the ethnic minorities like Shabak and others in the Ninawa Plains and Sinjar. We need to think about sustainable city that will protect these areas and will not be subject to political changes and complexities of Iraq. Well, of course, I would hope that Iraq as a country will be protected, that the nation will be protected. Again, a group will not find a way to come and invade the country. So we need to, when you think about security for Yazidis, you also think about security for the country. You also think about the security for the region, the Middle East. Are we going to allow another group like this to happen in Syria? For example, what happened in Syria? As Nadine said, in Syria now is going under a genocide. This time it's not ISIS. And genocide will not be also Yazidis too. It will go to other communities. So what is lacking is a regional plan and an international plan that goes all the way to the to honestly the failure of the Security Council to address the issues in Iraq and Syria, and also comes down to how you're to deal with the situation in Syria, how you're going to deal with the situation in Iraq. The disputed areas will not be protected without having its own mechanism for protection. And I have been pushing for of no less than 50,000 in federal police, in border police, in the army, and in the forces that basically the people of the region can believe in it. And that force is supported by the Iraqi government, by the international community. We need to come into some agreement between Baghdad and Erbil. The two areas, or the two regional government and central government, claim control on this area. We need to discuss that as well, in participation with the minorities in this region. The security needs to be sustainable, not only local police. We need heavy armed forces from the people's region, because I am just as certain as I'm talking to you now that there will be threats coming, and that our communities would have to be resilient, and they would have to be the one who bring the weapon when the next ISIS comes. If the international community, I don't see possibility of international protection at this point because of the complexities, the geopolitical complexities that go all the way up, as I said, to the Security Council, where Russia, China, the US are all in this struggle, political and security struggle that is global. So I don't see an international protection happening that meaning. But international protection could be through creating and supporting logistically, training-wise, of the local forces. Also, when you talk about security, so now we have to also talk about the militias that are in Sinjar and in other areas. You really cannot have a country when you have groups that don't act by the constitution, and groups are foreign to your land. So we need, that problem is in Sinjar, in our place, in the rest of Iraq too. We have a really great issue on the sovereignty of Iraq as a state. You need to build an army that only abides by law, that comes from the constitution, from the prime minister of Iraq. We need to, of course, the militias or the groups, armed groups that are created in Sinjar were created for a reason. So they are locals. If you talk about Yabasha, if you talk about Yazidi Peshmerga, if you talk about the Yazidi Protection Force, if you talk about the Yazidi PMU, Khal Ali and others who were created, all people. These are all our people who came and who rose against ISIS. Now, for someone to come and label them as something else, we're not happy with it. But honestly, we're also not happy about a state of lawlessness, where groups are acting as they are not part of the law. So there is no perfection here. We need to get the international community and in the first place, actually, not the international community, This is an Iraqi issue, Iraqi territory. And then there is the Kurdistan regional government, which is a partner in this, and it's also part of Iraq. So Kurdistan region is part of Iraq. It's not a separate country. We also talk about the local government of Ninawa, which is also a local government in the new constitution. It's as a province, is also as a region. We need to think about this. We need to sit down. We need to resolve the issues. We need to not give excuses to Turkey or other countries. That's not something we like. We don't like to see Turkey to come in. But at the same time, that means we have to address some issues so Turkey doesn't have concerns. Yazidi should not be going against Turkey. Yazidi should not be well, legal can go against anyone who you think is bad, who've issued, created problems for you. We need to think as a minority. We need to act as a minority. We need also to work with other religious minorities in the Ninawa Plain and in the region, so we can think about and develop a security mechanism that will protect the region without the Turkey will get away all other threats. Other countries, regional countries who are trying to build land bridges to other areas. I mean, this is not our really. We just came out of a genocide. We need to look forward to rebuild our people, rebuild our homeland, rebuild our own situation, so the Yazidis have the enough resilience so this doesn't happen again. And sorry, I just took a little bit long time. So that was my remarks.
Thank you so much, Murad said. As you mentioned about Syria, I remember many times my grandfather saying, as long as Syria is safe, Sinjar is safe, or Yazidi are safe. I want right now to turn to Dr. Amy Austin, and I know she's been writing a lot about Syria and the Yazidis in Syria. Whether in Syria or Iraq, Dr. Amy, what do you believe the greatest threats that are facing Yazidi people in this area, and is there a connection there?
All right, well, thank you to the Free Yezidi Foundation for this important event today, and for bringing together all the various panels that you have, and also thank you for the invitation for me to speak. I think there are 4 main threats, if I can just summarize it very quickly, that the Yazidis are facing. 2 of them, Nadine and Murad have already spoken about, so I won't go into detail about that to save time, but they have already mentioned, first of all, the fact that lack of clarity and responsibility, frankly, for who is responsible for protecting the Sinjar region of Iraq, and that the lack of clarity is actually a huge security threat to the Yazidis in Iraq. And so until the disputed nature of that territory is resolved, I am afraid that threat will remain. And so addressing the disputed territory of Sinjar is absolutely crucial, first of all. Second, Nadine mentioned the indifference, frankly, of the global community. That is a huge threat that the Yazidis are facing. It is, for me, hard to understand how 82 countries in the world came together as part of the global coalition. 1/3 of all the countries in the world came together in the fight against Islamic State. And now those victims of the Islamic State, almost 3,000 Yazidis still missing, that there's very, very little resources devoted to finding them. I find this extremely hard to understand, and it's frankly unacceptable that you have such a huge, coalition of the most powerful countries in the world that are part of the global coalition, and yet the resources that are needed to find those missing Yazidis are simply not being made available. The efforts are not being coordinated. I think in order to find the missing Yazidis, that will require increased coordination between all of the relevant authorities, including the authorities in Baghdad, in Erbil, also the autonomous administration in northeast Syria, as well as in Turkey and the other members of the coalition. A third problem is that the self-administration in northeast Syria does not have adequate resources themselves to engage in the necessary investigations to find the missing people. And so they need support in order to coordinate their efforts to continue to build a database that is, of these missing Yazidis in order to find them. However, the biggest threat, in my opinion, for Yazidis, particularly in Syria, is coming from the Turkish-backed Islamist militias that have occupied Afrin and now Ras Al Ain Serikane. Afrin, the northwestern Syria, unfortunately, the Syrian Yazidis have been almost, virtually ignored by the international community, which is also another tragedy. Afrin has been home to Yazidis since the 12th century. They're an ancient indigenous minority of Afrin. They're now it's difficult to have exact estimates as to their population size, in part because under the Ba'athist regime, Yazidis were not allowed to identify as Yazidis, and so they had to register as Muslims. And so often it's Yazidis will be registered as Muslims and not as Yazidis. But estimated 90% of the Yazidi population of Afrin fled since the Turkish intervention and occupation that started in January 2018. That means that all of the Yazidi villages in Afrin are under control of the Turkish military and their Islamist militias. All of the Yazidi, the holy sacred shrines in Afrin, are under the control of Turkey and their Islamist militias. More than half of those shrines have been defaced or destroyed. And finally, another extremely worrying fact is that there have been many cases of kidnappings of Yazidis since Afrin has come under occupation by Turkey. Just in this year, in February, a woman by the name of Hassan, a 19-year-old Yazidi woman, was kidnapped from Karabash, a Yazidi village. She was tortured while she was in custody and forced or pressured to renounce her religion. In February 27, a woman by the name of Arin Lil Hassan was kidnapped from our village. She was in the Hamza prison run by the Hamza Brigade. In March, a 20-year-old woman, Ghazala Batal, was kidnapped. And then a few days after that, her mother was kidnapped. So there are families who have had multiple members of their own family kidnapped within days of each other. And so to me, this is, a sign that this is an enduring and systemic problem. They're not just incidents. The armed groups that are active in some of these areas include Ahrar al-Sham, Jaish al-Islam, Failaq al-Sham, the Hamza Division, Mu'tasim Brigade, the Waqf Brigade, Liwa Samarkand, Failaq al-Majid, Rajal al-Harb, Sultan Murad, etc. And so these militias that are controlling Afrin are part of the so-called Syrian National Army, which are, of course, trained by Turkey. And so what is needed is for the first access to Afrin for international human rights organizations to try to locate and find some of these Yazidis who've been kidnapped. Some of them have been released, but some of them are still missing. And so this is, to me, one of the major threats that is ongoing now in Syria that the Yazidi community are facing.
Thank you so much. Very well said. Thank you for your insight. Yes, whether in Syria or Iraq, Yazidis area are controlled by different militias. There is a difference not just in the regional powers of helping Yazidi, but also in the global coalition. Mike to Evelina to talk about probably what should we be paying attention to these possible threats that our other panelists talk about to prevent future attacks on Yazidis.
Sure, thank you very much. I would like to join all panelists in thanking the Free Yezidi Foundation for organizing this event. And just very briefly, I wanted to mention that, at least in my opinion, one of the greatest threats continues to be Daesh and any similar organizations that will emerge. And I think we do need to change our perception of the threat posed by Daesh. Daesh is not gone, and also apart from the remaining Daesh remnants in the region, the ideology persists. And all you can see right now, Daesh is using COVID-19 pandemic to grow in strength once again. COVID-19 pandemic creates perfect conditions for Daesh to grow, and we cannot ignore this fact. And I just wanted to very briefly, a recent UN report that talks about the threat posed by Daesh during this pandemic. The report Daesh has been using this pandemic to advance propaganda and fundraising. Regions are seeking to take advantage of perceptions that the attention of security forces is diverted elsewhere. It has exploited gaps caused by the pandemic and by political turbulence in Iraq to relaunch a sustained rural insurgency, as well as sporadic operations in Baghdad and other large crises. And the UN report also says that we should the pandemic lead to a severe global recession. The international community may be facing further headwinds in countering terrorism and extremist narratives. So to emphasize this, Daesh threat is not gone. It imposes new challenges addressing the threats, and it gives new opportunities for terror organizations like Daesh to grow in strength. So we need to monitor, and we have to respond to early warning signs. And also, as the panel already mentioned, security is key to help to prevent atrocity from materializing. And also, just in terms of the early warning signs, as you asked, I think we need to think when we think about Daesh atrocity, Daesh genocide, we need to remember that genocide did not happen overnight. Daesh genocide did happen overnight. Genocide never does. Genocide is a process. It requires preparation, planning, organization. And also, as Nadine already mentioned, it requires also our ignorance of the early warning signs, indicative of atrocities to come. And of course, states are under a duty to prevent, under the UN Convention of the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. Although the convention does not prescribe how this duty is to be fulfilled. However, the International Court of Justice tackled the issue and mentioned in one of its judgments in Bosnia-Herzegovina versus Serbia and Montenegro that the duty to prevent is a conduct-oriented duty. It's not a result-oriented duty. So the judgment says that a state cannot be under an obligation to succeed, whatever the circumstances, in preventing the commission of genocide. The obligation of states parties is rather to employ all means reasonably available to them to prevent genocide as far as possible. And the duty to prevent is triggered when the state learns of, or should normally have learned, of the existence of a serious risk that genocide will be committed. And this ultimately means that it should have effective monitoring mechanisms. If states do not have such monitoring mechanisms, they may rely on the arguments of the lack of relevant knowledge and so avail themselves of responsibility. And this is, of course, contrary to the duty to prevent and the spirit of the Genocide Convention. And have states taken steps to prevent the Daesh genocides against religious minorities in Iraq? And of course, other analysts already mentioned the coalition against Daesh. And of course, the global coalition against Daesh acted to stop Daesh atrocities from continuing, and so prevented the destruction of religious minorities in the whole. But this does not change the fact that significant loss of life and damage to religious minority groups took place. So we are talking about partial destruction, and there was no one to prevent this partial destruction. So indeed, in terms of preventing genocide from occurring, states and international communities, we all have. Could we have done more? When we talk about this genocide perpetrated by Daesh, we talk about it starting in 2014. However, again, genocide does not just happen. And I'll give you a brief example of what evidence, for example, here in the UK, the government had, which should have triggered the duty to prevent. And I would very briefly mention a report from 2011. The UK Border Agency published a report on the situation in Iraq back then. The report identified deadly attacks on religious minorities, especially during religious gatherings, harassment, intimidation, kidnappings, and murder. Armed groups attacked Christians, Yazidis, Shabak communities, labeling them as crusaders, infidels. And the report described growing lawlessness and impunity. So the early warning signs of genocide to come were there in 2011. However, we can also look further back to 2003. And 2003, this is when many religious minorities identify as the time that the situation in Iraq deteriorated significantly. Of course, after the foreign regime, many religious minority groups were singled out based of their religion, and single incidents of violence turned into more organized and systemic attacks. And the size of religious minority groups started to decrease significantly after that. Slowly but surely, the situation of religious minorities in Iraq began its journey through single attacks, mass atrocities, to genocide. So the signs were there back in 2003 and following years. The very clear signs of mass atrocities to come were there in 2011. And the report that the UK had from 2011 is very clear of those early warning signs. But in both cases, we have to act and prevent. And this brings us to right now, 2020, and the COVID-19 pandemic. And as already mentioned, the UN is very clear that the Daesh is using the COVID pandemic to strength. And this is where we need to act and to prevent another wave of mass atrocities against religious minorities in Iraq. And also, this is where we need very urgently comprehensive and sustainable solution for the question of security in Iraq. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Evelina. I think that's a very crucial to pay attention. You know, the Daesh is using the pandemic to re-emerge, to grow and strengthen. At the same time, we're seeing our people in displaced camps in Iraqi Kurdistan. They are afraid of the pandemic because it's not a matter of whether the pandemic will get into the campus, but it's a matter of when it gets to it. So some of them are fleeing back, you know, going back to Sinjar, fleeing the pandemic this time. So Murad, I want to ask you these questions. In your assessment of the safety for families in Sinjar, you know, many of them are now going back. What do you think should the world, the whole world, the international community, the local government do right now to help Yazidis in Sinjar right now?
It is time after 6 years that we come to our consciousness and come into rationalism. We need to sit down. We need to sit down and we need to bring rule of law, because rule of law, that's what creates a society. You cannot have a functioning society when you don't have rule of law. In a modern state, you need to have administration, local administration. You need to have your security in place. You need to see that's trusted by the people. You need to have functioning system where people can work. The return is not physical return. Honestly, the threat that I see are also economic threats. So we're coming out, we're in the pandemic, and we have people unemployment at maybe 80%, and this situation is not sustainable economically. But of course, you're not going to be able to have an economy if you have security. You're not going to have an economy administration of the region. So we need to really get back that and reveal to remove these issues of disagreement. And you know, the goal has to be by everyone is that it has to be a human case. Because politics, day and night, we can be radical as much as you want, as left as you want, as right you want. But eventually, the Yazidi genocide is a human case. It's a case that really touches life of millions of people across the globe. Today and yesterday, we saw people from every walk of life. They joined the Yazidis, they cried with us, they work with us on this. And Iraq and Kurdistan region both need to also channel that and use that for creating an example of success in Sinjar and in the other minorities areas, you know, not also, you know, forgetting other minorities too. We have, you know, the Christians of Iraq, 1.5 million people, they left Iraq because they were not safe. We have, you know, several of them were killed just than a month ago. To me, it's not the Yazidi issue. It's a minority issue. It is a country issue. It's a regional. It's an issue of we are really, you know, at a pivot point basically for what Middle East will be and what Iraq will be. And I think if we fail we're failing in Iraq, and I think, you know, another Iraq will just be in this cycle of violence, you know, vicious cycle of violence. That every other group in Iraq also have suffered genocides. If you look to Iraqi history, where everybody has been suffering, because we never really established a state where people are protected, where people are safe, and people are equal. So security is an integrated part of the rest of life, of a functioning state. You know, people going back, I mean, this is, we cannot abandon it. We cannot leave it for others to decide what happens to it. You know, why, yes, we go back. We don't go back now, we go back next year. We go back to our land, we rebuild our homeland, but we try to do it in a way that is civilized, you know, a way that's a success story, not a way where you send someone to a house that is destroyed, that probably, you know, landmines all are not removed, still, you know, 80 mass graves still are not removed. So, you know, we're talking about a situation that requires really a global campaign. Iraq and Kurdistan, Iraq has to be the heart of it, Kurdistan has to be the heart of it, Kurdistan region has to be the heart of it, the people, the Yazidi people have to be heart of it. You know, they have, you cannot work a solution without that, you know. I mean, I realize a lot of want to work with Baghdad, a lot of people only work with, a lot of people are wanting to work with somewhere else, you know, outside Iraq. I realize that. But, you know, we need to be rational, and we need to channel all our connections, you know. We need to channel our connections for the benefit of people. We need to also, you know, create an example of success. You know, yesterday I spoke about an example of success. And if you want, we have a genocide. You know, you want to have another side of the coin. You know, you need the human society to be proud of something. You need to be. You need. Iraq needs to be something. We not always talk about tragedy and about conflict. You know, think about the region. I mean, even the peace could also include Turkey, include every country in the region. We really need to move out of this hostile situation where everybody wants to fight everybody. Everybody wants to grab everybody's land. Everybody wants to get. I mean, if Christian only Iraq, you know, Iraq will lose a color, a beautiful color. If Caucasians leave, Iraq will lose a beautiful color. Same for the Yazidis. But, you know, it's a matter of time. We don't act collectively. You know, it's a matter of time. We don't act collectively. That I think eventually there will be no minorities in Iraq. You know, we're talking maybe about 50 years. You know, as maybe 100 years. But we don't want that to happen, and it's really the time to act. And I see momentum with this, with the 6th anniversary, and we should act on it. And security, as I want to just re-emphasize that we're talking about physical security, you know, weapons, understanding and organization, and groups that will follow rule of law, that will not follow orders from any other country, that follow the orders from Baghdad or from whoever the head of the operations are in Ninawa and in the region. Also, the long term, I believe that both Ninawa Plain and Sinjar would have to be their own province, one province that will include Sinjar, Talafar, Rabia, Zamar, Ninawa Plain. That will include the areas that are, you know, culturally different, that are just have different history. And maybe if we isolate that difference, maybe if we isolate difference in that situation, then it's easier for us to handle it. We're not talking about another country. We're just talking about administrative boundaries. You know, a way for us to enable us to lead and to recover and to bring this area in Iraq, to bring it to stability. Or, you know, if you think about it, all the issues between Iraq and Kurdistan region is because of the disputed areas. ISIS came because of the lack of security in these areas. You know, every issue you see, Iraq is lacking behind because of this area. So you really need to isolate the area, and then you need to be able to address. So I think administration of these areas, that's another pillar of solution. But the physical security of 50,000 locals under rule of law is the answer.
Thank you so much, Murad. As I totally agree. As we are thinking of short-term solution, we also have to think of some long-term solutions. And I think your proposal is a great one of these term solution. And I also mentioned this to a lot of people because it was in disputed territories, and because terrorist groups knew that nobody will protect this area if they attack them. That's why they had them as their first target. I totally agree on that. One of the obstacles in in front of Yazidi going back to Sinjar is the Turkish airstrike. I want to ask Nadine this question. You have been speaking about the Turkish airstrikes in Sinjar. Do you believe that United States has pressured or will pressure, talk about future, Turkey to cease airstrike in Sinjar, and what is your personal opinion about that?
Thank you. Well, in mid-June, I just returned from meetings actually with Murad Ismail at the White House and the State Department, where we talked about for Yazidis in Iraq and Syria, and how we were encouraged. Several hundred Yazidis had just returned from Sinjar when news broke about Turkish airstrikes in Sinjar. And it's not a coincidence that these airstrikes seem to occur when there's either returnees to Sinjar or it's near religious holidays. While Turkey claims that it launched these airstrikes in response to, let me get this right, quote, attacks and plans to attack our country, our people, our police, our bases. So we find it hard at Europe to believe that Sinjar is a threat to the homeland of Turkey. These operations in northern Iraq cannot be separated from the deeply repressive occupation of northeast Syria and the expansion of its involvement. You can see in Libya, President Erdogan is seeking to increase his footprint and his influence around the Middle East and North Africa. These actions are also coming at a time when Erdogan's government and its leadership is increasingly tested by its terrible economy, a continued struggle to address COVID-19, and also for allies to put together a new political party against the president. So, so much of this seems to be really a way to distract his population from their own problems. In terms of the U.S. government, we at USRF have been, as you know, very strong on this, and bipartisan, 5 Republicans, 4 Democrats, and we agree that this is inappropriate for Turkey. And so we're hoping that the U.S. government is, we know these kind of issues probably happen behind the scenes. So we hope that the U.S. government is making it clear that this isn't acceptable. But we do know a lot of people in the U.S. government agree with us.
Thank you so much for your remarks and insights. I want to also right now to turn to Evelina, asking her about another question. Since she talked about the warning signs that we had before, the warning signs that there are now, I know she's been also talking about the importance of helping and protecting genocide survivors. Since women are the majority of these victims, are steps that can be taken to prevent or reduce, the horrific sexual violence that occurred in 2014 from happening again. Is justice and accountability a part of this, or is anybody in the whole world internationally making any progress in this regard?
Thank you very much. Yes, rape and sexual violence are very often used as a weapon of war. As rape and sexual violence have been used across many conflicts as a weapon of war against women and girls. And definitely we need to do more to combat the ever-growing impunity for rape and sexual violence in conflict, but also outside of conflict. With strengthening legislation and enhanced investigation and prosecution of sexual violence in conflict and post-conflict that is consistent with fair trial guarantees and international law. But addressing the issue of impunity is a step towards fighting the perception that the use of rape and sexual violence in armed conflicts is a perfect crime for which the perpetrator will not face justice. And in the case of Daesh atrocities, we've seen this impunity for rape and sexual violence. If we look at some of the recent prosecutions of Daesh perpetrators, and there have been only a few, they've been prosecuted for terror-related related offenses only. Have not seen any prosecutions for rape, sexual violence. We also have not seen any prosecutions for genocide, crimes against humanity, war crimes. And in the whole world, there was only one prosecution for genocide, and that was in Germany. So, of course, impunity is an issue that we need, because impunity will beget further crime. But what also needs to happen is that we must ensure that rape and sexual violence in war becomes unimaginable. That rape and sexual violence could not be justified by the perpetrators. For this to happen, we do not only need law, the implementations and enforcement, but we need to perception of such crimes. And in order to do so, we need to engage leaders and at the national and local level, including community, religious and traditional leaders, to play a more active role in advocating against sexual violence in conflict. We need to engage all levels of the international community and to teach that the use of sexual violence is not acceptable, whether in conflict or in peace times. And religious leaders must play an important role here. And indeed, atrocities such as those perpetrated by Daesh highlight glaring illiteracy that allows the widespread and systematic use of the crime. It has become clear from the interviews with some of the Daesh foreign fighters or their family members that many of them believe that using rape and sexual violence against Yazidi women was justified by the Quran. When asked questions about it, they were not able to identify the relevant passages and rely on statements made by others that serve to support the interpretation, justify the use of sexual violence. And this is something that we need to address. And I'll just very briefly mention one important initiative here in the UK. In 2019, the UK has been working on a Declaration of Humanity, which engages international leaders of faith and belief to work towards ending sexual violence in conflict and to tackle the stigma often faced by survivors. This declaration was meant to be launched at the PSVI conference last year, but of course cancelled. This declaration is yet to be officially launched, and I hope that once it is launched, many of the attendees here today will support it, will encourage others to support it. To succeed with this very large task of combating rape and sexual violence in conflict, we need everyone to play a role in the different ways. And when doing so, we need to ensure that the crime becomes unimaginable to be perpetrated, but also unimaginable to be justified.
Thank you so much for your remark. I want to turn to Dr. Amy. If she thinks that, like as you said, Evelina, coronavirus will help ISIS in Syria, for example, and other group to regroup, re-emerge, or grow. And also, do you think what Murad proposed could apply to Syria, and how we will make sure, for example, the way that we're thinking about how we will make sure Yazidi voices here in terms when it comes to the security, how can we make sure it happens in Africa, in Syria?
Those are all great, but also very complicated questions. I can just echo what has already been said, that the coronavirus is a huge problem, especially in northeast Syria, where they're essentially under embargo, and it's very difficult to get needed medicine, the needed, personal protective equipment, etc., for these population. But in large detention facilities like Al-Hol camp and other detention facilities, that's not the only place where ISIS detainees are held in Syria. Of course, the coronavirus can spread easily in any crowded area. And so this is a real concern. It's a very real concern also that, frankly, countries whose citizens voluntarily joined ISIS and traveled to Syria or Iraq, that many of those countries are refusing to take back their own citizens and just sort of absolving themselves of their responsibility for their own citizens. And so that has forced the autonomous administration in northeast Syria to pay for, feeding and housing thousands of ICE detainees. And of course, that takes away resources they need to take care of victims of ISIS. and to take care of ordinary civilians. So this is a huge justice, and so I would, call on all of those countries, many of them European countries, who are just refusing to take back their own citizens. That not only, is that unfair, but they're also increasing the burden on the self-administration and making it more difficult to provide resources to the victims of ISIS and to find, again, those estimated 3,000 Yazidis who are still missing. I would also say, regarding your second question about the situation in Syria, in my report that was just published a few days ago at the Wilson Center, Syrian Yazidis under 4 regimes, where I compared how the Yazidi community was treated by the Assad regime under ISIS, by the self-administration, and now in areas by Turkey. I included 2 maps in there of Afrin and Ras al-Ain Serikani that documented the violations against Yazidis. And so I hope people will find that useful. But, one thing that I think is important to point out that is often ignored or not perhaps properly recognized is that, ISIS controlled 40% of Syria. They had a huge, control of territory in Syria. And there are an estimated 95 Yazidi settlements in Syria. So, there are Yazidi villages all over northern Syria, not only in Afrin and Serikane, but also around Amuda and Kahtaniya and Hasaka. And for the most part, those were protected from the Islamic State. There were some attacks. Prior to that by Nusra, but the Islamic State was not able to launch a genocidal assault similar in scale to what they did in Sinjar in Syria. And that is largely because that area in the north where the Yazidi villages are located were for the most part, that area was protected by the YPG and the SDF. And so you did not have the problem of disputed territory because, for the most part, it was controlled, those regions were controlled by the YPG and SDF. And so the disputed nature of the territory between, in Sinjar, where both Erbil and Baghdad are claiming it, and then you have the Shia militia, the Hashd al-Shabi, and the different groups, that is a real security threat. And so, clarifying this is absolutely necessary in order to provide the security needed for Yazidis in Sinjar to be able to return home.
Thank you so much, Dr. Remy. I think I'm getting some messages that we have like 5 more minutes in our panel. So I want to take these 5 more minutes to ask you all, what are your advices if you want to give to international community or to anybody who contribute to the security and safety of Sinjar and Yazidis in general, to promote, the safety and well-being of Yazidi? What is the most important right now in your views, and how could organizations like Free Yazidi Foundation, other organization, Yazidi organization like Yazda and other organization could do to help more? We can start with Murad.
Murad speaking. I may say I would recommend that the international community, United Nations, maybe the European Union, the United States, the big stakeholders of in Iraq, to put momentum after the 6th anniversary and to initiate formal dialogue in Iraq that will be solely focused on administration and security. Because only through that, I think we address the issues. We need to sit down, we need to conduct negotiations on these areas and reach into an agreement, security mechanism and administration mechanism for short term and medium term. So short term, we bring things under control, we bring the rule of law, and we medium level or long term, we think about sustainability of that security. This dangerous situation, when you have other countries conducting airstrikes and with intention to come and do land intervention, then you're talking about countries fighting countries, about really huge consequences that will have global consequences. So we need to intervene now at this point. And I see with Kadmi's new government, the Kurdistan regional government, also a new government in a way. So we can really work something out. But we have to have formal negotiations that will be supported by global powers and the United Nations and European Union and the UN, of course.
Thank you so much, Nadine.
Yes, I believe that at the end of the day, I mean, we obviously there's a lot of humanitarian work that needs to be done in Sinjar, and of course there won't be long-term safety unless there's local self-governance and local run security. And of course, Murad's already talked about local police and the need for that. In my local self-governance and local security, everyone seems to too big of a lift right now at point in time. But when will it ever be easy, and when will it ever be the natural thing to do? With Iranian influence and control and all the corruption, now is the time. There's never a better time. So what I really think the important thing is for the international community, the U.S. government to be resolute and demanding that the Iraq government works with them to remove these armed militias. And this way, Sinjar, economic investment can't happen until that happens. There's safeties. There's so many things being held back. So to me, NGOs, I really think a lot of this, the government need to pressure and partner with the Iraqi government to get some of this done to make this a safe place for Iraq, for Yazidis. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Dr. Amy.
So I would say that I would recommend that the international community, the global coalition, increase their efforts to find the estimated 3,000 Yazidis who are still missing since 2014, and also the Yazidis who've been kidnapped recently since 2018, since the Turkish intervention occupation of Afrin, and then Ras al-Arakani in 2019. Nadine mentioned already how Turkey justifies these interventions, but I would like Turkish officials to explain how does destroying Yazidi shrines accomplish the defeat of the PKK? Does kidnapping Yazidi civilians accomplish the defeat of the PKK? How does forcing, some 90% of the Yazidi population of Afrin have fled? These are not measures of counterterrorism. These are measures that more resemble ethnic cleansing. They more resemble a forced demographic change of a region where Yazidis have lived since the 12th century. And so there needs to be pressure on Turkey to, I personally think, withdraw from Afrin and the region that it's occupied in October, in Ras al Ain and Sarekane, because until that happens, Yazidis will not return to their homes. They will not return if they're living in fear of being kidnapped, if their shrines have been destroyed, if they're unable to practice their religion. So pressure is needed on Turkey to withdraw from Syria and obey the ceasefire agreement that was negotiated by Vice President Pence in October 2019, where Turkey actually committed to protecting the religious and ethnic minorities in the region. And I would personally think of those Yazidis who are still missing. I would focus efforts in Syria on 3 places. I would focus effort on Al-Hol, because it is highly likely that there are Yazidis still living in the Al-Hol who've been mistakenly detained. Perhaps they're afraid to identify as Yazidis. Second, I would focus on Afrin for all the reasons I've mentioned. And third, I would focus on Idlib, because it is also highly likely that Yazidis are held in Idlib until by some of the various armed factions in Idlib.
Thank you so much, Dr. Amy. Very important remarks. Evelina, I give you the final comment.
Sure. So, of course, other panelists already mentioned a number of really important points in security, and especially Murad's proposal how the issue should be addressed. I think this is something that the international community should take very seriously and consider how to implement it. But also, in addition, what needed right now is a modernist in place to monitor the situation, identify early warning signs, analyze, then work with others, including the proposed security apparatus, to address them as soon as possible and to give prevention a chance. But I also believe that another key factor is to ensure justice for victims and survivors. Prosecutors of perpetrators can deter future crime. We need to revive the discussions, for example, on establishing an ad hoc tribunal for Daesh. We need to address the growing feeling of impunity, because impunity gets further crime. So we need to the vicious circle of violence, impunity, violence. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We are ending this session, this panel. I want to thank each one of you for your valuable time, your comment, your valuable insights about security situation for Yazidi. I also want to thank Free Yazidi Foundation for commemorating Yazidi genocide. I want to thank our Yazidi audience and international audience. Per Ibrahim, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Nawaf. All panelists, thank you very much. Nadine, Murad, really appreciate it. Amy, Evelina, and of course, Nawaf did a great job. Thank you all. So we are now getting ready for the next panel. The next panel is telling the story. We are inviting journalists in a moment. Everyone has to turn off their, thank you. Thank you. Okay, so now I can invite the rest. Okay.
Hi.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much. Yes, for the viewers, this next panel is about telling the stories. I want to thank all the panelists for joining us. And it is very important to tell the story of the Yazidi narrative. After ISIS attacks in 2014, the despicable horrors of their action began to reach the world in shocking and vivid detail. And most of the members of the Yazidi community attach great importance to making sure that the world knows what happened. And in this way, traditional and social media are very important to our community. In some cases, it has appeared that to Yazidi families that journalists were mostly interested in extracting sensational stories. But in some cases, in journalists here, members of the media have been critical in getting the story out while making sure that survivors treated. Yazidis know that these crimes not be met with ignorance and silence. And I welcome today a distinguished panel of writers and journalists, all whom have spent a great deal of time with Yazidis, analyzing security or political situations that greatly impact Yazidis. I know our speakers focus and study many different subjects. Today, on August 3rd, I'm really emphasizing that we analyze the Iraq area and the world as it affects the Yazidi community. I'm very pleased to introduce our first speaker, Ms. Christina Lamb, who is the chief correspondent with the Sunday Times in the United Kingdom and author bodies Their Battlefield. We are very pleased to welcome Christina to our center. We welcomed her in our center. She met with the Yazidi community, Yazidi women and girls. Christina, the floor is yours. Christina, you are on mute.
Thank you very much. It's a very important conference, this. As we've heard earlier, the Yazidis have suffered 70 previous genocides, but unlike them, this genocide was very much in the news. It was widely reported. Perpetrators even boasted about it. We had Daesh spokespeople declaring that we will conquer your Rome and break your crosses and enslave your women, and made videos of what they'd done and posted it on social media. So no one can say that they don't know what happened. And yet 6 years we're still to see a single prosecution. And I feel strongly that as the international community should be absolutely ashamed at the failure to act over this. Indeed, it's starting to look as though ISIS wives will actually get to have their day in court before any Yazidis. As you all know, part of the genocide was the horrendous sexual violence against women and young girls, rounding them up and taking them to markets and then raping them over and over again. Of course, rape in war is nothing new. If you go back through history, the Greeks, the Romans, the first Western book of history by Herodotus opens with abduction of women. And then in the last century in Europe, in the Second World War, we saw as many as 2 million women being raped by Soviet soldiers. And again, not a single prosecution. It feels strongly to me that throughout history, voices of women and girls have been silenced. And I think that's because their history is largely told men. But the fact is, because this is something that's been going on for many centuries, I mean that it's okay. There was outrage in the 1990s in Europe at the Bosnian rape camps, and police all said never again. And yet, you go to Bosnia today, and many of the survivors tell you that the men that raped them are still free. They see coffee shops, and are still working as policemen, incredibly. So not only is it not stopped, but it seems to have got worse. I've been a foreign correspondent 33 years, going to bad places, mostly covering war and conflicts. And I can say that in the last 5 or 6 years, I have never seen so much brutality against women. I would really single out what happened to Yazidis as the most awful thing that I have seen in my career. That I first met Yazidi women actually in a refugee camp on Greek islands called Leros. And I have to be honest, although Yazidis, as you are aware, are one of the most ancient religions in the world, I had actually knew almost nothing about Yazidis. And I met this group of women who told me what was going on and what was happening to their sisters, their friends, and the terrible things that they escaped. And I was just completely horrified. And through them, I went to Germany to meet some of the girls and women who had escaped and then been taken on this to Baden-Württemberg to try and help them. And the story of what they'd been through were just something I couldn't really believe. I mean, anyone who's read or watched Margaret Atwood's The Handmaid's Tale about the dystopian Republic of Gilead, where women are to vessels kept as slaves and ritually raped, might have thought that was something fantastical, but actually this is what happened to Yazidis, and the stories that those women and girls, young girls, told me in Germany were beyond anything that I ever heard. You know the stories, but I think that just a single one now, a 16-year-old girl that I met who told me about being taken by a fat ISIS judge and raped over and over again. And she told me that the worst night of her entire life was when he brought back a 10-year-old and raped her in the room next door. She cried for her mother all night. I mean, these are just heartbreaking, unbelievable stories that are extremely difficult for anybody to tell, and also just so incredible to believe that something like that could be happening in the 21st century. They're hard stories to listen to, they're hard to write, but imagine actually going through that and then recounting what you've been through. And it's not surprising that many of them feel angry that having come out and bravely told their stories, that nothing has happened about it. And as Perry said, I went to visit the projects that she's involved in, at the Khanki camp, and there, and you know, there are still, I think, 200,000 Yazidis living in these camps in miserable conditions. It's extremely, apart from the physical toll, the mental stress of living like that far from your home is so difficult. And it's not surprising, I think, that people feel angry. I don't know what to say when I talk to some of the women who told me the story, and they ask why it hasn't made any difference. And it was because I was so angry about it. I actually wrote this book, Our Bodies, Their Battlefield, and about sexual violence in conflict, and looked at what was happening in other places, a lot of time also in northern Nigeria, and in the Rohingya camps, where Rohingya women told about being to banana trees by Burmese military and gang raped. And it's, you know, just to hear these things. And when I started working on this book, I felt like I could actually write it, keep on writing it forever, because this is happening in so many places. I went to 4 continents. I talked to people in dozens of countries. And it will not stop until the impunity ends. And I also went to the Philippines, where I met comfort women in their late 80s, these really dignified grandmothers or great-grandmothers who were taken when they were teenagers and by the Chinese army and kept as slaves, really. And to this day, more than 70 years on, they still don't have justice. They still don't even have acknowledgement of what happened to them. When they erected a statue in honor of some women, it was taken down. And that just shows how far we still have to go, how important it is that these stories are told. I think that women from the Yazidi community have come forward and told their stories have been unbelievably brave. And it's so difficult that nothing has happened to change this. Everyone that I spoke to told me that they just wanted justice. And, you know, there have been some developments. We've had the Me Too movement. We've had, in 2018, Nadia Murad and Dr. Dennis Mukwege from DRC being recognized for their work with Nobel Peace Prize. But as Dr. Mukwege said to me, this wasn't about being applauded by international audiences or getting an award. We wanted to stop this, and he feels very strongly that people are not taking it seriously enough. And it does seem that the only convictions that there have been, and there have been a few, have been through people being just incredibly brave, and that the International Criminal Court has actually only convicted one person in more than 20 years. So I think that's time that changes. I think we all have to be very careful as practitioners that the way that we talk to people when they tell their story. Really, the most difficult stories people can possibly tell, and it has to be told in the way that they want it, where they want it, with the amount of time they want it over, and told in their words. I think we have have to be incredibly careful about that. And I think I'd just to end by talking about a group of Rwandan women that's on this journey who were the first people to ever get rape as a war crime convicted back in 1998, and they risked their lives to come forward and testify. They finally got this conviction, which international law. So they made that when they heard about what happened to the Yazidis, they were astonished because they thought, but we came forward, we took these risks so that something like this wouldn't happen again. How can this still be happening? They were so baffled, and I really think it's time for us all to stop talking about it and actually trying to get this. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. My next speaker is Ms. Hanan Shaban Khalaf, a Yazidi journalist with the news outlet Yezidi 24 in Iraq. Hanan, the floor is yours. Hanan, you're on mute.
Yes. That's it. Okay, today we are going through the commemoration of the Yezidi Genocide, which is the biggest, the 74th genocide that these religious minorities have gone through since thousands of years. The genocide doesn't end it with dying, killing men, recruiting children, kidnapping girls, and using them as sex slaves, but it still continues till now, where thousands of people are still suffering from the trauma of this genocide. Since 3rd of August 2014, and every year there is about 10 to 15 suicide cases among Yazidi people, especially young people. One of these cases happened in the camp I'm living in, where Anwar Khadir, the 21-year-old Yazidi student, committed suicide by hanging himself in his tent. Anwar was living with family. His father was killed during acid attack in 2014, and according to the commune members, Anwar couldn't handle of being the sole breadwinner for his family. Before committing suicide, he wrote in a farewell letter to his mother. He said, "Never are the reason of my suicide. Please don't cry, Mom." That's what he left before he died. There are thousands of people like Anwar who are suffering from the pressure of life, from the sadness, from the trauma that the genocide left inside each and every one of them. After being held captive by Daesh, almost 1,000 Yazidi children who have returned their families are facing a physical and mental health crisis. Children are in urgent need. They were starved, they were tortured and forced to fight against their families because Daesh used the brainwash method with them, and they need years to forget these ideas. So the trauma of the survivor girls is the most difficult one. They have been the worst kind of torturing. They were used as sex slaves. They were getting raped almost every day. So what can be worse than that for the girls? Now, after they survived, they are still suffering, where many of them are still living in camps in a very difficult and poor conditions. Some of these women have become the mother of Daesh children. And after they return back to their families, they had to leave their children in Syria because they would not be accepted by the society. These children are innocent. They are victims of war, and no one have the right to separate them from their mothers. Even if they wouldn't be accepted by the society, they have to find a humanitarian solution for them. They have to let at least their mothers to visit them. I know it's difficult for the society to accept them after everything we have gone through, but these children are victims. They are innocent and they should be treated in a humanitarian way. Otherwise, they are going to become another terrorist group after 20 or 30 years, and we don't want that to happen. That's it. That's everything I wanted to say.
Thank you, Hanan. Obviously, I'm really happy that you are here today because it's good for us to show also that Yazidis, we ourselves can tell the story, really emotional story about Anwar, and for the public, the suicide rates have gone up within the Yazidi community. And therefore, I want to go to Brenda, our next speaker. Brenda is a journalist from the Netherlands and author of Het Vergeten Volk, The Forgotten People, a book about Yazidis and the genocide of 2014. Brenda, the floor is yours.
Hi, everybody. So I'm a Dutch journalist working about the Middle East for over 10 years now. And I agree with Christina, the Yezidi genocide is one of the worst things I've ever read about and still stuck in my heart, in my head. I think about it every day. My book has not been published into translated into English yet, so it's only available for the Dutch readers, unfortunately. When I first got to know Yazidis, it was a little different than most journalists because I already knew them in 2013 when I was reporting in Iraq. And I can still remember what people told me back then, because they were so afraid that there would be like a new attack from extremists. And we talked about that a lot. Left Lalesh and other places I visited. One of the women, she gave me a scarf, a Yazidi scarf. And I can still remember that I was sitting in my home in 2014, and I was watching the news on the internet, and all of a sudden I saw that ISIS carried out another attack. And when I zoomed in on the pictures, I was looking at the women sitting on them, and I saw that they had exactly the same scarf as I had back at home. The lady who gave it to me, and then I was like, oh my God, the woman. Yazidis were attacked again. So ever since that time of the genocide for all those years, and eventually it turned into a book. The main reason why I wanted to write a book about the genocide is because international reporting has focused mainly on the sexual slavery of Yazidi women, and little has been said about like the larger and the deeper attempts to destroy the Yazidis as an ethnic group. And in the refugee camps in northern Iraq, I interviewed dozens of women, men, and children whose lives were severely damaged by ISIS. I talked with Yazidi women who were enslaved, boys who were forced to fight for the terror group, men lost their entire families, children who were adopted by locally adopted, or were just used as house slaves. And the reason why I chose to tell all those stories is because I wanted to bring attention to the whole genocide, as well as, of course, Yazidi history and culture. And I was quite overwhelmed by their willingness to tell these horrible stories. And when I asked them why they wanted to tell me all, they first said that the world has forgotten about the Yazidi plight. And second, they said that they wanted to highlight the genocide as a whole. So this was also one of the reasons I wanted to write this book. What you see right now, like Christina already said, that there's a lot of attention for ISIS wives, for the perpetrators, for their husbands, and little for the Yazidis. So I think it's really important that we keep having these conversations and keep on reporting about the community. Yazidis find it very frustrating that there's so much attention for the press as well. So I always do what I can to, even when I hear something new, I start writing another article again. So this is what I do for the community. There's actually a lot I want to highlight during this conversation. Too much to talk about in 1 hour, I guess. Luckily, other panels. The most important thing for me right now is that there are still hundreds of thousands of people living in horrible displacement camps in the Kurdish region. There's a lot of poverty, and like Perry said, suicides are on the rise, and Yazidis also suffer trauma. They cannot go back to Sinjar due to political tensions, military tensions. It's largely a ghost area as well, with hardly any services. The area is almost destroyed. Yazidis are also reluctant to return because they have so many bad memories over there, and actually they have been living in a hostile land for over centuries, suffering from 74 jihads. Therefore, many already left the country. And recently, Turkey bombed the area again, which is a clear example that even after 6 years, Yazidis still are not safe in Sinjar, or I think personally, basically anywhere else in the Middle East. And I wish that the local and the international community would do more to Yazidis, to help them, provide them with basic needs like mental health care, and to make sure that they have a future in Iraq. There's a reason I book The Forgotten People, and I hope that in the future they will be heard, all those voices in my book. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Brenda. I know there's a lot to say. I have time at the end to discuss more. I now want to go to the next speaker, Mr. Vladimir van Wilgenburg, journalist and co-author of The Kurds of the Northern Syria. Vladimir has been covering the areas of Iraq, Syria for several years, has also written about Sinjar and the situation in the Yazidis in Syria. Vladimir, the floor is yours.
Thank you for this invitation. A lot already has been said by other speakers, so I'm going to be very brief. What I find interesting is that, like a lot of people, when they talk about the Shingal genocide, that they don't talk about the violence of Yazidis before 2014. So, for instance, in 2007, there was a large bombing in which like almost 800 people were killed by Al-Qaeda in a village called Tel Uzair. And even in June 2014, before the genocide, there was also like a bombing close to Shingal. And even there have been many attacks, especially after the fall of Saddam, against Yazidis by jihadist groups. And until now, there's no more, not such threat anymore of ISIS, but we don't know in the future if another jihadist group can come. Because there's always sleepwalkers in Syria and also in Iraq that are operating there. And also, one thing that I found interesting about this anniversary, like we don't talk so much about the Syrian Kurds played in opening a court, say like thousands of Yazidis. I was there in Iraqi Kurdistan when the news came out, and they suffered and they sacrificed a lot of lives to open a safe corridor. And now basically the same people that saved the Yazidis, like Turkey is bombing them. So for instance, I remember one that I met from the PKK. He was that interviewed. He was like bombed by Turkey in August 2018. He's Zengali, and he was like one of the fighters that helped with saving the Yazidis. And even like a lot of people, like I saw also a tweet today or yesterday from the Turkish foreign minister. And we all know that Turkey allowed like thousands of foreign ISIS fighters to cross into Syria from its border. And even when the Turkish consulate staff was captured in Mosul in 2015, they were released after negotiations with ISIS, and released through Tel Abyad, and like nothing happened to them. While most people that were captured by ISIS, they are not here anymore. They were all killed. So it's a very suspicious role that Turkey always played, and it's true that Turkey they helped they hosted Yazidi refugees from Iraq, but in general, like they are like a major actor that played a role in the rise of ISIS, basically by allowing all these foreign ISIS fighters to go to Syria. And even we see also what in the previous panel was talked about, that there's like a small number of Yazidis in Java, around 50,000 Yazidis. 18 Turkey and Turkish-backed Islamist groups, they basically took this area and displaced those Yazidis there. And then again, in October 2019, another Turkish operation, Yazidis were displaced to Turkey again. So this raises fears that basically the Yazidi existence in Syria was there, because already so many Yazidis fled there because of the civil war. And for instance, there was also a large Yazidi community in Turkey in the past, but that's already basically disappeared, because a lot of them, they basically left because there was also a genocide against the Yazidis under the Ottoman Empire. So now there's a fear of disease also in Syria disappearing. And also, an interesting thing is, like what Linda also talked about, that there's like all this media focus on the ISIS women and the children, because it's like a big topic in Europe especially. But often when you talk to these ISIS women, they said, no, we've done nothing wrong, we were housewives, we have no role in any crime. But then, like, for instance, there was a case by two journalists. They found out about the ISIS woman that basically moved to Germany without being arrested. It was Harold Dornbos and Janan Musa. And they found actually that this ISIS woman was also involved in crimes. And also, I think she she was basically now being prosecuted for a crime against an Yazidi woman. And now there's also another case in Germany where also a woman is accused of using a Yazidi woman as basically a slave, as a cleaner. So these women, they're not like victims. I mean, they have been involved also in crimes, and often when you talk about Yazidi women, they start laughing at you. So I think like there's a little bit over focus, like the role of ISIS women, and like they're always like, oh, they're living in very difficult condition in Al-Hol camp, and they don't get enough food. And a lot of this is not true, because actually the camp that most of those ISIS women are in Syria, there's like a lot of NGOs operating there, the UN is there. They're getting actually support, and it's not that they're all dying of hunger or something. They all have mobile phones, they're getting money from outside through the Hawala system. So I think there's like too much focus on all this ISIS women, and that's why often the story of the Yazidis is forgotten. And that's why I think there should be more done to basically uncover the crimes that happen against the Yazidi women, and there should be more proper investigations into what those ISIS women did to Yazidis. But the problem is often that they don't tell what they done, and there's not a lot of proof. Because, for instance, the German case was only possible because the phone was found by a journalist, and that's the crimes and the evidence they came out. But they are not victims. The Yazidi women, they are victims. The Yazidi children, they are victims. And until now, also, despite that Turkey now is talking about the Yazidis, like Yazidi women that were disappeared, that were kidnapped by ISIS, they are suddenly popping up in Turkey. Basically, ISIS families, they took them to Turkey, and some of them, they are returning to the Kurdistan region. So also more should be done to find out about the Yazidi women that are basically in Turkey. And Turkey should be pressured. There should be more pressure on Turkey to do more to find those Yazidi women that are still being hidden inside Turkey. And then we have not talked about Idlib, where there's also a large number of ISIS fighters or jihadist fighters that are still there. And there's like also reports that Yazidi women and children are still held in Idlib, which the Turkish army has a presence, by the way, and where also a lot of Western countries are putting in a lot of aid and humanitarian support. So also much more can be done in Idlib, and a lot of people are afraid to talk about Yazidi women and children that are still stuck in Idlib, because it's not like a main focus of the media either. So I think there should also be more focus on that, and if the West and Western countries they are doing humanitarian support in Idlib, they should also do more to find out what is the name, because basically there are people that are selling those Yazidi victims for money. What they're also, by the way, doing in Afrin now, because a lot of women were kidnapped, including Yazidi women in Afrin. They're hostage and basically sold for money, or there have been sexual crimes. So what have happened actually to the Yezidi woman in Shingal. It is also now happening to women in Afrin, including some Yezidi women. And yeah, if there's more questions later, you ask them. So thanks.
Thank you, Vladimir. I want to go now to the next speaker, Mr. Mutlu Siveroglu, to statement. Mutlu is a TV host and editor at the Voice of America. He has been actively reporting on ISIS atrocities and the role of Turkey in Syria and in Iraq for the last couple of years. Mutlu, the floor is yours. You are on mute. Mutlu, you're still on mute. Left bottom.
Okay, now? Hear me? Okay. Really, I would like to thank you and for the Yezidi Foundation for this event. It's very meaningful in the anniversary of Yezidi Genocide. I pay my respect to victims, thousands of victims murder. I also, what I'm talking at the moment are my own opinion. They don't reflect my employer's position. But I always remember the news, the moment that we first start to get some news from Sinjar that something suspicious, something unusual are happening. The night before today, 6 years ago, I received some calls that something unusual are happening. And the 3rd of July, the whole night, me and several friends, we tried to shake people that something is going to happen. The Yezidi is my emotional connection. It is going long before. I have many friends, many people that I care, I know their color, I've been with them. So since then, I always think, what could I have done in my capacity? Maybe, to be more successful, to make the world, the international community, more conscious about what was going to happen to Yazidis. What could we have done more? That have always been haunting me, always on mind. I've always been thinking, could we have done something better so that could not have happened? Thousands of people were not murdered, tortured, displaced, kidnapped, exiled. So it has been, honestly. But looking at 6 years from now on, now you see there is a big awareness about the cause of Yazidi people. Yes, they have paid utmost enormous price. But what after that, like Peri, organizations like Free Yezidi Foundation, Nadia's Initiative, Yazda, Dr. Jean Tolhan, there are many Yazidis, they have been doing great job for their community people to heal the wounds that they have been suffering. That gives me hope that ISIS was not able to succeed. And also seeing the Yazidi women, despite being subject to unimaginable cruelties, going through so much undescribable atrocities. There's like fighters, I call them lioness. So if a lion is a lion, doesn't matter female. I always, when I see them, Peri lost her relatives, Nadia herself has gone through horror, Lamia, there are many others, they fight, always give me hope, always give me strength that they could not succeed. Because Yazidi people have always been resilient, they never give up culture, their identity. That's something, at least gives me comfort, console me, if we can call it that way. But like Vladimir mentioned about, how media places so much importance to women, ISIS women. When we have been reporting as VOA, very in detail from the very beginning, we have reports in Afrin, Jazeera, in Syria, Yazidi community still exists despite all difficulties. Maybe in the question section we're gonna stay more, but I've seen my own eyes that most of these women have no remorse. They deliberately did what they did to Yazidi women, Yazidi girls. Almost none I've seen regretfulness. So they, I still got over with the shock that they were, my religion says so. They were slaves. It was my right. I was entitled to. This is how these brainwashed people, these monstrous minds did to Yazidi people. At the same time, in Bahos, Vladimir, when we see Yazidi kids are rescued, they asked about what happened to Shengal, what happened to their people. That also gives hope that the future generation. Hanan talked about that. The previous speakers talked about that. I see real determination from the Yazidi youth. That's very, very promising. It gives hope. It's very optimistic. I have lots of reasons to be optimistic about the future of Yazidis, but at the same time, the countries in the region, especially the Iraqi government and the Kurdistan regional government, to do more. It was for me a disappointment that the Yazidis don't have somebody in the cabinet. There should be a fair representation of the ethnic and religious mix, but mainly the Yazidis because of what they have been going through. So that has to be all governments need to be sensitive about this issue, that they need to have fair representation because they are the best know the problems of their society. That can only shoot when they have their own representatives. In Turkey and in Syria, it's gradually comparatively better. I know in Turkey, the HDP always make sure at least one Yazidi in their list, and in Syria, Yazidis are also very well respected, protected. They're in the decision-making process in the Q&A section. They have comparatively better than in but Iraq is Sinjar is very important. Many people are in camps. Their safe return should be, and these people should go their ancestral lands. Without making sure Sinjar is safe for the return of Yazidis, cannot talk about a bright future for Yazidis. They need to be on ancestral lands. They need to have a mechanism to run their own business of autonomy, self-rule, whatever you call it. But it has to be what happened in 2014 need to be listened to everybody. Ethnic religious minorities deserve protection, and Yazidis are the most vulnerable because what they went through, they have been going through a very difficult time. They were spread around. There are tens of thousands of people in the camps. There has to be a mechanism for their safe return, and they stay in Bengal. This is very vital. Yes, we talk about some European countries, Western countries, some regional countries, helping them open their doors, but rather than that, they have to be in their homeland, with their own land, with their history, with their people. They have to be together. That's the safest way to the future of Yazidi community. I find it very, very vital. So that needs to be done, and especially their representation needs to be ensured. We have to go beyond rhetoric. We have to practically show that this needs to be done. I started late a little bit, so I don't want to take too much time. But I think in the second Q&A section, I have some notes about especially the situation in Rojava, Syria, the dangers that Yazidi people have been facing in Afrin, in Serikani, and elsewhere in Syria. I want to a little bit focus on in that section. But, we talk about 2014, we talk about the genocide in Gulf. But while we talk about that, we need to protect today too. need to ensure that Yazidis, wherever they are now, they are, because they are targeted brutally. Not only ISIS, but there are many ISIS-like groups, ISIS mentality groups. So Yazidis are always one of the first people to be targeted. And if this is happening in Afrin, it happened in Serikani recently. So there has to be some mechanism to prevent repetition of Shengal. Maybe not in that scale, title level, but they are being targeted even while we are talking. Their holy shrines are destroyed. Their cemeteries are being destroyed. Mosques are built in their villages, in Afrin especially. Mosques are being built. Yazidi women are forced to cover. Their kids are forced to be educated in radical Sharia schools. These are very serious dangers happening as we are speaking. So I will love to leave here for the sake of using the time most effectively. But again, everybody, international community is responsible to some extent. What happened is their responsibility to ensure that this ancient historic heritage to the humanity should survive, should pass to the future generations.
Thank you very much, Mutlu. I now get a message that we only have 2 minutes left. So with that, I want to ask Hanan to end it in a way you want to, as a woman, your work now as a journalist. Why is telling the story of the Yazidi people so important?
So before thousands of years, as you know, we have been through four genocides. And at that time, there was no media, there was no journalism to cover that injustice that our people were facing. So now, because the role of journalism is strong enough, we could uncover everything that happened to our people since 3rd of August until now. And we have now many foundations, we have many journalists that are working on the genocide case, like the Yezidi 24 Media Foundation. They have been working for the case since 3rd of August 2014. They have recovered many things about the genocide, and they have many sources now, many sources that may help the genocide cases in the future.
I want to thank everyone for being on the panel today. I mean, obviously, there's so much to say. I thank you all for at least highlighting why it is important to not just assume that the ISIS wives, the ISIS brides, whatever you want to call them, were not so innocent as they try to be. So please keep that, for the viewers, keep that in mind. And thank you to all panelists. And we are going up to the next panel right now. Thank you, everyone. So now we are going to the next panel. Everyone needs to turn off the, thank you. Okay. So now we're going to the next panel, the role of governments.
Hello, Paris. Can you hear me?
Yes, I do. Thank you all for being here today. I think we have everyone. Nibras, you are going to host this panel today, so the floor is yours.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining the final panel of FYF's 6-year commemoration of the Yezidi Genocide. This last panel is about the role of government to prevent, stop, and respond to genocide and mass atrocities. Like what Daesh did in the beginning of 2014, we have an excellent panel of leaders, experts to share their viewpoints and show their solidarity with the Yezidi people as we mark this sorrowful event. We, as Yezidi people, as we mark this sorrowful, while in 2014 brought the worst crimes against the Yezidi people, we also saw many people rallying to our defense. The United States airstrike in Sinjar in 2014 saved the lives of many. And the coalition to defeat Daesh has defeated the terrorists militarily. Still, many Yazidis are kidnapped, raped, tortured, and all because we are Yazidis and not Muslim. In the aftermath, what should the Iraqi and the foreign governments do? What is the global responsibility to help an ethno-religious minority that's in danger? I'm very pleased to introduce our first speaker, Congressman Fortenberry. Congressman Fortenberry is a member of the U.S. House of Representatives representing Nebraska. And Congressman, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Nibras. Thank you for your generosity in inviting me. I see so many good friends. Ambassador Brownback, hello, how are you? My good friend Jan Figal, hello, Jan. Nice of you to join us. Tristan, all the way from Hungary, thank you as well. Nibras, I want to tell a brief story before I give a few remarks. And unfortunately, I've been called back to Washington. The president is going to sign one of my bills tomorrow. Therefore, a flight leaves momentarily. So I won't be able to stay for the full length of the panel. But thank you for letting me go first, Nibras. Nibras is a former intern of mine in the congressional office. Nibras wrote to me when she had recently arrived from America. Her family escaped the persecution of ISIS. She came home from school to her village. People were running around frantic and screaming. They didn't know what was happening. They piled in the family car. People piled on top and they just fled with clothes in their back. Nibras, because of her father having worked with American troops, special route to be able to eventually come to America, and made her home in Lincoln, Nebraska, which is my home. One day, by the way, I do, despite what people think about members of Congress, I read all my mail. Nibras wrote me a beautiful letter. The English wasn't perfect at that time, now is though. But she was thanking me for embracing her community, suffering with her community, and gave some words generous and so inspiring. I took the letter and I handed it to my district director and I said, give Nibras, call her and see if she'd like to do an internship. She was a freshman in high school, again with broken English. By the time Nibras was a senior, and she had spent all 4 years with us at Christmas time in the summers, by the time she was a senior, she actually gave the commencement address at her high school. She's now at Creighton University down the street from here, educated by the Jesuit fathers, which is interesting, so was I. And nonetheless is a leader in the Yezidi community here in Lincoln, but also across the world. So I couldn't be grateful for Nebraska's friendship and service to me. I had a long relationship with the Yezidi community prior to the tragedy of ISIS. This community, again, because of some interesting alignments, has chosen to make Lincoln, Nebraska, America, for the most part, their home. They wave the American flag proudly, and at the same time preserve the great, beautiful tradition of Yazidi culture and faith background. So I've been very pleased to be with this community for a very long time. By the way, if you're wondering what that is background, I'm actually in my conference room. That's a pheasant flying, so we feel like it's kind of Nebraska-ish, but it might come across peculiar on Zoom. But this is the same room in which in 2014, I had a group of young men who had been translators for our military and had made their way to America on that special immigrant visa. And they were around this very table on the verge of tears, righteously angry, begging that I do something. Congressman, my mother, my sister, she's trapped on Mount Sinjar. Do something. You have to act now. ISIS is there. They will be killed. The passion and the depth of emotion in this, again, very room was thick. And they were right. We had to act. And so using some of the means at our disposal, we helped back up what the Obama administration did of launching some military assaults against ISIS and creating a condition in which a number of people who were trapped on Sinjar could be saved. It doesn't take away the pain of what happened and continues to happen. For the community to be so persecuted in terms of genocide, along with other religious minorities, Christian and certain Muslim minority communities. Since then, Ambassador Brownback and I and Mark Green, we've traveled to northern Iraq to look at the conditions there at the behest of the Vice President, because we began moving a number of economic aid packages. One conclusion that I came to is that it is possible for the Yazidi community and the religious minorities community to not only return, but to rebuild. But it is upon one thing, and that is security. So since then, we've been aggressively trying to work, even putting it in a budget bill, with our military and the Iraqi government to keep alive the prospect that unless there is security on the ground, and my particular idea is integrating religious minorities into regular security forces of the Iraqi government, but unless hopes of reestablishing a healthy Iraq has a proper respect for the great religious minority tradition and pluralism will be lost. So it's one of the remaining pieces of what we have to do, I think, in Iraq, in partnership with the international community to try to see this outcome. So with that said, again, I'm proud of Nibras. I'm proud to be a friend of the Yazidi community. I encourage you all to continue to tell these stories, the story of your suffering, the story of the beautiful gift that America has meant to you. To press the system, if you will, it helps me, it helps Jan, Tristan, Ambassador Brownback, to keep alive our intention to remain in solidarity with you, but to one day again see the Yazidi community in Iraq, properly respected, properly integrated, in solidarity with those of us worldwide and now the exile communities, so that again we can celebrate this principle of human dignity that we share. So thank you very much. Again, Nibras, I apologize. If I don't leave right now, I'm going to miss that flight. So I know we were going to have a panel, but Jan and Trin and Sam, they'll do a good job, great job for all of you. I'm here. We're here. We're here to help. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Congressman. Thank you so much for your remarks. Thank you. I just want to say before Congressman leaves that when I wrote him a letter, I didn't speak any English at that time, and it just meant so much to me. His warm welcome and helping me home and here in Lincoln, Nebraska. He had to leave, so I just want to thank him again for taking the time to be here. Now, I want to invite the United States Ambassador Sam Brownback, leads the International Office in the State Department. Ambassador Brownback, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's great to join you on an important, solemn occasion, 6-year anniversary of one of the most tragedies and efforts of a group, Daesh at that time, ISIS as well, to eliminate an entire group of people in the world. I mean, that's what we're recognizing. So this is an important but solemn occasion that 6 years ago that this took place. And it reminds me, and it really speaks to the international community, I think, of our need to have religious freedom, but not just at the tolerance level, where we say, okay, we'll tolerate people of different faith. It has to be at the respect and even caring for each other level. This has to go much deeper, and it has to be something that's thoroughly within and integrated into the international community, that this is wrong, this is not allowed, to eliminate a whole group of people simply because they believe something different than you do. We should celebrate these sorts of diversities. We should respect these sorts of diversities. We should cherish these sorts of diversities and see that what they are, how helpful they are to us as countries and people to understand one another. 2 years ago, as Jeff mentioned, he and I and several others traveled to northern Iraq. We visited with some of the Yazidi people. Some of the Yazidi women there still didn't have their children back at that time, and they still don't. So this is a tragedy that continues to take place. The United States is committed to the rebuilding effort, as the Hungarians are. Tristan is a friend of mine that's on this call, and the Hungarians have been about helping target rebuilding efforts. Jan Figel is on this call, a dear friend that's worked on these causes. This is a piece of open business. It's not resolved yet. It's my hope that as we go into this next year, by the time we get to the 7th anniversary of recognition of this horrific genocide, that we'll see substantial more progress of reintegration of the Yazidi people, a chance for them to fully participate in the Iraqi society, free from fear of them being persecuted and pursued again by a minority that just simply wants to wipe them out for their diversity of religion, for their diversity of faith. So we've got things yet to hear. People need to be brought to justice. The people that have been taken from their families need to be returned. We need to pursue this aggressively. We need to have building of those areas of the minority communities, the Yazidi and the Christian communities in particular in northern Iraq, so that they can return home and not simply have to move their lives to other countries. We've got an alliance of Internet Religious Freedom Alliance of nations, nearly 30 nations. My hope is that this is something that group can take up and be a strong voice and action oriented on it as well. Not just talk about it, but what do we need to do to continue the rebuilding and to make sure that they are respected. Minority religious communities are respected and cherished around the world. We've got a current case going on of the Uyghurs in Western China being run out of that area, and it's the same thing. Put in concentration camps because they don't agree with the Chinese Communist Party. This is not acceptable. And I say, and I'll end with this comment, if we don't figure out how to respect and cherish and care, even love for one another in our religious diversities, you're going to continue to see aggressive amounts of violence, persecution, oppression taking place for religious minorities throughout the world. That's why this is an important and a necessary and a key time for us to really enshrine this UN Declaration of Human Rights that guarantees your human dignity and your right to choose to do with your own soul as you see fit. That human dignity is in those documents. It's written in our soul. We all know that this is the right thing for the world to have happen. And we're really at a key point in time in world history that this needs to be acted upon aggressively. Glad to join you in your panel. God bless you all. I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. The next speaker is Mr. Jan Figel, who served as the European Special Envoy for Freedom of Religious or Belief outside the world from 2016 to 2019. Mr. Figel, the floor is yours.
Mr. Figel, you are on mute.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Fine. Thank you, Nimbras. Thank you, Patty, for this wonderful opportunity to share and also to build, I would say, more humane world in 21st century. And a very bloody, tragic lesson from Sinjar, from northern Iraq, from Syria, 6 years ago, but also years are massive, but very, very important for our living together in better world. I accepted this invitation as a tribute. I want to pay tribute to all victims of horrible mass killings in Iraq and in Syria. And secondly, somehow, by all these consequences, to apologize for our common international failure to guarantee or to secure three important P's or principles, pillars of anti-genocide Genocide Convention, which is to prevent genocide, to protect, and to punish perpetrators of the horrible crimes, or as we say, crimes of crimes. And the lesson from northern Iraq, from Syria as well, is that freedom of religion or belief, diversity, and human dignity, as Sam Brownback said, are crucial principles for peace in the world, because peace is fruit of justice. And core of justice is human rights for all, for majority, but also minorities, for individuals, and for communities. I became, yes, EU first ever special envoy for freedom of religion or belief outside the Union, exactly because there was unacceptable, brutal mass killing in Iraq and in Syria. Parliamentary Council of Europe was the first using which labeled these atrocities as genocide. It was in January 2016. In February, it was European Parliament, and also calling to establish a permanent representative for freedom of religion or belief. So somehow awakened Europeans and international world or space to realize and also to do something. Then in March, US Congress expressed unanimously that what's going on in Iraq is genocide. Then British Parliament, Australian Parliament, and other institutions and parliaments. So I mention it because it's very important. The gap or the deficit was that those governments which should follow their parliaments actually did very little on the level of United Nations Security Council. When parliaments say something significant, decisive, and governments don't follow, I see a problem of a democratic deficit or responsibility to act, not only to say, but also to do something. I was in Iraq and we met, for example, with Hari Ibrahim and Free Yezidi Foundation in Iraq in 2017 in time of still ongoing Mosul operation. And I'm the top state representatives in Baghdad, also religious representatives in Baghdad, Najaf, and Erbil, including social or societal representatives. I must say that this was very important and a fresh experience, not only for but for our institutions. And I'm glad that since that time, not only EU had its envoy, but many countries have been, as I said, awakened and mobilized to do something. And special envoys came into being into our relations in United Kingdom, in Germany, Hungary, Poland, Netherlands, Czech Republic, Lithuania, Estonia, other countries as well. So this was very clear response to the atrocities. European Parliament in 2016, in October, as you recall, maybe gave a very clear signal of esteem, recognition, and support to Nadia Murad and Lamia Haji as Yazidi survivors, and they have been awarded Sakharov Prize for freedom of thought. I don't want to speak long at the beginning, maybe then later on in the response or questions. Europeans have been quite divided, and I recall deep divisions in 2003 on the issue of war or invasion to the country. Europeans reunited a lot in recent years in order to help, to rebuild, to reconstruct the country and living together in peace. I want to assure you that this is our interest as well. It's not selfish interest, but really reasonable interest to see peace and development in the neighborhood, to avoid other crises coming either from the region or from any conflict, which is very usual flag or impact. I think that we can work together and change the image of reality in those regions. I want to say at the end that I know that there is a lot of frustration. There are many mistakes in this process. There are war pictures which are very similar to the ashes in the World War. When I see pictures from Mosul or Sinjar or Aleppo or Homs in Syria, they resemble a lot of pictures from wartime Berlin or Dresden or Stalingrad. But all our mentioned European cities are modern, reconstructed, and living in freedom and peace. I think this is a challenge and invitation for those cities, for those communities, for those nations to find a way ahead, majorities and minorities, in equal citizenship, in justice for all, but also in working together with Europeans and others to reconstruct, rebuild, and start a new Iraq, new, better future, which is not only possible, but also important. And in that, you have our support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Carroll. I would like now the State Secretary for the Aid of Persecuted Christians, Mr. Tristan Asbach. Secretary, the floor is yours.
Thank you. First of all, I want to express to you that I'm deeply touched and I'm humbled for having invited to take part in this commemoration. When I think of the Yazidi community, there are two expressions that come into my mind: perseverance and the will to live. These two expressions summarize your heroic struggle and the exemplary resolve of the Yazidi minority. Therefore, I joined here this panel today so that on behalf of Hungarian government and the Hungarian people, I humbly bow my head and pay tribute to the Yazidi people. I pay tribute to your profession of faith, testimony, steadfastness that you have set before us an example through your sacrifice. I bow my head before the many thousand Yazidis who fell victim to the ruthless genocide at the hands of Daesh. Countless men, women, and children disgraced, held captive today, treated as animals and eventually slaughtered. So we have gathered today in remembrance of the victims of the genocide against these in order to declare never again. Never again. This is something that we always declare after mass atrocities, but it's not enough to make these sort of declarations. It's never enough to create new hashtags or social media. Remembrance is credible only if it prompts action. This is especially true today, especially true for the case of the Yazidi people. Words are not enough. The genocide perpetrated against the Yazidi people, a barbaric act against humanity that consequently left 400,000 Yazidis fleeing. I hope my number is correct. These 400,000 people, to this day, have been unable to return to their homes. This is the condition that arouses us the imperative to act. We cannot be silent and passive as we overlook the moral agony of the Yazidi community. We must not be silent and passive when encroached are fundamental human rights such as religious freedom and the right to life. We are brethren in this case. We are brethren as part of the humanity, and we will never fear to speak up in defense of the Yazidi people, speak up for religious liberty, and to condemn terror and persecution. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, the jihadist terrorists had resolved to annihilate the Yazidis, also the Christians and other minorities of Iraq. In this, we recognize the suffering binds to one another. Suffering and trials have united us, Christians and Yazidis, even Hungarians, all the good people of solidarity in united us in a fraternity. Both the Yazidi and Christian and other minorities have been forced to the brink of extinction in many parts of the Middle East. It is my opinion that without the autochthonous Yazidi and Christian communities, the Middle East will forever lose its unique character. It will lose its chance for peace. So it is high time that the international community hears and understands the future of the Middle East is equivalent to the future of its minorities, including the Yazidis and the Christians. Hungary is committed to the protection of religious freedom that serves not only the perseverance and peaceful development of religious minorities, but is first and foremost the keystone of social justice and the prerequisite for human dignity. Our shared mission, therefore, is of global importance. It extends further than Iraq or even the Middle East. So this is a call to all responsible governments and charitable organizations to defend religious liberty, because this is the road to long-lasting peace. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, the Hungarian government turns to Yazidi people with active solidarity. Not only do we show sympathy, not only do we share in your grief, but above all, we are trying to help ending concrete humanitarian assistance that we are trying to aid in your struggle to persevere and flourish. Perseverance and the will to live. These are the traits shared by Yazidis, and throughout our bloody history, it was also shared by Hungarians. These serve as the roots to our mutual understanding, and which we will never allow us to forget one another. Thank you for kind attention, and I'm looking forward to the panel.
Thank you very much, Secretary Asbet. Now I call on Mrs. Patricia Sellers, who's an international criminal lawyer, gender advisor to the Office of International Criminal Court Prosecutor, and visiting fellow at Oxford University. Ms. Sellers, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Nabri. Thank you, Patti, and my honor and respect to the Yazidi community on a sad occasion, but an occasion with hope. I have no government. That does not mean I'm not powerful. That does not mean I'm not a citizen of a place, that I don't belong to the international community. And that is the same situation and same status of every Yazidi child, adult, male, female, boy, girl, man, or woman. The government, what can they do in response to citizens, in response to the individual, to the community, whether the community be religious, political, whether the community be a disabled community, a historic community, or a new community? Well, I have a couple of ideas. We've spoken a lot today on this panel, genocide and about persecution. But we went over persecution quite quickly. Persecution we use almost as if it were an adjective or maybe a verb, but we don't understand persecution is a part of a crime against humanity. Well, how were the Yazidi persecuted? So far, we've heard that they've been persecuted because of religious basis. I would offer that that's true, but also because of political basis, because they have the same political beliefs as ISIS. But how do you construct a crime of persecution? Well, first of all, you recognize that a group can be protected. The religious group can be protected. The political group that's in opposition to a political group in power can be protected. That's what the Declaration, Universal Declaration of Human Rights says. And that's what the International Covenant on Civil Political Rights says, which is basically the operationalization of the Universal of Human Rights. But in order to be persecuted, you have to belong to a group, and then you have to have a fundamental right denied to you. This right is denied, and therefore the fact that you don't have access to a fundamental from the Universal Declaration of Human Rights or from the International Covenant on Civil Political Rights, and some of these rights are embodied in our national constitutions, but they're also embodied in international human rights treaties. And I was happy to hear our last speaker talk about human rights. So when you're denied a fundamental human right, and you belong to a protected group, and this is part of an attack, it's widespread or systematic, you are in essence persecuted. Well, let's look at the fundamental rights that were denied to the Yezidi community. One could say, and it's been mentioned already, the right to life, the right to practice your religion. But also, you have a right not to be enslaved. We have international conventions against slavery. You have a fundamental right not to be enslaved. You have a fundamental right not to be slave traded. That wasn't just conduct that led to genocide. That was part of the persecution, being denied that fundamental right. As a child, under the Convention for the Rights of the Child, you have a fundamental right to a childhood to be protected. Those rights were violated to all children. The children who were slave traded as little girls and as little boys who then had to become soldiers. Those children were persecuted. They were denied their fundamental rights, in addition to the right to life, right to religion. I want us to be clear about what governments can do. Governments can obey their national legal obligations. Persecution as a crime, as a part of crimes against humanity. You have this very funny Latin term called erga omnes, which means all exceeding obligations. Governments have obligations that are conclusive, obligations that cannot be denied to stop certain crimes from happening. Yes, genocide is one of them, but crimes against humanity is also one of them, and persecution, the type of crime against humanity, is not to be tolerated by any government. Unlike genocide, you don't have to wait for a government to declare that they recognize persecution or a crime against humanity. These are customary laws that attach to all nations, that all governments have to respect. What governments do? They can make sure that within their legislation, that they have what's called enabling legislation, so that those crimes have jurisdiction in your national courts. Or they can decide, along with the countries that have been harmed, to take on universal jurisdiction, because they have these exceeding obligations, these erga omnes obligations. They can say, well, if my country won't do it within my national courts, I will join with another country and transfer this crime. We can do universal jurisdiction. Or we can set up a hybrid court. We can set up special jurisdictions that recognize customary law. And under customary law, persecution, erga omnes obligations, jus cogens, is allowed to be tried. I want to remind you just very briefly of another genocide, the genocide referred to as the Cambodian genocide. It was tried over 30 years after it occurred. It was tried because the jurisdiction was agreement between the United Nations and Cambodia. It was tried because crimes against humanity were in force in the 1970s and 1980s. The genocide occurred. And let me tell you one other very interesting thing about the Cambodian genocide. The majority of the cases that have come out of the Cambodian tribunal are really crimes against humanity. Small segments of the Cambodian genocide really refer to actual acts of genocide. They mainly refer to crimes against humanity. I would say, as my parting remarks, what can governments do? They can uphold the rule of law that they signed on to as nations, customary law. I very much enjoyed the speaker who talked about a deficit in our democracy. Well, when we don't obey international, that deficit in our democracy membership in the international community. When we don't obey human rights that nations set up, that's a deficit in democracy and their membership in the international community. I just want to conclude with one thought. If we allow persecution to continue at a very low level, because we're too frustrated about not pursuing the genocide, then we are allowing one of our most horrendous crimes to become an everyday violation that we routinely ignore, and therefore we routinely victimize individuals, groups that are religious or political, civilians like myself and like you. Nations should hold their head in shame at that point. Thank you very much.
Nibras?
Hello?
Yes, can you hear me?
Awesome. My network is bad. Thank you very much. Finally, I would like to ask Ms. Bor to speak. Ms. Bor has been working on
Nibras? I think your internet connection is not that well. I'll introduce Gulibor, and if you can work on your internet connection. So thank you, Ms. I would like to introduce Ms. Gulibor. She has been working on a draft Iraqi reparations for survivors of the Yezidi Genocide, and has been working on the Yezidi case for a couple of years now. So, Ms. Bor, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Pari. I'm humbled by the invitation to be here today, this day of remembrance, of mourning, of honoring, and to be here with the Yezidi community, with survivors and activists. And thank you so much to FYF for organizing this event and for giving me the opportunity to express my solidarity. Today we've heard from Yazidi survivors, activists, leaders, what this day means. We've listened to testimonies of survival, not only the 2014 genocide, but of all 4 genocides. We've heard a great deal on criminal justice, on the communities for accountability. Like Patricia, I also don't represent a government. I'm a researcher with a focus on reparations, and today I'd like to say a few words on that, because I think that reparations are an indispensable component of justice for the Yazidi tribe. And when I say reparations here, I mean not only compensation, but all types of measures that are crafted to address the harms arising from violations during the 2014 genocide. So I'd like to speak a little bit on draft reparation law for female Yazidi survivors that I just mentioned, that's currently before the Iraqi parliament, and then share some thoughts on the bill based on 2 research projects I undertook the community on reparations. So Iraqi President Mr. Mossadegh announced the bill in April 19, the Yazidi Female Survivors Law. And this draft law, which recognizes Daesh's attacks as genocide, is the first attempt by the Iraqi government to address harms arising from the 2014 genocide against the Yazidi people specifically. It provides for psychological and medical care, for housing, land, compensation, livelihood measures, as well as commemoration and memorialization activities. Combining of different benefits for female survivors of captivity is a step in the right direction. However, the bill does need development in several aspects. And I'd say the most important issue here is the method in which it was drafted. And my remaining points are all actually related to this. The Yazidi Female Survivors Law was drafted without effectively consulting Yazidi survivors. And any reparation program that identifies benefits and scope top-down without prioritizing survivors' demands will understandably disappoint survivors in a number of ways. During my research, I identified certain key demands voiced by survivors whose inclusion in this bill, I think, are critical. First of all, only Yazidi women who were abducted by Daesh and released are eligible to receive reparations under this bill. And Yazidi survivors have criticized this eligibility criteria since it excludes other survivors of the genocide, as well as non-Yazidi women who were also kidnapped by Daesh. I think it's also worth noting that the bill doesn't mention rape, sexual slavery, or sexual violence. It refers to abduction or enslavement, which undermines the full range of harm women experienced in Daesh activity. It carries the risk of silencing survivors, as well as perhaps exacerbating stigma arising from sexual violence. The bill also disregards other gender harms Yazidi women have faced by addressing only abduction, and this has been mentioned in previous panels as well. Secondly, and closely related to the first point, Yazidi women who survived Daesh captivity suffered harm not only due to direct violations against them, which is primarily sexual violence, but also indirect violations against their loved ones. We've said before, many panels have mentioned that the genocide is ongoing. Thousands of people are still missing, they're still in captivity. Under these circumstances, many Yazidi survivors understandably prioritize their demands as victims. And their first demand above everything is rescue efforts for those who are still under captivity. Finally, what the bill lacks is a forward-looking approach. It lacks substantive measures that are aimed at guaranteeing non-repetition of these atrocities. And what I want to underline here is that the 2014 genocide isn't an isolated event it's the continuance of 73 genocides, and it's rooted in historical and structural inequalities. When I asked what they want most for the Yazidi community, a community leader told me that she wants to feel free to say Yazidi without having fear inside. And I think that this quote says a lot. Yes, Yazidi survivors need, demand, and have a right to benefits, including compensation, housing, medical treatment, etc. At the same time, Yazidi people demand that both the state and the international community deliver the promise never again. The draft bill is currently in Parliament and it's had its first reading. It will be voted on in the Parliament following the third reading. And in the meantime, we're hearing of efforts by parliamentarians, other decision makers to amend the draft bill before the vote. Several civil society organizations, international organizations are working to bridge the gap between survivors' demands and the text of the bill. For instance, the Coalition for Just Reparations, which is a coalition of 25 civil society organizations from Iraq and Kurdistan, including FYF, that are advocating for reparations for the IS conflict. And I think that the inclusion of survivors and civil society in the process of designing a reparation program will increase its chances of success greatly. And before I conclude my remarks, I would like to underline the urgency of the matter of reparations. Reparations must be not only adequate and effective, but also prompt. No measure we can bring back the killed, and no benefit can make a survivor forget what happened, but a survivor-centric, holistic, inclusive program can support the healing of Yazidi survivors and the community. 6 years since the commencement of the genocide, I hope that reparations, which would allow for a tangible positive impact on both individuals' lives and the community, will be high on the agenda of all of us who support the Yazidi people. Thank you.
Thank you very much for, I want to thank you all our esteemed panelists for their heartfelt and solidarity on this day for Yazidis. Thank you all. We will now move to question and answer sessions with our guests. I would like to begin with Ambassador Brownback and a former Special Envoy, Jan Fegal. You both are dedicated to religious freedom. As you know, Yazidis have suffered greatly for having a different religion than most people in Syria. What can be done for minorities like Yazidis to prevent this from happening? Why haven't we learned the lessons Holocaust where religious minorities were persecuted? What steps do you think need to be taken by the international community to stop this behavior once and for all? Mr. Ambassador?
I'll jump in here. Thanks for the question. It's one that I wrestle with on a regular basis. I think there are two prongs that we need to pursue. One is a grassroots prong, and the other is one at the governmental. At the grassroots level, I think we need to get a lot more religious freedom roundtables throughout the world. These are where religious freedom advocates in that country, in Iraq, get together, and these are people from various religious ideologies or no religion at all, but they all come together as civil society activists pursuing religious freedom for everybody in their country. So it'd be Sunni and Shia and Yazidis and Christians and Baha'i and Hindus and whoever it is, and atheists, that all would come together and say, we're going to stand for each other's religious freedom rights in Iraq and pursue that. We've got just under around 30 of these started around the world, and they need to be in every country. Because because that then gives domestic advocates for this cause. And you've got outside pressure, but you need inside pressure inside the country itself. And I think that desperately is needed. One is being started in the Kurdish region, and we really wish it a lot of success, but it needs to happen throughout the country. The second at the national and international level. And here I think we need more binding together of strong advocate countries that will stand for religious freedom, not just people that they say it, but they don't mean it. Most of the world's people live in countries where there's substantial religious persecution. And we need these countries that stand and fight for religious freedom at a global scale to come together. As I mentioned earlier, we have an alliance, International Religious Freedom Alliance, of nearly 30 countries in that. We need that group to really bind together and use their collective power, use their sanctioning power that they have. We need to use their economic power to tie their trade agreements to religious freedom. We need to have them tie their development aid to religious freedom so that they don't give development aid to countries that are persecuting people for their faith. And we need to have them use their collective abilities at the UN and other international forums for religious freedom in particular countries. So I think we really need to come at this at both levels, both at the grassroots level, and I think we need to come at the global level and use more muscle than we've previously been willing to use.
Yeah, Mr. Fegal, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Nibras. And thank you, Sam, for your not only talk, but your actions, which are so visible now. And I hope that the International Alliance for Religious Freedom will deliver, because it's important time, and there are also worrying signals. Patricia mentioned or spoke about Cambodia and genocide there. You mentioned Holocaust, why we didn't learn. I want to say, yeah, it was not only Holocaust, but also Cambodia, Rwanda, Bosnia, Middle East. There are genocidal or crimes against humanity seen in Myanmar, or against Christians in Nigeria, Burkina Faso. I want to say that all lives matter. We or speak about Yazidis or Muslims or Christians, Kakais, Sabaks, and we need a culture of human dignity for everyone, everywhere. One of my responses is readable or visible, and it's invitation for all of you in the webpage dignityforeveryone.org, which is contribution to commemorate a universal declaration of all, but also recommitment to do something, not only to speak about. And my answer to your question is kind of twofold. One is more global, and one is more, let's say, personal or local. We all know about global warming. The situation with climate, with environment is worrying, and trends are negative. Therefore, we agreed, many countries are now against these tendencies, and we are working on climate change. But I think, and I'm convinced, we need for climate change. Climate change which is related to freedom of thought, freedom of conscience, freedom of religion, which is central, crucial litmus test of all human rights, because millions of people suffer of deprivation or oppression or obstacles to their basic freedom and respect to human dignity. The crime of crimes, genocide, is evil, major evil, repeated evil. And I think the reality is that we don't only forget or abandon, but there are many allies of evil, and three of them are very influential. And this is issue for local personal response. These allies or siblings are indifference, ignorance, and fear. Indifference if we don't care what's going on in the neighborhood. Ignorance if we don't know even. And fear if we are to say something, to raise voice, to defend the defenseless. And good or goodness has also allies. They are education against ignorance, engagement against indifference, and courage, simple and important human courage. So I want to promote both religious freedom, climate change as important notion and understanding that we have to care about millions of people being persecuted, oppressed worldwide. Against these allies of evil. For example, one fruit since last year, which is directly linked to the victims in Iraq, is UN, first time UN Day of Victims of Religiously Motivated Violence, which is celebrated in I think August 22nd. It was declared last year first time. So we need, and that's my major point, which I already mentioned, justice for all. UN has to do more. Individually, we have to care about justice anywhere is injustice anywhere is injustice everywhere. And the point I mentioned before is that 21st century either will be business as usual, time of repetitions, instead never again and again, unfortunately, or it the 21st century will be, and wishfully, really, maybe time, century of hope. And the decisive element, principle, whether it will be time of hope, century of hope, or business as usual, is more justice for all, for Yazidis, but for all communities and minorities, not only in the Middle East, but globally.
Thank you very much, both Ambassador. I agree that there's a lot need to be done still on the ground and in the international. And Mr. Pagel, the UN does need to do more. There needs to be justice for all, more from the UN side. Thank you very much for UN side. My next question is for the State Secretary Asbej. Your government has a special office for providing aid to persecuted Christians, and yet you've also been vocal in bringing aid to Yazidis. Why and how involved in religious minorities? What made your government decide to take action in this part of the world?
Well, let me start by saying that Hungarians are freedom-loving people. We have experienced lots of persecution and oppression throughout our history. So freedom, and especially religious freedom, became a very important thing and value for us. And we do have set up an office for persecuted Christians and other religious minorities. And one may ask why the emphasis on Christians. We are explicit about supporting Christians, but not exclusive about supporting Christians. We are explicit because Christians are discriminated against in more than 80 countries, and also because it is politically incorrect to talk about Christian persecution. There are a few exceptions, like the true heroes of truth, like Ambassador Brownback and Jan Fiegel, who mentioned this topic, but not many others. Therefore, probably you heard about the Hungarian government. When we see the lack of freedom of speech when it comes to Christian persecution, that's when we name a whole government department. So this is one point, but we are not exclusive about it because we follow the general humanitarian principles of the universality of solidarity. Suffering is not a competition. There is only need that is important, not creed. This is why we have turned to the Yazidi community and we watched with horror their tragedy, your tragedy, unfolding. And there is a principle that we follow in our aid program, which is called Hungary Helps. We never try to impose our own agenda and worldview on the communities we are trying to support. Instead, we go there and we ask a simple question, how we may help. So this is how we got in touch with the Free Yezidi Foundation. This is how we got in touch with other representatives of the Yezidi community. Asked you the simple question, how we may help. What do you want? What shall we achieve? And you told us, if I may simplify it, that you would want to stay in your homeland. You would want your people to turn your homeland and live there without fear and in freedom. So this is what we support. We have partnered up with Yezidi organizations, and we have started humanitarian, educational, and healthcare project in the Kanka IDP camp in northern Iraq. We also committed more than €500,000 to rebuilding Yazidi homes in the Sinjar district, and we are committed to proceed with that as soon as the security situation would allow us. So this is the short answer to your question. We have also included Yazidis in our program, as we have included persecuted Muslims, the Rohingya people who have fled to Bangladesh in our program, because there was a need, and we have heard your cry for help.
Thank you very much, Secretary. And like you mentioned, a lot of Yazidis do want to stay home. Like I mentioned before, I wanted to stay in my home. I lived in a village. It was small, life was very peaceful, and then I want to be able one day to go and live there peacefully. So thank you very much for your support. Thank you. And I have a question for Patricia Seller. You've been a good deal of experience in investigation and process. Okay, government have learned since that time. What can Yazidis hope from governments in terms of pursuit of justice?
I think part of your question cut out. I think I understood what you asked, whether governments have learned since the time of the Rwandan genocide against the Tutsis. I would like to say yes, but I'm slightly doubtful. I think governments do have and feel people pressing them in order not only to learn but to improve. I think that governments are nations built of politics, but that really have a sovereignty that's supposed to respond to the people. But what we have learned, I mean, we certainly say that prior to the Rwandan genocide, it was very difficult for anyone to have a conversation about genocide, probably except for the Yazidis, the Jewish community, the Cambodian community. Now that's an international conversation, a conversation that governments have to raise, that ignore it, to look at you're not competent in government or your own legal analysis of your obligations. But I do think you have to continually press governments. And for example, the current case right now, the Gambia brought in terms of Myanmar. For example, now there'll be a case about al-Bashir in Sudan at the International Criminal Court. So it's very easy to, as one of the former speakers says, to maybe feign ignorance, to pretend we don't know, to pretend that we're being tolerant, we're being complicit. So we have to press governments all the time, and ourselves.
Thank you very much, Ms. Seller. Now my last question is for Gulay. You talked in your opening remarks about the reparation bill. I hope you can discuss in more detail why you believe the Iraqi government has a role and responsibility for the Yazidi survivors. And I also want to ask, how does a government decide when there should be a compensation? Is it only for survivors of sexual violence, or what about for Yazidis who lost their homes and lost family members in the genocide in 2014?
Well, the legal basis of Iraq's duty to provide reparations actually is mentioned in a number of international treaties that Patricia also mentioned in her speech, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, Convention Against Torture, Convention on the Rights of the Child. And in fact, Iraq does history of providing reparations, starting with reparations for its invasion of Kuwait. But more importantly, the law number 1 for victims of military operations, military mistakes, and terrorist actions, which is also an administrative reparation program. And all survivors of Daesh or dependents of victims have a right to reparation. This includes female survivors of sexual violence, as well as children who were indoctrinated and forcibly recruited, who we talked about a great deal today, and subjected to torture, forced labor, any other victim of Daesh. Survivors of sexual violence are in dire need of reparations. That's a fact, and it's greatly welcoming that the government of Iraq is proposing the Female Survivors Law. This momentum for reparations continue until all survivors have recourse. And two things are keeping me hopeful in this. First of all, I'm certain the civil society's push to this end will make a difference. I see a lot of civil society efforts for reparations, which is it's wonderful, and it's I think we're pushing the governments, as Patricia just mentioned. And I also notice of the global momentum surrounding reparations, from the Security Council Resolution 2467 to the establishment of the Global Survivors Fund, and now grassroots demands for colonialism and slavery, which was recently on the UN Human Rights Council's agenda, and these are promising developments, so I remain hopeful.
Thank you very much, Ms. Farah. I would like to warmly thank all the panelists taking the time to be with us today. On August 3rd, we depended on leaders from around the world to come together and stand alongside Yazidi people as we remember those we have lost, and we think of those who have suffered and still suffering from trauma and displacement. And we also thank the good people in the world who have come to our side, tried to help us in big and small ways. I will now hand the floor to Ms. Barry Ibrahim to close today's virtual event.
Thank you very much, everyone. This is the end of the 7th panel. We are very grateful that you stand with us today on the 6th commemoration of the Yezidi Genocide. This was the last panel, so everyone, thank you all, and I will close the whole series of panels with the last note. Our panel on genocide and recovery examined the trauma, the pain, and the process of genocide recovery, and the most important to help individuals in the group move forward to a brighter future. We have hosted some of the world's leading legal experts on Yezidi genocide, where they had to share with us the justice and accountability effort being undertaken to hold perpetrators to account for their crimes against our people. Our audience has listened to some promising young Yazidi activists and shared their personal experience, their hopes for the community, and their ideas for the future and the next generation. Our panel on security threats and prevention highlighted ongoing challenges facing our community, key steps that the international community must take to protect this vulnerable ethnic religious minority, and analyze the current state of ISIS members and extremist elements in Iraq and Syria. Several journalists talked with us about how to ethically, carefully, and accurately tell the story of the Yazidis, the importance of empowerment rather than exploitation, and how best to engage the world through the press. And finally, the last current panel, the role of governments, the Iraqi government and governments, when atrocities in the scale of genocide, like what happened to Yazidis in 2014, occur, much must be done. Panelists talked about both the importance of preventing such atrocities and the role the international community must play to helping recovery and protection after such horrors occur. Tomorrow will be August 4th. Yazidis will return to their lives and to a great number of challenges that face our men, women, and children. We are all grateful to those around the world who care about Yazidis and stand with us today, as we keep on fighting for justice, education, rights, protection, and a better future for the next generation. I hope you will still be standing with us tomorrow. Thank you, everyone, and have a good night. Thank you, all panelists.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Patty. Thank you all. All the best to you.
Thank you.
You as well.